Daniels is out there with Randall. Then it's Nikhil Alexander-Walker. And it's Edwards in at the 1 spot. And for Orlando, in the backcourt form, it'll be Suggs and Caldwell-Pope. Isaac in the front court along with Wagner. And it's Bancaro in at the 5, down low. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Jalen Suggs. That is his first foul of the game.
Oh, great defense there. Anticipated the play and got there first.
Edwards against Suggs. Shoots from the elbow. Edwards can't hit.
And listen, sometimes even the best of us are going to miss the easiest of opportunities.
Caldwell-Pope with it. Pass to Bancaro. And count it from 19 feet away. And Greg, what stands out for both of these rosters is that they both feature top-tier athleticism.
And Kevin, that bodes well for us, right? There's a lot of speed, some great athleticism. I'm sure we're going to get some highlight reel plays tonight. And the lack of effort to fight over the screen there makes that an easy shot.
You know, we see this all the time. You're basically, as a defender, hoping the man misses rather than putting in the work to get over screens.
And it's Suggs missing.
Well, this is the kind of shot we've come to expect him to make. He's got to be upset with that one.
And there's the call on Nikhil Alexander-Walker. That is his first foul of the game.
First personal foul.
And the Magic with possession. Suggs looking around. And he uses the glass on the lane.
You've got to be willing to get your shot blocked if you're a guard and you foray inside. Jalen Suggs, what a finish.
Gobert with a screen on Suggs. Here's Edwards. Here's Gobert. Oh!
My goodness, a little athleticism, a little extra on it, Mr. Gobert.
Edwards against Suggs. And he drives in, and Suggs throws it down.
That's a finish he'll be bragging about for a while.
As he should. Very impressive.
How about that from your point guard, gentlemen? Playing big at the rim, okay?
And I like to see this. They're calling his number early, and he's delivering.
They know that if this guy goes off, their chances of winning rise exponentially.
Here's Bancaro, and the shot goes in.
Oh, the defense puts contact on Bancaro inside, but he just bullies right through it.
Getting the latest now from our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David, it's all yours. Take it away.
I had a chance to catch up with Jamal Mosley. Their team's main focus tonight, well, it starts with All-Star Anthony Edwards. He said Ant is an incredible player. He's so physical. We have to throw multiple bodies at him. It's got to be a team effort to keep Edwards in check. An ambitious game plan. Kevin?
Okay, David, thanks. And the foul called on Edwards. That is his first foul of the game. And here in the first, about 3 minutes in. Here's Suggs. Bancaro, a screen for Suggs. Clock at 4. And it's going to be a 24-second shot clock violation. They turn it over. Timberwolves trail. Outside Edwards. .146 left here in the opening quarter. Outside for Randall. With the shot. Rebounded by Isaac.
And this is a shot he can definitely make, and the defense not a factor at all.
Suggs passes to Isaac. Now here's Bancaro. Isaac a screen on McDaniels. 14 feet away. A second chance effort. Gobert with the block.
Almost inescapable, that 7'9" wingspan. Send it back, big Rudy Gobert.
Edwards drawing the double team. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here.
You know, when Rudy Gobert is down low, it strikes fear into the opponent. This is a guy who has led the league in blocks and rebounds. And different times. Inside the paint, he is just a nightmare to battle against.
What you love about Rudy Gobert is he understands his strengths and where he can impact the game. That is primarily on the defensive end, but also as a screen setter offensively.
Here is Edwards, following the basket by Contavious Caldwell-Pope. And Gobert kicks to Randall. Three-pointer. Gobert finds Randall. Just 3 to shoot. Drops one in from the wing.
The ability to get to the mid-range game is something Julius Randle has proven he can do.
Edwards against Suggs. Caldwell-Pope on the wing. Back to Suggs. Outside for Caldwell-Pope. Sweet move. Rudy Gobert with the rebound. Now here's Edwards. Randall with a screen for Edwards. And Edwards slams it in.
Yeah, that's a great setup. Screen the defender off and let him elevate.
Oh, right. And wasn't the timing ideal? My goodness, the D with no chance to react.
The execution was simply flawless. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you run that play.
And we've got a timeout called by Jamal Mosley. Wants to talk some things over, might be seeing some things to adjust. Got it off in time, and that one released in time, but no good. At the end of one, a closely contested game so far. Timberwolves lead by... Some good action already in this one, but a fairly even matchup after the first quarter of play. And guys, what's your take so far on the Timberwolves?
Well, the offense is clicking, and they seem to have seized the momentum here early on.
Boy, it's been a really pretty thing to watch, executing their game plan to perfection.
And so in the game for the Timberwolves, Edwards is out there with Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Then it's Julius Randle, and it's Rudy Gobert, and it's McDaniels in at the 3. Here's Edwards into the lane, and Edwards slams it in.
Boy, the quickness off the dribble drive by Anthony Edwards, being able to put it on the deck, so important.
Suggs against Edwards. Wagner has screen on Edwards. And Suggs throws it down.
And they answer right back with as much force as possible.
This is a heavyweight battle, isn't it? Both teams trading punches. Suggs against Edwards. Gobert with a screen for Edwards. Second shot opportunity. Gobert with a terrific move and a bucket. Gobert's got the lead up to 3 now for the Timberwolves. Suggs against Edwards. Suggs passes to Banchero. Wagner from long range. Rebounded by the Timberwolves. Gobert's got 5 rebounds tonight. Suggs against Edwards. Edwards cashing in from outside.
Well, in pick and roll action, you've got to be aggressive as a scorer. Anthony Edwards with the bucket.
And we've got a timeout called by Jamal Mosley. He wants to make some adjustments to the game plan, clearly. Here's Suggs. He's got 6. Banchero screen on Edwards. Suggs. Another miss by Orlando. Timberwolves leading by 6. Edwards slashing in. Misses from short range. Orlando's gone 0-2 from deep here in the second. Wagner from long range. And the 3 ball is good. Wagner's got himself going with the triple, his first basket of the game. And so Edwards will bring it up for Minnesota. Gobert with a screen on Suggs. No one near Edwards as he lets it fly. And another 3 for Minnesota. Analytics or the eye test? The optics or the numbers in front, Greg? When you're judging the performance of a player, what kind of criteria do you use?
Well, an MVP candidate recently said, my eye test tells me this guy's a terrible defender, but the analytics tell me he's a great defender. I'm confused, and I often feel the same way.
Here's Gobert. And he's going to get whistled for that foul, G. That was intentional, but not exactly logical.
How about pointless to foul there? I mean, I don't know where his head is, but it's not in the game.
Good on the bucket. And the Timberwolves lead by 6.
How about Gobert with the find? On time and on target. Nicely done, Rudy.
Caldwell Pope feeling it out a bit. Banchero outside. Driving the lane. Plays it up and banks it in. Banchero's got 6.
This guy is a pick-your-poison kind of player. Very hard defensively to cover all your bases with him.
Here's Gobert. And finished off by Gobert.
Really nice decision-making by Anthony Edwards. If you're going to play in the NBA, you've got to read off pick-and-roll action.
And it's Suggs missing. Minnesota leading by 6. And when you look at Alexander Walker, Doris, so consistent from year to year.
This is a young man who knows his role, finds ways to help the team within the context of what the Stars are doing, and those are exactly the kind of role players you need in order to have a quality basketball team.
Edwards against Suggs. To the middle. Minnesota again turning it over. And Jamal Mosley has called timeout. He wants to talk to his guys. You have to like what we're seeing from Anthony Edwards.
Boy, much needed timeout. This guy's scoring at will, and they've had no answer.
Naz Reid, he's checked in for Minnesota. Dante DiVincenzo comes in for Edwards. 1:15 left to play in the first half. Here's Black, defended by DiVincenzo. On its way from Caldwell Pope for 2. It's good for a second make. He's made 2 of 3 so far.
Have to love the ball distribution. Keep everyone involved.
And here is DiVincenzo. Here's Reid. Back to DiVincenzo. A three-pointer off the mark.
Boy, a wide-open shot from his favorite spot. That is one he'd like to have back.
Banchero. Pass to De Silva. Back to Caldwell Pope. Lets it go. Up again. Controls the rebound and puts it back up and in. De Silva's got the game tied up here for the Magic.
What an effort to get the tip in. Just wanting it a little bit more.
And here's DiVincenzo from the arc. The Timberwolves again can't hit. Here's Black, defended by DiVincenzo. A nice shot by Black. Black's got his first basket.
Good job attacking. Those restricted area shots are what every NBA team is looking for.
And some good action through the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. Magic out in front, leading by just 2. Time now for the halftime break, with the third quarter soon to follow, right here on 2K Sports. And we've got second half action for you. Thus far, a pretty evenly contested game. You know, Anthony Edwards has been exceptional here, guys.
And you know he's going to put up points every time out, but boy, he made it look so easy in that first half.
Now let's see if he continues that trend the rest of the way. He certainly has the talent and the endurance to do just that.
Contavious Caldwell Pope is out there with Black. Then it's Paolo Banchero. And it's De Silva in at the 4 slot. That's the group starting the second half for Jamal Mosley. Now Caldwell Pope. Pass to Banchero. Back to Caldwell Pope. Shoots over Alexander Walker. That's good from Caldwell Pope on the assist from Banchero.
Well, you can see Paolo has a team-first mindset. If there's an opportunity to get a teammate involved, he's going to do it.
And here's DiVincenzo from the arc. Reed with a screen for DiVincenzo. Misses the three, and he used the pump fake well there, but he couldn't capitalize. Knocked loose. Randall with the ball. Picked up by Banchero. Randall passes to Alexander Walker. Reed with a screen for DiVincenzo. Buries the long-range jumper.
Pick works well there. Not much resistance from the D.
It takes incredible effort to stay connected to the hip of the offensive player. You've got to want to work.
Caldwell Pope with a wide open look, and they come right back with their own three-pointer.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
Well, that three-point shot just gives you so much room to operate on the offensive end.
DiVincenzo finds McDaniel. And it's Orlando with the rebound. Caldwell Pope on the wing. Defended by Alexander Walker. Reed against Banchero. Back to Caldwell Pope. 5 to shoot. Shoots over Alexander Walker. And Orlando again with the bucket.
And Caldwell Pope able to hit those mid-range shots consistently, but that's one the defense will live with.
Outstanding pass, on time and on target.
Not quite 2.5 minutes played here in the second half. Back to Black. There's the triple. And again, it's the Magic from deep.
And they've got to talk to each other on D there. Miscommunication, and now he's able to make a pay.
DiVincenzo passes to Reed from past the arc. Drills it from outside.
Wow, you don't see him left alone very often, and of course, he makes good use of it.
Caldwell Pope on the wing. Defended by Alexander Walker. Caldwell Pope dishes to Banchero. And rebounded by McDaniels. Timberwolves trail by 3. DiVincenzo passes to Randall. Back to DiVincenzo. The Timberwolves working the ball around now. Randall no good. Orlando's gone 3 of 6 tonight when they've let it fly from downtown. Banchero is screened for Caldwell Pope. Right wing. And Banchero, here we go. And finished off by Banchero.
And once Banchero gets going, boy, it's hard to stop him. Given his size and speed, he's going to be a handful.
Not quite enough defense that time around. Just lucky he was off.
And Jamal Mosley has called timeout. Wants to regroup and go over the strategy. And some changes here for the Timberwolves. Gobert comes in for Julius Randle. And Anthony Edwards subbed in for McDaniels. Wagner outside. Pass to Suggs. Over Edwards. And it's Suggs missing. And we've got a timeout called from Chris Finch. He's going to have a discussion here on the sideline. And we've got a timeout called from Chris Finch. And coach has decided they need a moment to talk things over. Some changes for Minnesota. Randall's checked in for Reed. And it's McDaniels in for Dante DiVincenzo. Edwards against Suggs. Fires away from way outside. And now they decide to foul intentionally.
Wagner. First personal foul. Second team foul.
35 seconds left to play here in the third. And here's Edwards from the arc. Edwards with another miss. Magic leading by 5. Wagner with it. Picked up by Edwards. Isaac outside. And Wagner drives in and finished off by Wagner.
Oh my goodness, how about the aggressiveness from Franz Wagner? Leaves no doubt on the dunk.
For 3, Edwards connects from three-point range. Edwards got 17 now. Suggs with the ball. Wagner a screen on Edwards. Suggs, it'll count. And that's going to do it for the third quarter. Magic lead by 4. And we've got more. 3/10 quarters behind us. One more to go. Thanks for being with us as we begin the fourth. Here's Suggs. And so in the game for the Timberwolves. Handle out there with Jaden McDaniel. Then there's Edwards. Then it's Nikhil Alexander-Walker. And it's Gobert in its center. Gobert with a screen on Suggs. For 3, Edwards. Edwards with another miss. Magic leading by 6. Isaac with a screen for Wagner. Pass to Wagner. Suggs against Edwards. Wagner with a screen for Suggs. Over Edwards. Pocket 6. Gobert with the block. Here is Edwards. At the elbow, it's Gobert. Edwards looking it over. Gobert with a screen on Caldwell Pope. Edwards, no good.
When you're not in rhythm with the 3 ball, why do you keep firing from there?
And there's the drive. Isaac passes to Suggs. Back to Isaac. Caldwell Pope on the wing. The Magic need to get a shot off here. And it's Wagner missing.
That's one he knows he should have drained.
Gobert with a screen on Suggs. Alexander-Walker passes to Edwards. Gobert with a screen for Edwards. Pass to McDaniels. From outside the arc, cranes the three-pointer. McDaniels got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for 3.
And those are the types of shots down the stretch that win you ball games.
Wagner with a screen for Caldwell Pope. Randall against Wagner. It's not going to go for him. And here's Edwards. He'll bring it up for Minnesota. A great fourth quarter, just giving up 2 points. Perfect on the shot. Swishes it through. Now just a 1-point Orlando lead.
Such a clutch shooter. This guy lives for these kinds of moments and delivers.
And we've got a timeout called by Jamal Mosley. And he wants to see some changes out there right away and right now. The Magic making a switch here. Banchero's checked in. And with an update from the sidelines, let's check in with David Aldridge.
Thanks, guys. I got a chance to hear what Jamal Mosley was saying to the team. Now, with the game in the balance, he had some encouraging words for his team. He said, this is what we wanted. We thought if we kept it close, we could pull it out. Now let's go out there and do just that. Back to you guys.
Thank you, David. Edwards finds Randall. It's Edwards on the wing. He's covered by Suggs, and it's good, 2 points.
Anthony Edwards relishes big-time moments, and he delivers right there.
And it's Wagner missing. Minnesota's gotten just 1 of 4 three-pointers to go down for them here in the fourth. Edwards against Suggs. Gobert with a screen for Edwards.
Siakam has the instincts to read the play and the ability to get in position to contest the shot. Nice defense.
And they had their chances, 2 offensive rebounds, but they still come up empty. Here's Suggs. Wagner outside. Carries it down low. And the Magic lead by 3.
Don't you love that a young player like Franz Wagner so willing to deliver over in the clutch. Wow.
Gobert with a screen on Suggs. And finished off by Gobert.
Rudy Gobert is so competitive. Doesn't want to let a big moment go by. Nicely done.
Suggs kicks to Wagner. Edwards against Suggs. Wagner a screen on Edwards. And the call will be against Julius Randle. That's his first foul.
Yeah, that's a tough call right there, and really a tough break for the D.
Suggs against Edwards. Just 5 to shoot. Suggs passes to Wagner. It counts!
And you can't get a bigger bucket than that.
I'll tell you, it takes confidence to pull the trigger in that situation. You love guys who relish the moment.
Edwards dishes to Gobert. Edwards against Suggs. Now here's Edwards. It's in! And that shot brings them to within just one.
We know this about Anthony Edwards. He is fearless in these moments. That's a big-time clutch delivery.
About 3 seconds between shot and game clock. I think we'll see them burn the clock a bit here.
Yeah, smart move. Used to these big moments from his college days. Banchero's heartbeat should stay low here.
Gobert with a screen for Edwards. Over Suggs. Lets the three fly. Edwards can't hit.
Rivalry that spans across conferences, Stan.
Yeah, look, Brian, they've had their battles over the years, and the fact that they only play each other twice a season adds to the magnitude of the matchup. It's going to be intense.
And the starting group for Chicago. We've got Buzelis. Lonzo Ball is out there with Kobe White. Then it's Josh Giddey, and it's Smith in at the center position.
Well, if you have the space, you have to take that shot. He missed it, but he's trying to keep the defense honest.
And there's the call on Lonzo Ball. That's his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
And Minnesota with possession here. Here's Edwards. Smith with the rebound.
Wow. Missed the easy one right there, right at the rim, but came up empty.
Buzelis gets his second attempt to go. Now he's 1 for 2.
Oh, nice touch on the inside play by Buzelis, adjusting from close range.
Fires for 3. And it's Anthony Edwards with the 3.
He's consistent from out there, especially when you give him that kind of room.
Outside White. And stolen by Edwards. Here in the first, a little over a minute played so far. Picked by Gobert. Clock at 4. Edwards, the pass to Gobert. Back to Edwards. He hits it just before the shot clock expires. Edwards has got 5.
Well, hey, that's using all of the shot clock, right? Edwards beats the buzzer.
Giddey finds ball. There's a screen. Here's Buzelis. And the dunk to finish it off. A beauty.
Just a big man playing big. No way to stop it.
And there's the call on Lonzo Ball. That'll be a second foul of the game. Here in the first quarter, with about 2 minutes gone by, here's Edwards. Takes a big high bounce and goes in. 7 points in the game.
I love this approach. Getting him involved early, and it's already paying off.
Yeah, well, his offensive contributions are going to be very important in this game. So it's good they've already got him in a rhythm. Well, that's a terrific kick-out pass. When the defense collapses like that on the inside, you've got open people outside.
Look at the power on that.
He has to be one of the top dunkers in the game today. Pass to Smith. That three's off the mark. The Timberwolves have gone 4 of 5 so far, looking sharp. Edwards against Ball. The 17-footer. Clock at 6. Ball against Edwards. Shoots over Ball. Edwards can't hit.
He'll probably hear about that shot selection when he gets back to the bench. Maybe not their best option there.
They get the rebound. Oh, the dunk by Smith.
And I'll tell you what, for his size, just about 7 feet, Buzelis is a pretty good passer.
Edwards against Ball. Edwards, no good. Chicago's gone 1 of 2 from three-point land so far. The kick out to White. A minute 22 left in the opening quarter. Pass to Ball. Goes up and lays it in nice and easy.
And I like the mix of power and agility Ball uses inside. One way or another, he's going to get a shot.
A minute 6 left in the first quarter of the game. Edwards looking it over. Picked by Gobert. Edwards can't get that one to fall. And Giddey has got the ball here for the Chicago Bulls. Pass to Buzelis. Fires the 3. Drills it from deep. Buzelis has got 7 points.
And he doesn't waste any time at all. Buzelis got the ball and just attacked right away.
McDaniels can't hit. Bulls leading by 5. No question, this offense has some firepower.
And they're looking very confident in all that they're doing right now. and they're building up steam, getting out in front and trying not to look back.
Well, look, we've seen that no lead is safe these days. You got to keep scoring and extending that margin.
Now 8 seconds separating the two clocks. Randall on the screen. Fires in the triple. 12 points for him.
I love how competitive Edwards is. He relishes getting revenge like this.
Here's Giddy. Rebounded by the Timberwolves. Edwards for three. Gobert with a screen on ball. Good scoring in this one as we conclude the first quarter. Chicago ahead, up by... And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we played through one quarter of action so far. And before we move on, what do you think about what we've seen here from the Bulls tonight?
Well, they've used the fast break well to score easy points and keep the defense unsettled.
Yeah, they've dictated the pace to this point, looking to run at every opportunity.
They've got Rudy Gobert, Julius Randle out there with Jaden McDaniels. Then there's Anthony Edwards, and it's Alexander Walker in the shooting guard position. That's the 5 to begin the second quarter for the T-Wolves. White with it, now guarded by McDaniels. Giddy against Edwards. Snatched up! The kick out to White. Ball right side. He's in his comfort zone. 2 for 2 to start this one.
Yeah, that's a great find by White. He's such a clever and deceptive combo guard.
Edwards for 3. Smith with the rebound. Smith's got 5 rebounds in the game. Here's Buzelis. Outside White. Outside Alexander Walker. Ball with a steal. Right side White. Picked by Smith. And that one goes in as he's fouled. It'll be 3 points if he converts the free throw. And guys, what do you think about the hustle stats for the Bulls?
Well, they're playing with great pace, pushing the ball up the floor and attacking before the defense can get set.
You also can't ignore that they're winning the effort battle, grabbing offensive rebounds and making the most of those extra possessions.
Minnesota with the ball. 8-point game. And there's the call on Lonzo Ball. That's his 3rd foul so far.
First team foul.
Here's Alexander Walker. Nails it from 3. NBA scoring has been climbing over the past decades, Grant. Is the league too offensive at the moment, do you think?
Well, we know that people like scoring, the fans, players, everyone, but the league needs to make sure there aren't hamstringing defenders too much. So I think allowing some more physicality incentivizes the defender to defend, and now we have competition on both sides of the ball.
Chicago shooting their 2nd free throw attempt on the night.
Well, Mattis Buzelis certainly has good size, but what catches my eye are his skills. He can handle the ball and make smart decisions on the floor, which is so important for a rookie.
Chicago leading by 8. Launches a 3. Randall pulls down the board. Minnesota has gone 1 of 2 from deep in the second quarter. Chicago with a rebound. Smith's got his 7th rebound here tonight. Here's Giddy. And down it goes. Jam that one home.
I'll tell you, those finishes are always extra special when they come from your point guard.
Oh, forget about his passing. Can we see more dunking? Oh, look at Rudy Gobert.
And you know he's tough on the glass. Easy money there for Gobert.
Here's Buzelis. Hey, how's that for an answer? Right back with the dunk.
Nice one-handed jam. Simple and effective, B.A.
Hey, with the lead, I'm surprised he didn't come up with something a little more creative. It's good.
Well, he can beat you in a lot of ways. Very challenging to defend.
Defensive Player of the Year 4 times over, Stan. Rudy Gobert tied for the record.
Yeah, Brian, alongside Dikembe Mutombo and Ben Wallace, and Gobert's capable of getting another one, too, assuming his countrymen Victor Wembanyama doesn't start taking the reins.
White, good.
Well, great ability and control by White to stop and pop.
Timberwolves trail by 10. Gobert with a screen on ball. Edwards for three. Oh! Edwards showcasing the range.
The defense really fell apart there. You can't afford to leave them all alone at the arc.
Here's Buzelis. Check by Randall. Ball outside. Ooh, he's looking comfortable now. 3 for 3.
And once more this half, they find a way to get great position inside.
Edwards for three. And again, it's Minnesota with a three.
Just incredible. I mean, he's really making it rain out there, knocking them down one after another.
Well, what I love about his three-point shooting is the spacing that he's adding. It makes things a lot easier for everyone else.
Slams it down with two hands.
Man, they're really getting aggressive now. Launches it. White with the steal. And up the court come the Bulls on the break. And Ball throws it down.
Well, credit the speed of Kobe White. Able to anticipate the play, grab the steal, and get the break going.
And Chris Finch has called timeout. And we might see some changes. Coach potentially looking to adjust. Minnesota with some changes. Reed's checked in for Rudy Gobert. And it's DiVincenzo in for Anthony Edwards. Williams is checked in for Chicago. Herder comes in for Giddey. Reed sets a screen. DiVincenzo can't hit. 9 seconds separating the shot clock and game clock. Here's White. And he gets it to go. And now it's a 12-point Chicago lead.
You gotta commend the concentration White showed there. He doesn't get thrown off kilter easily.
Controls the rebound and the putback.
And those second chance buckets are major bonus points if you can get them.
Here's White. And that one drops. White's got 9 points now in the quarter.
Well, as a guard like White, you need to score inside. Force teams to respect you everywhere.
Herder from long range. Oh, it would have counted had it fallen, but it is offline. And that concludes the first half. Chicago ahead. They lead by 12. And time now for the halftime break with the third quarter soon to follow on 2K Sports.
Taking it off the side.
And with the second half upon us, we'll find out if this game becomes the rout that it's threatening to be. And you know, Anthony Edwards has been really making it happen, guys.
Can they come up with an answer for him coming out of the half? They have to change something defensively.
Yeah, I'd love to see what they drew up in the locker room, because you're right. He's the problem right now.
And for Chicago, let's take a look. We've got Kobe White, Kevin Herder out there with Williams. Then it's Buzelis, and it's Ball in at the 2 spot. And he dunks it down.
I like what I saw on both ends that time, hustling on defense to create some offense.
White, the pass to Ball. Into the lane. And Ball throws it down.
It's clear Ball knows the game. He makes the right play call at the right time to open things up.
Reed to screen on Ball. DiVincenzo against Ball. DiVincenzo, the pass to Reed. Back to DiVincenzo. 6 on the shot clock. And stolen by Herder. And here's the fast break. White for 3. Reed with the rebound. Timberwolves trail by 9. McDaniels from long range. It's hauled in by the Bulls. Buzelis has got 6 rebounds now in the game. Stan, a late first-round pick in 2020. Jaden McDaniels, one of the top young two-way players in the league.
Well, Brian, last season he was rewarded with a big money extension. His play tailed off just a bit, but still a key player for them moving forward.
McDaniels from long range. Pure from three-point range. McDaniels got 5 points in the quarter. And so it's White with it. He brings it up for the Bulls. They held a 12-point lead earlier. And here we go, the Timberwolves on the run. McDaniels against Herder. Puts it up from 15. And again, it's Minnesota converting.
Yeah, this is when they need to lean on him more. Get him the ball and let him build some momentum.
White with it. Now Alexander Walker defending. Here's Ball. Oh, and there's the whistle on. And coach doesn't like the call at all.
With the coach's challenge in place, we've seen so many of these personal foul calls still disputed even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
Williams passes to White. From deep. The rebound by the Timberwolves.
I can't believe he missed that three. Regardless, that's not a shot the defense should be giving him.
Here's Alexander Walker. Randall outside. Lets the three fly. 6 to shoot. DiVincenzo can't hit. Chicago leading by 10. Herder with it. DiVincenzo picks him up. White for 3. The shot that time not on target. For Minnesota, they've gone 4 of 8 in the third. Stan, you've coached some great defensive anchors in your time. Who do you view as the best in the game today?
Well, Brian, you probably have to start with Rudy Gobert, but we've got guys like Brook Lopez, Jaren Jackson, Anthony Davis, and then we've got 2 young ones coming up that could be as good as we've seen in Wimby and Chet Holmgren.
Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
We've seen scoring totals increasing, and fans might appreciate it, but NBA VP and head of basketball ops Joe Dumars said, quote, "I think what fans really want to see is incredible competition. The score is secondary to that. And guys, you talk about competing, Joe D brought it at both ends of the floor."
No doubt about that. Well said, Allie. Pass to White. Inside, Buzelis. Ooh, good finish at the rack off the slick feed. Buzelis has got 8 points in the quarter.
Very encouraging to see Buzelis just going off offensively. This rookie is certainly feeling himself right now, and I love it.
And Chris Finch has called timeout. Coach wants to speak to his guys, maybe alter some of the game plan. Gobert's checked in for Minnesota. Edwards comes in for Daniels. Smith, he's checked in for Chicago. Giddey comes in for White.
Great feed. Edwards has such a complete game. He's much more than just a scorer.
Williams finds Herder. Williams with the screen. Herder with it. Now Alexander Walker defending. And there's Herder. That's good on the assist from Williams.
Like a matador. Olay! There was no defense. That has to be one of the easier shots I've seen tonight.
An unorganized defense like that is not going to help them close this deficit.
DiVincenzo on the wing. Outside Reed. Takes the 3. Smith with the rebound. Smith's got his 8th rebound here tonight. Pass to Herder from the corner. Hauled in by DiVincenzo.
And even with the miss, that's a high percentage shot for him.
Well, through 3 quarters of play, down double digits. It may be difficult to overcome. Bulls out in front, up by 11. All right, let's take a look at our assist of the game presented by State Farm.
You know, I'm kind of stoked this was a choice because I love this pass. A remarkable find. He put his court vision on full display.
Yeah, he puts that pass right on the money and made things look easy for his teammate.
And 1 quarter to go in a game that, to this point, has not been an evenly fought contest. And let's swing it over to the sideline and hear from Allie.
I was able to listen in on what Chris Finch was going over with his team. They took a laid-back approach to the huddle, telling the team, everyone thinks this game is over, so just go out there and let it rip. Let's see what we can do. And I think the players love that message.
Allie, thank you. Julius Randle out there with Rudy Gobert. Then it's Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Then there's McDaniels. And it's Edwards in at the point guard position. So that's the Timberwolves 5. Giddey finds Herder. To the wing on the left. Herder, a screen on Randle. A nice shot by Smith. Smith's got 5 points in the quarter.
Rock solid screen right there. The defender got completely lost.
Yeah, you've got to lock and trail hard. You can't allow him to clean look for him.
Ooh, putting on a show for the fans. Going up for the graceful reverse.
Oh, that had a little extra sauce on it, Grant. Giddey takes it up with both hands and rips it down.
I'll tell you, those finishes are always extra special when they come from your point guard.
Ooh, Edwards with style and authority.
Yeah, Edwards has some big bounce in his step.
Giddey against McDaniels. Outside Herder. Three-pointer. The shot's good on the assist by Giddey. Giddey's got 4 assists in the game.
The defense was just nowhere to be found, and because of that, he adds to their lead.
Yeah, look, the truth is, he doesn't need much space anyway. But that one was too easy. Look, he's doing what he can to try to keep them afloat offensively, continuing to stay aggressive.
Williams, a screen on Edwards. Outside Herder. Over Edwards. Herder can't hit. Timberwolves trail by 15. Right side Edwards. Down low. Oh, Gobert rocking the rim.
You're best to get out of Gobert's way. You don't want to be on the wrong end of that dunk.
Giddey passes to Herder. Back to Giddey. Oh, a clear foul there on the missed shot. So he'll get a pair at the line. It's on Anthony Edwards. And we all know about Stan the analyst and Stan the coach. But when you played in college, what was your game like, Stan?
Hey, Brian, I had the game that would get you beat as a coach. I will say my greatest strength was this. I was never once accused of overpassing.
The black hole. That is Stan Van Gundy. And Giddey has got the ball here for Chicago. 17 points was their biggest margin. They set a pick. Here's ball. And the layup is good off the glass. And the Bulls lead by 15.
Simple. The closer you are to the hoop, the better your chance to score.
Edwards, no good. The Bulls have gotten 5 of 6 shots to go in the fourth. Giddey finds Williams. Here in the fourth quarter, just under 2.5 gone by. Pass to Herder. Williams, a screen on McDaniels. And Gobert with a block.
Yeah, the long arms, it's difficult to protect your shot from Gobert's reach. It looks like it'll be a big win for them here. Time to just cruise to the end of the game and chalk up the victory for the Bulls.
They made the most of the extra rebounds tonight. Helped them out a lot.
Now, when you look at these teams, they're both great rebounding clubs. And any night, either one could have the advantage on the boards.
And when you look at the game, the one thing that helped fuel this team to victory was the efficiency for Matas Buzelis.
Well, he came out with great energy and effort, doing everything he could possibly do to help his team.
Coaches loathe empty possessions. You got to be able to hit the easy ones.
Herder, a screen on Randle. Here's Williams. Again, the Bulls score.
Leaving nothing to chance. This run shutting the door on them.
Yeah, this run has poured a bucket of water on any ember of a potential comeback.
Boy, you love how guys are making plays for one another here.
Yeah, just a balanced attack, a total team effort.
Pass the ball. Back to Giddey. Williams with the screen. Gets rebounded by Minnesota. And Edwards, here we go. And Edwards slams it in. There's 14 seconds left in the fourth quarter. And there's a 3-second call. This one on the defense. And so he hits the technical free throw.
Rebounding should be a battle out there.
Nothing easy in the paint, Kevin. Both front courts will be fighting for every possession when they miss.
And now the opening lineup for Boston. The post pair, Tatum and Porzingis. Holiday out there with Derek White, and it's Brown in at the 3 slot.
And I love Holiday's shot selection. Fantastic at realizing when he should shoot off the catch.
Out of bounds, Boston takes possession. Here's Boston now. It's a 3-point game. Brown with a screen on ball. Brown outside. Out to White. Porzingis sets the pick for White. A wide open look here for Porzingis. Open jump shot off the mark.
You can't look at the result of that shot. They'll take that whenever they get it.
Yeah, it's a great look for him. One they'll try and manufacture again. Those are the shots you want him to take.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find himself that wide open.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He will gladly take those.
Pass to Buzelis. He takes it in, and then Buzelis with the dunk.
Look at the moves from Buzelis. The big fella showing great quickness on the attack.
Richard, the Celtics have been among the NBA's elites for quite a while now.
Well, they've been a title contender every year for almost a decade now. Even with several coaching changes over that time, they've been the model of consistency.
And Greg, we were talking Jaylen Brown making the 2023 All-NBA second team. That was big for him, wasn't it?
Yeah, Kevin, it made Jaylen eligible for the Supermax, signing for that 5-year extension in July of 23. At the time, the largest contract in NBA history.
And the dunk by Tatum.
Tatum just has too much bounce right there. Better be careful. You're trying to stop that.
And White kicks to Smith. Pass to Buzelis. Outside, White. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Taken away by Holiday. And now it's Brown running. He can go all the way. It's deflected.
Making good use of his length. Buzelis able to track down the block that time.
He's 0 of 1 from the line, missing on his first trip. That free throw good from Brown. RJ, we've seen multiple all-star games for Jaylen Brown. Can he become a superstar?
Well, to me, if you've got a finals MVP in your back pocket on your resume, you are now a superstar, and Jaylen Brown is that.
Now here's White. Smith outside from deep. And the Bulls, another 3.
And just running the offense, White's that new breed of combo guard who can do a little bit of everything.
Porzingis finds Brown. And the dunk by Porzingis. A lot of give and take between these sides early.
Yeah, and both teams look like they came to play. We should have a good one.
Pass to Giddey. And taken away by Brown.
2 minutes.
White goes in. Brown the pass to Tatum. Nice ball movement by Boston. Brown kicks to Holiday. Shot clock at 6. Off target from outside. And so it's Giddey with it. He brings it up for the Bulls. They trail by 1. Now Buzelis. Smith with a screen on White. There's the drive. And then Buzelis with the dunk.
Oh, tough take by Buzelis, proving he can absorb some contact and finish on that drive.
Holiday, no one around him. And the 3 off target. And White kicks to Giddey. Pass to Smith. It's stolen by Brown. And stolen by White. They break it out 5 on 3. Here's Buzelis. It's Chicago with another bucket.
A rookie with terrific form. Buzelis is well equipped to take advantage of any opening he finds.
Now here's Brown. Trying to find Porzingis. Gets it to him. Offline with the baseline jumper.
I think the defense will live with him taking mid-range jumpers, but maybe just a little bit more resistance.
We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Ball against White. Porzingis passes to Brown. Holiday with it. From the arc. Boston again missing. And there is the whistle. That goes on Kobe White. That's his first foul.
And really just a great play to sacrifice his body and take the charge.
There's 10 seconds left to play in the first quarter. Here's White. Again, the miss by the Celtics. And the timeout called here by Billy Donovan. He wants a minute here to get things straightened out with his team.
Substitution for the Bulls.
It could go. Oh, and he got the ball.
Wow. Woo. Ringing the bell. That's the way to close the quarter.
He knew exactly how he wanted to do it, too. There was no doubt in his mind that it was going.
And so it's the Chicago Bulls with a 6-point lead at the end of the quarter. They've been playing some ferocious defense. And we'll be back with you shortly. And hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far, halfway through the first half in this one. And let's take a moment here to get your guys' take on scoring so far for the Bulls.
Well, so far, their long-range shooting has been the story, doing damage from deep.
And also, guys, they're playing for one another right now. All those extra passes are leading to easy buckets.
On the court for the Celtics, second quarter underway. And in the front court, Brown and Tatum. Derek White is out there with Holiday, and it's Porzingis in at the 5, down low. White with it. He's picked up by White. 4 on the clock. Outside Holiday. Hits it from three-point range. Holiday's got the second quarter going with the first basket of the period for Boston. And Derek White, he's one of the most valuable guards, Richard, in the NBA.
White can play the one, he can shoot the ball, plus he is an all-league defender. So Derek White gives you everything you want in your backcourt.
And the foul called on Josh Giddey. That's his third foul of the game. Holiday dishes to Brown. The 3.
Bringing a competitive energy to the defensive end. White stays connected to his man and plays with active hands.
Celtics trail by 5. Brown kicks to Holiday. Brown sets a screen for Holiday. Brown the pass to Porzingis. Slammed home and he draws the foul. A chance for another point at the free throw line. It goes on Josh Giddey.
Almost an impossible shot to block in the post. The defender can't give up that much of a height advantage and expect to contest it.
Out to Smith. Outside White. Back to Smith. Smith with a screen on Brown. 5 on the clock. Here's Giddey. Count that one. Giddey's got his second bucket.
And really, it's been a major aspect of their offense in the early stages here. Their success working the ball inside and getting points from close range. And how about he takes on the defender head on and then throws down the two-hander.
Nice. Straight power there. Straight power.
And throwing it down, not necessarily Buzelis' game, but don't give him that much space.
It's stolen by Smith. Buzelis, no one around him. Gets it to go from beyond the arc. Buzelis has got the lead up to 7 now for Chicago. And when you talk to people about the Bulls, GA, Michael Jordan's shadow still looms large over this team and organization.
And Kevin, they haven't won a championship before or since he was in Chicago. They've had plenty of good players, Derrick Rose and MVP, Jimmy Butler as well, but the results haven't been there.
White looking around. Fires from deep. Nothing that time. He's 0 for 2.
And sometimes on defense, you could just get lucky.
The kick out to Brown. And Brown throws it down.
Muscling that one in. JB is a strong individual.
The Bulls leading by 3. A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. David.
Kevin, Kobe White became one of the top candidates last season for Most Improved Player. He says, I always tried to just let the work show. I wanted to prove that I could be a starting guard in this league. I've just got to continue to get better every day, be aggressive, and be who I am. Kevin, back to you.
All right, D.A., love that attitude. Brown against Giddey. Holiday sets the pick for Tatum. The flush by Tatum.
See, this is what I like about Tatum and the way he uses the pick. That extra room is all that's needed for him to score.
Outside, White. Driving inside. Pass to Giddey. We've got 1:08 left now here in the second. And now White pushing it up and no one back to stop him. And that one drops for him. Now just a 1-point Bulls lead.
Just great anticipation and awareness to come up with the steal and then trigger the fast break.
Here's White. And White with the stuff.
The IQ of White, reading those pick and rolls and just taking what the D gives him.
And we've got a timeout from Joe Mazzulla. He's made the decision. He wants to huddle up with his guys. Some changes for Chicago. Williams comes in for Smith. And Kevin Huerter subbed in for Josh Giddey. And then for Boston, Al Horford. He's checked in for Porzingis. Torrey Craig comes in for Jaylen Brown. And it's Pritchard in for White.
He just makes it look so easy on offense. Like, who takes pleasure in torturing defenses? He does.
Here's Buzelis. Rebound, Boston. It's 9 seconds separating the shot clock in game. Holiday with it. He's picked up by White. Here's Tatum, and the dunk by Tatum.
Just focusing on the task at hand, that's all you can do.
Yeah, when the game is up for grabs like this one has been, it's all about the attention to detail.
Here's White, takes it inside, played in with a nice touch off the glass. White's got it all tied up now for the Bulls.
Yeah, under control. White has those short, quick strides.
Pritchard gets the bucket. Pass the ball. And the buzzer beater's good.
Resourceful move there, ending the period on a high note.
That's the play that pumps up the whole team, and they'll try to carry that energy.
Thanks, David. And we'll be back shortly following halftime to get the third quarter underway.
And get ready for the fan F-Court shot. Drums. They're measuring up the shot.
And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during the half. Without question, Buzelis displaying his skills today.
Man, how about the amount he's contributing in the scoring column through 2 quarters? He has been terrific.
He always wants to be a go-to guy for them. I'm sure he'll be calling for the ball even more in this half.
So with Vucevic on the bench, here's the group that Billy Donovan has on the floor. We've got Lonzo Ball. Buzelis out there with Williams. Then it's White, and it's Huerter in at the 3. Here's White, and he makes good on the layup. White's got 6. And something that every NBA player has now that maybe they didn't a couple years ago, RJ, their own personal trainer.
Well, it's just a beautiful investment of your own resources back into your body. I love that players are hiring chefs, dietitians, sleep aides, and the teams are hiring them. I love every aspect of that. That's just a bucket like you expect him to make. It's tough when you miss those.
The kick out to Ball. Back to Williams. Pass to White. Launches a three. Good, and it's Williams who picks up the assist. Now it's a 3-point Chicago lead.
And you have got to honor White on the perimeter. Once he gets comfortable from there, it's going to be bad news for the defense.
Well, Chicago has gone 5 of 8 from three-point land, 15 points and a deep ball for them tonight. From downtown, another three for Chicago.
And right now, White red hot. Just everything he puts up seems to go in.
Pritchard gets the bucket. He has 7.
And you gotta love the big bucket in the paint in this sort of a grinded out game.
Ball kicks to Herter. And again, it's the Bulls from deep.
It's been this way since halftime. Tremendous production from beyond the arc.
In the modern NBA, you have to hit threes to win games, and they've made that adjustment since the break.
Pritchard, and they wasted no time getting those 3 points back.
And an eye for an eye. Both teams working to stretch the floor.
This is today's NBA. Hey, we see this kind of exchange more often than not.
White, good.
Yeah, attacking the interior is something White does well. He's crafty, and he makes good adjustments against the defense.
To the paint, here's Craig. Beautiful dish, and the layup goes down.
Just a textbook lead pass right there, putting it right where it needed to be.
Pass to Herter. Now Williams. Buzelis sets a screen for Williams. Fires it up. And there's Buzelis on the assist by Williams. 13 points for Buzelis. White the pass to Tatum. Takes the three. And it's White missing.
And on an open look like that, he's very gifted at making the weak coverage pay.
And yes, it's good.
I love seeing Ball be aggressive on offense. Good at knowing when to take initiative.
Horford with a screen on Ball. Pass to Craig. Latrey cranes it from beyond the arc. Craig's got 5 points in the quarter.
When he gets a quality look like this at the perimeter, he can almost be automatic.
Here's White. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line. That one on White.
The athleticism and blinding speed White possesses is impressive. This guy plays with a lot of moxie.
Richard, the steady improvement of Kobe White certainly has been fun to watch.
It certainly has, Kevin. He's starting to put it all together now, and it can take multiple years. We all knew he could score, but now his passing and his rebounding have also improved.
Jalen Smith, he's checked in for the Bulls. Josh Giddey comes in for Kobe White. The Celtics also changing it up. Zinkis, he's checked in for Horford. Jaylen Brown comes in for Tatum. And it's Holiday in for Derek White. Here's Craig. Pass to Pritchard. Brown with a screen on Giddey. A shot by Pritchard, no good. Bulls leading by 7. And they call the foul, so a chance at the line for one more coming up.
Such a good facilitator. Ball has nice touch on that pass.
And guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for the Bulls.
They're moving the ball around so well, guys. Quick passes, letting the next guy do the work if you don't have a look.
And they've also been steady from the three-point line and doing a good job creating room for their shooters and then converting.
Holiday inside the line. Good on the jump shot. 8 points for Drew Holiday.
What focus there from Holiday on the shot. He really makes the most of his looks.
Out to Smith for the three. Drills the three-pointer. Smith's got the lead up to 11 now for the Bulls.
And really the story of this second half. One team getting the shots they want, the other not so much.
And start with their defense. They've been intense on that end, and they can actually help their offense as well.
You want to be an NBA point? Take notes on Holiday running that pick and roll. Sometimes taking it yourself is the best option.
Smith finds Ball. And it's Herter, top of the key. Rebound by Drew Holiday.
I guess even he has to miss one of those once in a while.
For three. That shot off. Kobe White, he's been feeling it tonight. He's been the driving force for... And a quick look now at the State Farm assist of the game.
And how about the big fella here showing us he's got some point guard skill here with the tremendous setup.
And for the defense, it's so tough to guard a big man with that kind of court vision and dime dropping ability.
Fourth quarter of action is upon us. Thanks as always for joining us. Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Thanks, guys. During the break, listened in with Joe Mazzulla and his team. Now, Coach challenged him. He said, this goes beyond this game. Show me how much heart you have for the season. Fight until the final buzzer. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, David. On the floor for Boston, the small and power forwards, the star pair of Brown and Tatum. Holiday out there with White, and it's Porzingis in at the foul spot.
And at almost 7 feet, Buzelis is really tough to slow down. And when he's on, there's not much you can do.
Out to Porzingis. Holiday with the three. Good for another field goal. Number 5 in the night. 5 for 10 shooting.
And the lack of effort to fight over the screen there makes that an easy shot.
Yeah, as soon as these guys feel contact, they are just disappearing like they're not even there. You got to show some fire and keep defending.
Giddey, no good. And so White will bring it up for the Celtics. 8-point game. Tatum's shot is off. Bulls have gone 1 of 3 from the field to start the fourth quarter. Here's Buzelis. In it goes for the 8th time in 10 tries.
With his soft touch around the rim, Buzelis should score a lot of points in the paint over his career.
White the pass to Tatum. Back to White. Here's the three. Good, and it's Tatum picking up the assist. Tatum's got 3 assists in the game.
That's a nice play, getting the separation he needs for a clean look.
And you know it takes skill for you to get your shot up over a bigger guy. Little giant killer. That's impressive stuff.
Buzelis sets a screen for Giddey.
And you get the sense that guys are still trying to figure out how to guard Buzelis.
And the first one drops. And so he makes both from the line.
Well, he's come through for them at the line today, and you love having a big fella who's so capable on his free throws.
And White kicks to Brown. Back to White. Tatum setting the pick for White. Porzingis finds Holiday. It falls through, making him 6 for 11 in the game.
Able to absorb contact. Holiday is not someone that is prone to lose focus on these tough takes.
Smith sets the pick for White. Porzingis with the block. It's Brown on the wing. Misses the three. The Bulls leading by 7. White drives in. Yep, that one goes in there. White's got 14 points here in the second half.
It's been like this all night for both teams. The offenses having their way.
Yeah, but I think it's going to come down to who can get the stops down the stretch, because that's who's going to come away with this one.
Smith right side. Traps in the tray. And the Bulls lead by 12.
Yeah, you can see the passing ability at his size. Buzelis is all for getting it to his open teammate.
Out to Porzingis. Plenty of space. The shot's good. Brown making the play. And that's now 7 points for Porzingis.
And we always talk about making your teammate better. That assist was right on target.
In the corner, it's Buzelis. And it's off from 3-point range. Celtics trail by 10. Here's Tatum. Tatum gets it inside.
Ooh, how about those nifty moves from Tatum? So crafty with the rock.
Giddey against Holiday. Giddey sets the pick for Ball. Back to Giddey. Yes, that goes in.
And now as the clock ticks down, this is going to end up as a solid victory here for the Bulls.
They simply ran him off the court.
They set the pace, and their transition game was executed flawlessly.
And we watched one guy all night long, guys, and looking at the stats just confirms what a dominant game he had. What a night tonight it was for Buzelis.
He came up with a bucket every time they needed him to. Great effort on offense, and he was a difference maker.
And the foul called on Porzingis. That's his first foul.
First personal foul. Second team foul.
There's 42 seconds left in the fourth quarter, and he's good on the three ball.
Saw the opportunity to put this away and did not turn it down.
And that score probably slams the door for any would-be comebacks. And look, they put this one to bed.
Brown against Giddey. Puts up a deep three. And it's Brown missing. The clock now can just run out for the Bulls. Now here's White.
popcorn for this face-off at the center position tonight, Grant.
Oh, no question, B.A. I mean, these bigs bring the size and skill. Who has more tools in their toolkit? I mean, we're about to find out.
And to look at the starters for the Knicks. They've got Josh Hart. Jalen Brunson is out there with Mikal Bridges. Then it's Karl Anthony Towns. And it's Anunoby in at the 3. White, the pass to Tatum. To the middle. Here's Porzingis. Ooh, the lead pass was in the perfect spot to set up the layup.
Kristaps on the inside that time doing some damage.
Holiday against Brunson. Anunoby on the wing. Brown against Hart. Here's Towns. Porzingis grabs the board.
Everything right except the finish. Have to keep focused all the way through the play.
White for 3. And the shot is good on the assist by Holiday.
Not sure how he saw that there. Holiday with a firm understanding how to get the ball to an open teammate.
And it's Towns penetrating. Outside Hart. Brunson against Holiday. Hart with a screen on Holiday. And Jalen Brunson gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul of the game.
And this kind of selflessness is great to see. Textbook positioning to draw the charge.
Boston on offense. It's a 3-point game. Anunoby against White. And stolen by Bridges. He goes up, and it's Bridges with the jam.
Like to see Mikal get out there on the fast break and see that open opportunity.
And Mikal Bridges, still one of the better wing defenders in the league, Grant.
Yeah, he's so great at pestering a shooter. Good lateral movement and wingspan makes him hard to get around. He might not be the best in the league, but he is well above average. The defensive effort was lacking a bit, but hey, give him credit for finding a weakness there.
Just really smart basketball and exploiting whatever holes that he's seeing right now in the defensive squad.
White can't hit. For New York, they've gone 2 of 3 from the floor. Brunson passes to Towns. And an emphatic jam on the lob.
And this is the chemistry Towns has with his guys. He recognizes when to go for alley-oops. I love it.
And finished off by Tatum.
Gotta love the effort there. An undersized 4 who can really make things happen with that leaping ability.
Hart with a screen on Porzingis. Towns down low. Working on Porzingis. Shot's good by Towns.
And he is a force in the paint. Towns is such a huge presence inside for them.
Pass to White. Here's Holiday. And that's good. His first bucket of the game.
Just owning the painted area. If it's working, no need to change.
Towns down low. Defended by Porzingis. Karl Anthony Towns again. Towns has got 8.
Look at Towns asserting himself inside. He knows he can muscle his way to a shot anytime.
White finds Holiday. A minute and a half left in the first quarter. Drive by Brown. Uses the glass to finish the layup.
On the drive, Brown can be a nightmare to keep up with. He's got just the right mix of speed and power.
Well, Grant, all the high hopes Knicks fans have had in recent years, they've finally come to fruition.
Yeah, it really was good to see the Knicks have a great campaign last year. From the players, to the coaches, to the front office, and the fans. They've pressed all the right buttons.
Here's White. After the basket by New York, the 3 is up. He's looking good. 2 buckets in 3 attempts.
Defensively, you have to stay connected to him on the perimeter.
Towns a screen on Holiday. Brunson passes to Towns. And stolen by Porzingis. Here's the break. Back to Tatum. White for 3. The Knicks pull it in.
He's not the guy that you want to give a wide open look from 3-point range. They're lucky that that one doesn't cost them.
Out of bounds. It'll be Celtics ball. We've got 22 seconds left in the first quarter. Outside, Brown. White with a screen on Bridges. Here's Brown. The offensive rebound. White, the pass to Porzingis. Second shot opportunity, and so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair. It goes on Josh Hart.
Heady play to stop that easy layup right there. I mean, make him earn it at the line.
Both free throws good from Porzingis.
Well, a big fella with the ability and confidence at the free throw line is something that every team wants. Don't have to make those late substitutions. Keep your big guys on the floor.
And we'll have a timeout called by Tom Thibodeau. He wants to make sure everybody's on the same page.
Number 5, Precious Achiuwa.
Got it up. He got it up in time, but it would not fall for him. A free-flowing first quarter. Great scoring through one. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And a moment here to take a look at the scoring breakdown for the Celtics.
Well, you got to be impressed with how selfless they've been so far. Their passing has been simply outstanding.
Getting to the inside is really important, but it's how close you can get to the basket. It feels like these guys are all around the rim in their attack tonight.
So here are the fives from New York as they start the second. OG Anunoby out there with Josh Hart. Then there's Precious Achiuwa. Then it's Mikal Bridges. And it's Brunson in at the one. Oh, wasted no time on that one. Hart's gotten himself going here. His first points of the game on the deep ball. Let's check in with our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Jalen Brunson's craft sets him apart. He said, quote, "I've always played with my instincts and tried to see the game a couple plays ahead. As I've gotten older, that part of my game has gotten wiser and better, but I'm still learning." Brian, that's a scary thought for the rest of the league.
And they've stopped the action here. They're using their coach's challenge to see if they can get this foul overturned.
That's his first personal foul. First team foul.
Still disputed even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
Al Horford's checked in for Porzingis.
Number 42.
Brunson, left side of Achiuwa. There's the three. Holiday grabs the miss. Celtics lead by 7. On the wing, Tatum. And finished off by Tatum.
Poor rim. Tatum plays with such an edge.
Anunoby passes to Achiuwa. Achiuwa with the dunk.
There are only a few players who can hit a teammate like that in stride. Beautiful assist.
Pass to Brown. Second quarter of action, about a minute and a half played. Takes it inside, and it's New York with a rebound. Anunoby with it, now guarded by White. Now Achiuwa. Bridges with it. Achiuwa with a screen on Tatum. Fires from the line. Shot clock at 6. Hart passes to Brunson. From deep three-point land. And Hart is good for 3. Hart's got 6. All right, Grant, give it to us straight here. What's the deal with star treatment at the NBA, you think?
Star treatment? What is that, B.A.? No, I think some players have a reputation which might help them on 50-50 calls. And you could argue that some players have a reputation that hinders them on the 50-50 calls. So it really just all depends.
And so it's White with it. He brings it up for the Celtics. Their biggest lead of the game was 9. Stolen by Bridges. Outside Hart. Pass to Achiuwa. Puts up a 3. And Hart with a basket on the assist by Achua. 9 points in the game.
Scoring in rhythm there. Great to see Hart shoot it without holding back.
White, the pass to Brown. Holiday, a screen on Bridges. Here's Brown. Oh, Brown just throws it down.
Now that's how you capitalize on a screen.
Yeah, good positioning, too. Gave him a clear path to the hoop.
Really not enough help there. Lack of communication on the backside.
Anunoby passes to Hart. To the inside. Horford with a steal. And here we go. The Celtics on the run. And finished off by Tatum.
That's good hustle. Tatum beating several guys up the floor, putting himself in a position to contribute.
And we'll have a timeout called by Tom Thibodeau. He'll take the opportunity to regroup. And some changes here for New York. Karl Anthony Towns has checked in for Achua. Tucker comes in for Anunoby. And it's McBride in for Jalen Brunson. Here's Towns. And it's powered home by Towns.
And it's always great to see Towns in the zone, bringing a ton of energy to his offensive game.
Offensively, Karl Anthony Towns is one of the most well-rounded big men in the league, Grant. Oh, wow! What a finish by Jaylen Brown!
You can tell Brown is having fun. What a phenomenal dunk artist he is.
Outside McBride. Towns a screen on White. McBride passes to Towns. He gets it. He's 7 for 8 and really going at him out there.
Credit their discipline. They've been working for high percentage shots.
And Joe Mazzulla calls timeout here. He wants a few moments to regroup with his players. And Boston with changes. Kristaps Porzingis, he's checked in for Horford. Craig comes in for Brown. And Pritchard is subbed in for White. And the Knicks making a change here as well. Now Chua's checked in. No coverage that time. Tatum's got 7 now in this quarter.
Great rhythm to that shot. Tatum right off the pass.
Tucker. And slam dunk by Tucker.
And nobody putting out much of an effort to stop him.
Surprising. In a close game, a lack of energy on defense.
On one side, inspiration. On the other, devastation. That's just tremendous scoring instinct. So fun to watch him work in the half court.
Towns a screen on Craig. Here's McBride to the paint. Towns. And the officials called goaltending, so they'll award the basket.
Well, at least the D was going for it, but he got to the ball just a moment late.
It's a 4-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. Pritchard, the pass to Craig. And again, Boston with the triple.
Good passing to set that up. Teamwork on display.
Towns up top. And he got the whistle on the way up, so he'll be headed to the line for a pair.
For a big, Towns is an effective free throw shooter. You really can't give him too many looks from the line.
The first one falls. And good on the second, so he makes them both.
He's making the most of every trip to the line, providing for his team.
Craig with a screen on Bridges. Pass to Holiday. Back to Pritchard. And here's Holiday. Outside Craig. The 3-ball. And so it's Boston leading by 6 as we wrap up the quarter. And it's most... All right, good stuff, Allie. And we'll get back to the action at the start of the third quarter.
Fans, please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the fan half-court shot. Their measurement of the shot.
We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple of quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. You know, Karl Anthony Towns has been exceptional here, guys.
When he got good position and they got the ball to him, he was automatic.
Yeah, we'll see if the double teams start to come here in the second half to make them adjust offensively, but he's going to keep going at it.
Tatum is the 4 with Porzingis at center. Drew Holiday out there with Peyton Pritchard. And it's Craig in at the small forward position. That's the Boston 5. Celtics lead by 6. Pass to Porzingis. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. It goes on Josh Hart.
Porzingis showing a little strength down low that time. You can't get upset at the D for being physical with him on that play.
One thing you can say about Boston, Grant, they know how to put a team together.
Yeah, the Celtics' consistency of winning is just impressive, both now and throughout their entire history. They are really the gold standard in this league, and it's mostly because of great draft picks and great trades.
Craig on the wing, lets it go from deep, sinks it from distance. Craig's got 6.
2 teammates connecting right there, slick feed.
Here's Hart, and there's the slam dunk to finish it off.
What a dunk from Hart, showing off his athleticism there.
Craig with a screen on Bridges, and that's a foul called on OG Anunoby. That's his first foul.
Personal foul, second team foul.
Here's Pritchard. He's guarded by Bridges. Pritchard, the pass to Porzingis. And again, Boston with the triple.
You got to stay in front of Porzingis, especially when he rolls out of the pick and roll. Even though that's not a guarantee, you're going to stop it.
Pass to Towns. Back to Hart. Fires from deep. Offensive rebound. Towns against Craig. And Anunoby for 3. And it's Jason Tatum with a rebound. And so it's Tatum who brings up the ball for Boston. 12-point lead, their biggest of the game. Oh, it's Porzingis with the jam.
Their offense has been unstoppable, just firing on all cylinders.
I mean, this team is just dangerous. Right now, every shot that they're putting up feels like it's going in.
And timeout is called by Tom Thibodeau. We might see him looking to make some tweaks to the strategy here. Knicks trail by 14. Here's Brunson. That shot off.
Yeah, better than giving up the layup. You want to go in there and use the hard foul. They did it there. That's aggressive attitude defensively.
And the foul on Josh Hart. That's his 3rd foul of the game.
And they're just 1 foul now away from the penalty.
Porzingis with a screen on Bridges. Pritchard, the pass to Porzingis. Oh, it's Porzingis with the jam.
They've been very well-rounded and extremely focused.
Coaching staff probably most proud of the effort of this team on both ends of the floor here tonight.
New York again can't hit. Boston on offense. They're on a 14-4 run. Outside Holiday. Back to Porzingis. That one falls. Nice feed that time from Holiday. Porzingis has got 17 points.
Everything is dropping for them. Just a terrific 3rd period run.
Well, with the confidence growing, that's one thing, but they seem to be getting more intense, and that's helping the quality of their play here.
And Jalen Brunson gets the whistle that time. That'll be a 2nd foul of the game. 3 minutes gone now in the 3rd quarter. And Pritchard, here we go. Oh, the teardrop falls in. 7 points in the game.
I really don't think there's any way to slow them down. They have the defense scrambling out there.
Well, nothing that they're doing seems to be making an impact. And there are some nights where you just run out of options, whether it's by personnel or by tactic.
And we'll have a timeout called by Tom Thibodeau. I think right now he must be looking at some adjustments. Some changes for Boston. Brown comes in for Jason Tatum. And it's White in for Holiday. Achua's checked in for New York. Well, I don't think anyone predicted that Jalen Brunson would become the player he is today, Grant.
Yeah, that's for sure, B.A. Or he definitely wouldn't have been a 2nd-round pick. He's a hard worker, a competitor, and an elite offensive player.
Well, the lefty listed at 6'1", Jalen Brunson, is a bit of a different matchup. He's just so physical, and he can play on and off the ball. Dare I call it funky?
Pritchard gets it to go. the Celtics lead by 20.
Like a matador. Olay! There was no defense. That has to be one of the easier shots I've seen tonight.
Yeah, feels like Christmas right now, just gift wrapping points.
I'll tell you, he is so tough to keep down once he gets near that rim.
Yeah, he can get up even a few notches higher. High arcing shot. Good on the shot. Towns has got 4 points now in the quarter.
Love his shot selection. Good at taking quality shots. Whether he's defended or open, he knows how to knock those down.
Pritchard gets the three to fall.
This is what it's been since halftime. Remarkable results from downtown.
Pretty infectious right here, guys. In good spirits and percentage.
Oh, man! Oh! Now, I know he makes it look easy, but it takes incredible physical tools to pull that off.
Athleticism and explosion. Pritchard, the pass to Brown. And the jam by Brown.
And I like putting Brown into that two-man action.
Knicks trail by 19. Achua finds Towns. Outside Brunson. Towns a screen on White. Open shot from Brunson. Again, the Knicks. Good for two more.
Easy look when the defender isn't fighting over the screen.
The coach over there just asking for one simple thing, and that's some effort. Got burned on that one.
White, the pass to Pritchard. 5-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. Pass to Craig. Down to 5 on the shot clock. And Pritchard, here we go. And the shot's good. Pritchard's got 14 points.
And just totally relentless, only increasing the intensity level.
He's the guy that you want to go to right now, trying to put this one away.
And timeout is called by Tom Thibodeau. He wants to give him a breather and talk things over.
Substitution on the court.
Here's Achua. And that's not going to go. Kristaps Porzingis getting it done for Boston. 11. And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
And he definitely deserves the award. Leading the defense like a point guard.
So helpful to the offensive versatility when your bigs can create, freeing everybody up, and that cut was wide open.
And there have been two very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. And so it's Brunson who brings up the ball for the New York Knicks, trailing by 19. And on the floor for New York here in the 4th, we've got OG Anunoby. Josh Hart is out there with Precious Achua. Then there's Jalen Brunson, and it's Bridges in at the 2 guard. White against Anunoby. White, the pass to Tatum. Brown with it. Outside Tatum. And there's the screen. And finished off by Tatum.
Oh, the ball handling of Tatum. It's what separates him from other star wings.
Pass to Hart. Brown with some nice D. Boston leading by 19. 1 minute in now in the 4th quarter. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2.
And sly move by Brown to ensure the foul. He won't pass up on a chance to draw one off you.
And both free throws good for Brown. When the Knicks are having a good season, it is amazing how excited their fans get, Brent.
Well, it's been generations, BA, that have been salivating for this franchise to get back to its winning ways. The last championship came in 1973. So as a fan, you can't help but get fired up when there's a chance at a title run. And vision, such a key part of Brunson's game, as the point.
And a chance to catch up on some numbers here. The scoring breakdown for the Celtics.
What stood out to me was their passing. They moved the ball effortlessly and have been able to find those holes in the defense.
And it seemed like throughout this game, right after the jump ball, they've just been feeling it from distance, getting all the looks they want and continuing to take advantage of that three-point line.
And timeout is called by Tom Thibodeau. He's decided it's time to clarify the situation, leaving little room for error. Karl Anthony Towns has checked in for New York. And here's Brunson from the arc. Buries it from three. Brunson's got 9 points here in the second half.
Brunson just knows how to manufacture points. Right now, being assertive.
Pass to Tatum. Brown in the high post. He's against Bridges. Kick out to Brown. There's the triple. That falls. Nice feed that time from Tatum. Tatum's got 3 assists now in this one.
These teams are finding the range, showing a lot of confidence.
It seems like they're going to find out who can make the deepest threes. Right now, it's a shootout.
Hart passes to Towns. Kicks it out to Anunoby. Goes back up. That one is off.
Well, that mid-range, Jay, usually pretty much on the money. Maybe the timing just a little bit off on that one.
Holiday finds Porzingis. And here's Tatum. Outside, Brown. On the wing, Tatum. Anunoby covering. Porzingis passes to Brown. Towns with a rebound. Towns has got 4 rebounds now. Bridges outside. And again, New York with the triple.
Bridges has a lot of jobs for his team, but if he consistently knocks down 3, he can add it to the list.
White, the pass to Brown. Holiday looking for an opening. Pass to Porzingis. Outside, Brown. And Brown with the stuff.
They've been battling all night. Now they're on the brink of putting this game away.
No, great job of getting in position to win a game. It's been an all-out effort from the squad.
Brown passes to Holiday. Outside Porzingis. Holiday against Brunson. Up top, Brown. An easy 2 on the layup. Brown's got 9 points now in the quarter.
And let's face it, this one was never really in question. They came out with purpose and just overwhelmed the opposition. A great win for the Celtics.
Pretty clear who the better team was today. They dominated in just about every phase of this game, Grant.
BA, it's almost hard to think what didn't go well for them. Their plan, their execution, everything was absolutely on point.
And as it was happening, as it was building, you knew this was a monster game for Jaylen Brown.
I have to say, he was totally unleashed tonight, flying up and down the court, helping out however he could. He made a big impact on both ends.
Towns against Tatum. Got it off in time to beat the shot clock, but it's no good. Towns outside. Bridges outside. Towns outside. Out to Bridges. The 3 is up. That one's good. And it's Towns with the assist.
Yeah, and for Towns, great awareness at the offensive end.
Just let the clock run out.
Hey, it's time to celebrate.
And that's a foul called on OG Anunoby. That'll be a second foul of the game. Brown, a screen on Anunoby. Kick out to Brown. Pass to Tatum. Back to Brown. Oh, he powers right through the defender for the dunk. Draws the foul, too. And he'll go to the line. That's on Mikal Bridges.
Shooting 1.
8 seconds left in the final quarter. And here's Brunson from the arc. That shot, no good.
Tonight, Greg, with the big man matchup in this one.
Yeah, I love to see skilled bigs dueling down low. Kind of a throwback in some ways, but there's still plenty of physicality in the modern game.
Now the starting group for Orlando. In the backcourt form, it'll be Suggs and Caldwell Pope. Isaac in the front court along with Wagner. And it's Banchero in at the pivot spot, manning the middle.
You know, getting inside and doing damage there really elevates Hart's game, and I'd like to see him be that kind of all-around threat.
Now, here's Suggs. Banchero a screen on Anunoby. Suggs finds Banchero. Pass to Wagner. Just 5 on the clock. And finished off by Wagner.
Good decision that time by Wagner, taking it straight line to the rim. The defense had no chance to stop it.
Here's Anunoby. That falls. Nice feed that time from Brunson.
And they don't want to get in a habit of giving him open looks from 3. First quarter still, but not who you want to leave open.
Now, here's Wagner. And finished off by Banchero.
And what a strong finish from Banchero. His guys love when he throws it down.
And talking about the Knicks, GA, do you feel they took a step forward last season?
I do. I mean, losing in 7 in the conference semis with all the injuries they had, that really kind of set them back. They ended that game 7 with the Pacers missing 4 of their starting 5. So, no doubt, expectations will be high.
To the inside. Here's Towns. It's hauled in by the Magic.
Well, you will not see that from him very often, especially right at the rim.
Suggs passes to Banchero. And finished off by Banchero.
There's some heat from Banchero now. He brings that ferocity. We know he's got an inferno raging in him.
Brunson kicks to Anunoby. Out to Brunson. Drives to the hoop. No good with the layup. The Magic have gone 3 of 4 from the field to start out the game. Banchero passes to Suggs. Back to Banchero. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws. And here we go with the coach's challenge. A surprise in a competitive game like this. And he's disputing the personal foul call.
At the line, 2 shots. The play is under video review.
Personal fouls can be tough. The action is so fast that it's really tough to catch everything in real time.
The wonders of technology. We've seen replay reviews so effectively, and involving the coaches by being able now to challenge like this is something a lot of people have been hoping for. And so the word is in. They've decided that the call stands as it was made on the floor.
And, you know, even if a coach still feels this wasn't the right call, you got to acknowledge the effort being put in to reviewing it. The double checking, and the game continues on.
And he makes the first.
You know, he gets to the line quite a bit, and I know Paolo Banchero would like to see his percentage from the line creep up, and I think it will.
Knicks trail by 3. It's tipped. It's stolen by Banchero. Isaac finds Banchero. Wagner with a screen for Banchero. Pass to Wagner. It's good from the top of the key.
The coaching staff encouraging Wagner to take these quick hitting shots. They think it helps his confidence moving forward.
2 minutes.
Anunoby passes to Hart. And they get it. Back to Anunoby. It's good. Anunoby's got 5 points so far.
Clearly, he's one of the best there is in the business when it comes to making that lead pass.
Banchero kicks to Wagner. Another shot. And it's Isaac getting it to go.
At 6'10" and athletic, Isaac's a real threat on the offensive boards. That's why you got to box him out.
Brunson with it. Picked up by Banchero. And there it is for him.
And despite the size disadvantage, attacking the heart of that defense.
You know what, guys, honestly, I didn't think he'd win that battle. I mean, that's a lot of height to give up.
GA, as you know, Jalen Brunson is a second-generation NBA player.
Yeah, his dad, Rick Brunson, was an 11-year vet who also played overseas and eventually settled in as a coach in this league. So Jalen grew up in those NBA locker rooms.
Let's check in with our reporter, David Aldridge.
Kevin, thank you. OG Anunoby has become a great complementary offensive weapon. Coach Tom Thibodeau says he's got a really good feel for it. He's very unique in that sense. He knows how to read defenses and how to attack. Kevin, his acquisition has taken this team to another level at both ends of the court. Back to you.
DA, it's been phenomenal. No question about that whatsoever. Thank you so much.
Oh, what a find. The ball just comes out of Brunson's hands on time.
Suggs against Anunoby. Wagner, a screen on Anunoby. 6 to shoot. They get it again. Suggs passes to Caldwell Pope. Suggs, great positioning on the putback.
Suggs just doing an outstanding job outworking the defense to get the rebound and score.
Bridges inside the three-point line. No good on his first attempt of the game. The offense coming free and easy as we wrap up the first quarter. Magic lead by 4. Let's take it. And for those of you just tuning in, the second quarter of action is where we're at right now. And guys, for the Magic, what jumps out to you so far, numbers-wise?
Well, when you control the glass, you control the second chance opportunities on both ends.
And, you know, their rebounding advantage has been glaring, simply outworking them on the boards for that entire first quarter.
Orlando leading by 4. Bridges out there with Jalen Brunson. Then it's Josh Hart. Then it's Karl Anthony Towns. And it's Anunoby in at the 3. They're the group New York will start the second with. Inside, deflects the pass. Stolen by Brunson. Here's the break. Ahead. Anunoby kicks to Brunson. Brunson down the lane, and it's sent back by Isaac. That's going to be out of bounds. The Knicks will retain possession. Banchero against Towns. Here's Hart. Back to Towns.
Nice stop that time by Banchero. Excellent anticipation. Was there to contest.
Suggs kicks to Banchero. Kicks it out to Wagner. Banchero with the ball. Now guarded by Towns. Back to Banchero. That's in, and he's now 3 for 3 and looking sharp. Greg, you look at today's point guards, so many different types that can be effective.
And there's a lot more freedom to point guards to kind of explore the parameters of their game. Sometimes it's steadying an offense. Other times it's to ignite it.
Wagner, a screen on Anunoby. Here's Suggs, and it's Jalen Brunson with the rebound. And a fast break now for New York. Here's Towns. Rebounded by Isaac. Magic leading by 4. Banchero with the screen. Here's Wagner. That's in, and that's his 4th basket of the night. He's taken 7 shots, a solid 57%.
Good work by Wagner there, taking advantage of a point-blank opportunity.
And it's Towns penetrating, and Towns throws it down.
Oh, an aggressive move and fantastic finish.
Trying to send a message with that slam, I think.
That's exactly how you send it. 2 hands and down.
Oh, he just punches that one down with a fury.
He rubs it in a little deeper with the hanging finish.
Guys, they're not backing off at all, are they?
And Tom Thibodeau decides to call timeout. This will give him a chance to discuss some potential alterations. Achua, he's checked in for Towns. And the Magic making a change here as well. Wagner's checked in. Brunson the pass to Bridges. Yep, it counts.
Nimble inside play by Bridges, working his way to a close-range shot.
Bankero outside. Wagner outside. Going inside. Good work there as it goes. Wagner's got the lead back up to 6 now for the Magic.
Boy, at the offensive end, his game is so impressive. I mean, he's a threat every time up the floor.
Suggs looking around. Goes up on the high post. That's good from Caldwell Pope on the assist from Suggs. And now an 8-point Magic lead. Here's Brunson. Got a piece of it.
Boy, Suggs doing a nice job defensively there. Reacted quickly and got the block.
Down low. Wagner kicks to Wagner. Here's Bankero. A chance to extend the lead to double digits, but it's no good. One of the best 3 and D wings in the league. And let's start with OG Anunoby, who excels from the corner.
And Kevin, about 45% on quarter threes the last couple seasons. So OG can space that floor horizontally. That's in addition to his elite defensive ability.
1:15 left to play here in the second quarter. Here's Suggs in the hoop for his third make from the field. He's 3 for 4 thus far in the contest.
I think he's at his very best when he gets downhill. Suggs using that athleticism to get to the rack and his strength to finish through contact. I love that combination.
And Tom Thibodeau decides to call timeout. Looking for a breather and maybe just 1 or 2 things to talk about. Different look for New York. P.J. Tucker, he's checked in for Anunoby. And Miles McBride subbed in for Jalen Brunson. And that one is hammered home.
And one step ahead of the defense with that solid screen.
And then Greg, the monster dunk to finish it off.
Boy, picture-perfect teamwork that time, guys. One guy sacrificing for the other. That's how you succeed in this league.
To the middle. Here's Wagner. Shoots over Achua. And it's Wagner missing. Knicks trail by 8. There's 37 seconds left in the first half of the game. Here's McBride. An easy 2 points on the layup. McBride's got 4 points this quarter.
And guys, they continue to put a lot of pressure on the interior defenders with their work down low.
Caldwell Pope against Bridges. The shot from 20 feet away. And Caldwell Pope gets the basket. Caldwell Pope's got his second basket of the game. Here's McBride. Pass to Tucker. And he gets the bucket.
Gets the defender to sell out on the pump fake, then flips it in.
And we've got a timeout called by Jamal Mosley. He wants to check in with his team and regroup. Up in time, and that would have counted, but his shot was off the mark this time. That'll do it for the first half. Orlando out in front, up 6. And a chance now to send it over. All right, Dave, thank you. And time now for the halftime break with the third quarter soon to follow. Right here on 2K Sports. And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been fairly even so far. Without question, Franz Wagner displaying his skills today.
And how about the amount he's contributing in the scoring column through 2 quarters? He has been terrific.
And you know what? They've come at him a few different ways defensively, and nothing has slowed him down.
Checking out the group for Jamal Mosley to start the second half. In the backcourt form, it'll be Suggs and Caldwell Pope. Isaac in the front court along with Wagner. And it's Bancaro in at the center. And now we've got some time to check in from the sideline. You got for us, GA?
Hey, Kevin, as always with Tom Thibodeau teams, they are level-headed. He said of his Knicks, we want guys to sacrifice and put the team first. But there has to be that belief. When your best players have it, your entire team ends up having it. We know if we stay disciplined, we'll have a chance to win. Kevin?
A very good chance, DA. Thank you. Knicks trail by 8. Here's Achua.
Yeah, easy call.
Yeah, you can hear.
And it looks like, yep, it's a coach's challenge on the
And I think when it comes to some of the more difficult calls to make, personal fouls can be tough. The action is so fast that it's really tough to catch everything in real time.
The wonders of technology. We've seen replay reviews so effectively, and involving the coaches by being able now to challenge like this is something a lot of people have been hoping for. And so the word is in. They've decided that the call stands as it was made on the floor.
And, you know, even if a coach still feels this wasn't the right call, you got to acknowledge the effort being put in to reviewing it. The double checking, and the game continues on.
That one is off. And he's good on the second. And a minute played as the second half gets going. Magic leading by 7. Here he goes. Outside for Caldwell Pope. Knocks down the 3 ball. Caldwell Pope's got 9 points.
Love the rise and fire approach from KCP. Gotta be impressed with this guy's confidence.
And Tom Thibodeau decides to call timeout. He's ready to talk things through with the team. A different look for New York. Josh Hart, he's checked in for Achua. OG Anunoby comes in for P.J. Tucker. And it's Jalen Brunson in for Miles McBride. Anunoby has the open look. Hits the 3-point bomb. 10 points for him.
And what an assured player. Anunoby believes in his ability to shoot the ball off the catch.
36-29.
Here's Isaac. And Isaac throws it down.
A fantastic dunk. And he hangs around up there just for a little camera time.
Yeah, maybe he didn't want to land awkwardly. Who knows? But there he is, and we see it very clearly.
Either that, guys, or he wanted the photographers to get a good shot of him.
Here's Towns. That falls. Nice feed that time from Brunson. Brunson's got his 5th assist in this one.
38-31.
Suggs against Anunoby. Now, here's Suggs. Guarded close. Inside. And that one's good. Wagner. And it's 13 points for Franz Wagner.
Really like how Wagner is really gone after it on offense. That's part of why he's hot right now.
And it's sent back by Isaac. Here's Anunoby. And another shot. Towns, the pass to Hart. Back to Towns. And the dunk by Towns.
Virtually no way to stop Towns. He's extremely dangerous that close to the bucket.
Suggs against Anunoby. And count it, the shot is good. He'll go to the free throw line.
And this is how you want to come out of the half. Prolific and efficient.
Boy, I like the disposition and attitude since halftime. They're patiently looking for good shots.
A free throw drops for Suggs.
And the future Suggs has is certainly promising. An effective combo guard who can really get it going at times.
Brunson. It's hauled in by the Magic. Isaac's got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. Suggs with the ball. 9 points in the game so far. Pass to Wagner. And finished off by Wagner.
An elite scorer, demonstrating once again how fast he can fill it up.
Here's Anunoby, and Anunoby slams it in.
And wait to finish and cut into that lead a little bit.
Yeah, but look at the basket guy still shaking.
Well, I tell you what, he loaded up as much power as he could behind that two-hander.
Isaac misses. Knicks trail by 10. Got a piece of it. Back to Anunoby. That three off the mark. Orlando's gone 1 of 3 from downtown since halftime. And there's a whistle. That goes on Mikal Bridges. That's his first foul. Achua, he's checked in for New York. And Tom Thibodeau decides to call a timeout. This will give him a chance to discuss some potential alterations. Look for New York. PJ Tucker comes in for OG Anunoby. And Miles McBride subbed in for Jalen Brunson. Wagner kicks to Banchero. Wagner with a screen for Banchero. Money from the wing. Banchero's got the lead up to 12 now for the Magic.
Oh, good to see that Banchero has options if he can't penetrate. Your game has to be multifaceted in the league. Strong move to the 10, trying to get his guys going.
Hard not to get motivated, GA, right when your teammate makes that kind of play.
Yeah, you know, when you're looking to close the gap, you need guys who will take it upon themselves to step up, take the initiative, and make something happen.
Black kicks to Wagner. On its way from Caldwell Pope for 2. It's hauled in by Achua. For New York, they've gone even 5 of 10 on shot attempts in the third.
Boy, what a brain-neutral pass that was. I hope he learns from that one. My goodness.
Magic leading by 10. About 7 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Kicks it out to Wagner. Back to Black. And Wagner has it in the corner. Just 4 to shoot. Black dishes to Banchero. And he hits it just before the shot clock expires. Banchero's got 4 points in the quarter.
Unwilling to let up even for a moment. That's his killer instinct, just fanning the flame.
Yeah, I love the fact he doesn't play the score. He just keeps coming, attack mode. He doesn't know how to step off the gas pedal.
And as we end the third quarter, a double-digit deficit will make it tough to come. And 1 quarter to go in a game that to this point has not been an evenly fought contest. And Jamal Mosley has called timeout. Wants to make sure everybody's coordinated and intent. With a short break in the action gives us a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge.
During that last break, I got a chance to hear what Jamal Mosley said to his team. He told them it's all about maintaining the lead. He told them he knows it's easy to get comfortable when you're in this position, but that they need to keep the pressure on. Guys?
Thanks, David. Hart is out there with Towns. Then it's Jalen Brunson. Then it's OG Anunoby. And it's Bridges in its shooting guard. That's the 5 for New York right now.
Extremely accurate from the mid-range. Caldwell Pope knows he has the touch to score from there.
Back to Brunson. Stolen by Caldwell Pope. And up the court come the Magic on the break. Magic moving the ball around. No one near Suggs as he lets it go. Gets the three-pointer to fall. And the Magic lead by 15. And a breakdown here, guys. The hustle stats for the Magic.
really a great job in this one, forcing the issue defensively. Great quickness and discipline combined, making ball handlers very uncomfortable.
And boy, it just seems like they are blocking everything. All throughout this game, they have just wreaked havoc defensively.
We've played just over 1 minute here in the fourth quarter. Pass to Bankero. From the line, it's rebounded by Anunoby.
Very dangerous to leave a guy like that open. Lucky break there for the D.
And that one drops.
And you know what? One of the few bright spots in this game for them today. He's kept his edge even though they've been trailing.
Here's Bankero. Sweet little floater.
Bankero does a great job of just staying on balance when attacking off the bounce.
Here's Hart, and he finishes it off with a one-handed jam.
That's amazing play down in the big boy area, powering that thing down on a much taller defender.
Bankero a screen on Anunoby. And that one is good from Suggs. Suggs has got a pair of threes here in the fourth quarter for Orlando. Bridges inside. He's guarded by Caldwell Pope. And here's Bankero. He'll bring it up for the Magic. 17-point lead, their biggest. It's good from long range. Bankero's got 9 points now in just the second half.
And this is something Bankero continues to hone, wanting to become a dangerous threat from deep.
Doing all he can so far, but they still find themselves trailing.
63.
Caldwell Pope outside. Pass to Isaac. And Isaac throws it down.
Hard not to love the combo of speed and length on Isaac. I mean, that gives him a chance to give you some serious throwdowns.
Brunson finds Bridges. And it's slammed in by Bridges.
And I love the fact that he didn't have to slow down or adjust there. The pass was just timed perfect.
Third minute of action now gone here in the fourth. Fades. The Knicks pull it in.
Unnecessary to go to the fadeaway there. It wasn't needed. Could have just kept it simple and taken the easy shot.
Hart with the screen for Brunson. And the layup is good. Brunson's got 6 here in this quarter.
And you can tell Brunson has been well coached. He knows just when to call for that pick and roll.
Caldwell Pope for 3. It's hauled in by Karl Anthony Towns. Knicks trail by 16. Now here's Hart. And Brunson has it in the corner. Brunson from long distance.
And man, can Brunson get going in a hurry? He's got his fingerprints all over this one.
Magically, 65.
Pass to Suggs. No one near Bankero as he lets it go. Takes the elbow jumper and drains it.
And this is going to end in a lopsided victory. I love the tenacity and aggressiveness as well as the ability to close. You really got to give it up here for the Magic.
You know, it's tough to put your finger on the deciding factor in this one, but I'd say that the shooting accuracy made the difference.
Yeah, I think you're on point, Kevin. They got better looks, and that tends to lead to a better field goal percentage.
The one player that really stands out, of course, in this one, it was a dazzling game for Jalen Suggs.
Well, you have to marvel at how well he picked apart that defense repeatedly. Found the right guy in the right spot at the right time.
Bankero a screen on Anunoby. Bankero outside. Cans it from downtown. And the Magic lead by 18.
Saw the opportunity to put this away and did not turn it down.
And, you know, this run shows what kind of attitude this team has. I mean, the win is there. Go get it.
And the foul called on OG Anunoby. That's foul number 2 for him.
Second team foul.
12 seconds left to play in the final quarter.
as I am. Some of the league's most exciting talent on the floor.
Oh my, man, I am most definitely up for this one. With the athleticism on both sides, there's gonna be no shortage of highlights.
So look at our starters for Orlando. The backcourt is Suggs and Caldwell-Pope. Isaac and Wagner make up the forwards. And it's Ben Carroll in at the center position.
That's about simply playing hard. Wagner doing what it takes to find a shot in the interior.
And here's Edwards outside, knocks down the long J.
And that's what they want to do. Get him open looks early.
Ben Carroll the screen. Suggs the pass to Ben Carroll. Wagner against McDaniels. Here's Ben Carroll. Oh, Ben Carroll throws it down.
Ooh, getting up there. I mean, Ben Carroll wants everyone to know he's a threat to hammer it down.
Edwards finds McDaniels. And it's blocked by Isaac. A little over a minute gone here in the first quarter. Ben Carroll surveys. Isaac outside. Back to Ben Carroll. Just 5 to shoot. Here's Suggs. And that one is hammered home.
Now this is a guy putting his physical gifts to work. Jalen Suggs, no doubt on the dunk.
Gobert with a screen on Suggs. Edwards, the pass to Gobert. And Edwards slams it in.
And just a great screen.
And they got a high-powered finish out of it.
And my question is, where was the help? Someone rotate over and challenge.
Now here's Suggs. And it's Wagner missing.
Well, defensively, if you allow him to get this close, you're playing with fire. He just happened to miss that one.
Gobert with a screen on Caldwell-Pope. Alexander Walker. Oh, and Gobert powers it home.
So long, so athletic. Rudy Gobert with a big-time dunk.
There aren't many more dominant defenders in the NBA than Gobert.
Well, that's definitely fair to say, B.A., because his defense has an outsized influence on a game. The inside presence changes an opponent's game plan.
And Carroll with it. He's picked up by Edwards. The kick out to Ben Carroll. The rebound by the Timberwolves.
You got to move past that one. I mean, they'd want him to take that again.
And they should, because it's when you start turning down that kind of look that your offense can start to bog down a bit.
Now here's Edwards. 5 points in the game.
You can see the long wingspan of Jonathan Isaac coming into play, twice on the pipes.
Minnesota shooting their first free throws of the game on this trip to the line. And he makes the first. And it really feels like the chemistry of this Timberwolves team has taken a step forward.
And B.A., you know this. Winning always enhances that energy and chemistry. But beyond that, this is a roster full of players that have had individual success, and now they're hungry and thirsty for team success, because that's the true measure.
Gobert with a screen on Suggs. And Edwards slams it in.
Oh, give you a little sauce, Anthony Edwards. Rise high and finish over the defender.
Edwards against Suggs. Pass to Isaac. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Anthony Edwards. That's his first foul.
That was a good call. The defense wasn't established.
A minute 37 left in the first quarter here. Minnesota in the lead. Oh, he gets it to go. So far, he can't miss. He's 4 for 4.
Well, Anthony Edwards with that frame on the interior, such a tough check.
Suggs against Edwards. Suggs surveys the D. The three from Ben Carroll. And that one's good. That makes him 2 for 3.
Now you want to get him going as soon as possible. Great way for him to start this game.
He's a guy who, if he gets hot, he can carry your offense for long stretches.
Now here's Edwards. 9 points in the game. Drops in the layup for 2. Edwards has got 11.
And you like the balance here. Not just falling in love with the 3-ball.
Outside, Caldwell-Pope. To the inside. Van Carroll passes to Suggs. Van Carroll with a screen on Edwards. Back to Van Carroll. Ooh, McDaniels with a steal. And now the T-Wolves on the break. About 7 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Magic trail by 3. Wagner outside. Van Carroll against McDaniels. Oh, Van Carroll throws it down.
Boy, the ability to get off your feet in that quick a fashion. Paulo Banchero, tough to deal with.
Outside Edwards. Pass to McDaniels. Kept alive. Oh, and the release was before the buzzer, but it's off target. Anthony Edwards has been... And if you're just joining us, it's been a pretty even game through the first quarter. All right, guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for the Timberwolves.
Man, I'll say this. I mean, the mid-range jumper has been a huge weapon for them offensively. Just tremendous so far.
I think the other thing they've done a great job of is making their presence felt inside, converting tons of paint opportunities.
And we've got a timeout from Jamal Mosley. A moment to rest and confer on the game plan. All right, this is how the floor looks for the Magic starting the second. The backcourt is Suggs and Caldwell-Pope. Isaac and Wagner make up the forwards. And it's Ben Carroll in at the center position.
And that strength and concentration from Anthony Edwards. Yes, there's contact, doesn't bother him.
Well, Doris, we've heard Anthony Edwards declare himself as the best player in the league.
Well, B.A., when you got the game to back it up, you don't mind putting yourself out there. And Anthony Edwards has charisma, highly skilled, and he's fearless when it matters most. Look out for the Ant-Man.
Now here's Alexander Walker. Still without a bucket. Edwards with it. Now guarded by Isaac. Back to Edwards. Pass to Gobert. Oh, the tower with the power move.
That is right in Gobert's window. Make it easy.
And about a minute gone in the second quarter. Caldwell-Pope. Rebound Minnesota.
And the defense gets bailed out by the miss. He usually converts that.
And it's Alexander Walker penetrating. Oh, he lost the grip and he missed the dunk. Caldwell-Pope finds Suggs. Out to the right wing. Here's Ben Carroll. And he'll draw the foul. And here comes the coach's challenge. He disagrees with the foul. He does not hesitate to ask for a second look. It's a pretty heated game. Every call matters.
And even with the coach's challenge. Even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look. So the officials can be sure they get it right. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
Now here's Wagner. And another miss by Orlando. And we're a little over a minute and a half into the second quarter. Here's Edwards. Oh, the finish inside by Edwards.
Anthony Edwards has got his rhythm, and he's got a well-rounded offensive game. Look out.
Here's Suggs. Second chance effort. Isaac, the pass to Wagner. Gets the three ball to go. Wagner's got 5 now.
This guy can do so much for you on the offensive end, and that is why his number gets called time and time again.
Gobert with a screen on Suggs. Oh, and Gobert powers it home.
If he's operating in pick and roll, because Rudy Gobert is such a big target, hard to guard him.
I just love the aggressive finish.
I'm thinking he's sending a strong message with that jam. Now here's Edwards. He's got 15 and stolen by Suggs. Here we go, all alone. Ooh, Ben Carroll all the way.
In transition, Van Carroll already knows to turn on the Jets. I mean, he doesn't allow the defense to catch up on him at all.
Count it, good. He's got 17.
That's been the story of their offense so far, getting a number of looks from point-blank range.
Inside, Wagner finds Isaac. Wagner in the high post. Randall's there. 5 on the clock. Wagner for 3. On target from range.
That's about trusting your instincts, knowing when the shot he wants to take is there and taking it in the catch and shoot, Mr. Wagner.
The whistle blows. It's going to be on Anthony Edwards. That'll be a second foul of the game. And so Jamal Mosley calls for the timeout. He's going to gather the troops and talk it over. Boy, you got to like what we're seeing from Anthony Edwards.
Guys, you have got to find a way to slow this man down. This is a great timeout.
.136 left to play in the half. Ben Carroll with a screen on Edwards. Suggs, the pass to Ben Carroll. Ben Carroll uses his size down there.
And I think we're going to see a lot of nights like this from Ben Carroll. He is built to score and never seems to take a play off.
Here's Edwards. Down low. Here's Gobert. Back to Edwards. And Edwards slams it in. Already 5 lead changes here.
Speaks to how evenly matched these teams have been thus far.
Suggs against Edwards. Caldwell Pope, a screen on Edwards. Pass to De Silva. Isaac outside to the middle. The kick out to Ben Carroll. 4 on the clock. Gets rebounded by Minnesota. Gobert's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Here's Edwards. Here he goes. And Edwards slams it in.
Combination of size and athleticism makes Anthony Edwards so tough to check on the drive. Good luck and good night.
Isaac outside. Outside, Caldwell Pope, and the ball out of play. Timberwolves will have it.
Listen, turnovers happen. You've got to move on to the next play.
Boy, the offense has been on point.
They have great timing and great communication. So hard to get stops against them.
Edwards, the pass to Gobert. And Gobert with the stuff.
He knew exactly where his man was going to be. Outstanding lead pass.
Here's Ben Carroll. He knocks it down, but wait a minute. The officials getting together here. They may want to review this one. Before heading to the locker room, they're going to bring out the monitor and see if he got it off in time.
And there's really plenty of time remaining in this game, so you want to make sure the right call was made.
And they've gotten enough looks at it. The basket will not count. The quarter ended before he got it off.
That was a great idea to give it a second glance. The replay system is available, so you've got to utilize it.
Anthony Edwards has been on display for Minnesota. He's been effective on offense, racking up 21 points so far in this contest. And in that first half, we saw a pretty tight battle. We'll soon find out what sort of adjustments were discussed during halftime. And you know, Anthony Edwards has been really making it happen, guys.
They've leaned on him to provide a lot of offense, and that's how he likes it.
And one would expect that the defense made some adjustments at halftime, but he has the ability to answer right back.
And so Jamal Mosley calls for the timeout. He's going to talk it over with his guys. The Timberwolves lead by 5. We've got Julius Randle, Dante DiVincenzo out there with Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Then there's Naz Reid, and it's McDaniels in at the small forward position. So that's the lineup for Minnesota. And here's Wagner. He'll bring it up for the Magic. Wagner with a screen. Here's Caldwell Pope. Yep, it finally drops after rolling around the rim.
Gotta fight harder to get over those screens.
You know, we see this all the time. You're basically, as a defender, hoping the man misses rather than putting in the work to get over screens.
Randall finds DiVincenzo. To the inside. Reid. A slam dunk by Reid.
Slams it down with 2 hands.
Man, they're really getting aggressive now. Magic trail by 5. Here's Caldwell Pope. And the shot goes down. Caldwell Pope's got 4 points this quarter. And with a little over a minute gone by, the second half is underway. Outside, DiVincenzo. Here's Reed. That shot off the mark. Nice D from Wagner. Orlando has gone 3 of 6 from deep so far. DiVincenzo against Caldwell Pope from 20 feet. The bank shot, no good. Minnesota leading by 3. And Naz Reid has proven to be a matchup nightmare for opposing big men, Doris.
He has, BA, and the reason is he's bigger and stronger than most 4 men. Traditional 5s are too slow to stay with him. He can space you out to the three-point line, or he can punish you on the inside. Naz has got big-time game.
Wagner with a screen on DiVincenzo. Black, no good. The Timberwolves have gotten 2 of 4 shots to go since the break. Lets a floater go. Stolen. Oh, and a fast break for the Magic. Here's Caldwell Pope. Reed with the rebound. The Timberwolves shooting 70% from the field. A performance that has been fun to watch. DiVincenzo, the pass to Reed. The basket drops, and he gets fouled on the shot. 1 free throw coming his way.
Yeah, they really need to double team him.
He's getting his first free throw attempt of the game here. That one misses for Reed. Magic trail by 7. Wagner with a screen. Let's go with a 3. Minnesota with a rebound. DiVincenzo with it. No points yet. 14 feet away. And again, it's Minnesota converting.
Love the energy here in the third. Trying to take control now of this contest.
You know, possessions like that will help them feel good going into that final quarter.
And another miss by Orlando. Minnesota leading by 9. Book it. And it's Randall with the assist.
And they're refusing to take a break, even with a nice lead. They just continue to attack. You have to love it.
And that, to me, is a sign of excellent coaching. There's an attention to detail. There is valuing of every possession. Well, as usual, this guy cooking on the offensive end. But right now, the other guys on his team have got to step forward.
DiVincenzo. It's rebounded by Wagner.
Well, that's a blown defensive coverage, but it doesn't matter. He cannot answer the bell.
Here's Black. DiVincenzo covering. Three-pointer. The putback. Oh, he hangs in there and cashes in on the second chance points.
That, to me, is exactly the kind of play you want from Mo Wagner. Aggressively chasing the rebound and getting a second chance opportunity.
Pulling no punches, attacking the heart of that defense.
Outside, Caldwell Pope. Lets it go. And there are the Magic with another bucket. There's 47 seconds left in the third. Alexander Walker with the bucket. And the Timberwolves lead by 9.
Well, everyone's seeking those high percentage looks in the restricted area. Nicely done there.
And Wagner gets it to go.
Franz Wagner is a very capable offensive player. Knock down those deep shots, young sir.
Here's DiVincenzo. Orlando with the rebound. Wagner's got 5 rebounds in the game. Just 2 seconds between the shot clock and the game clock. Pass to Houston. The 3. Wagner, great positioning on the putback. And now just a 4-point Timberwolves lead.
Woo, hard work creating the second chance opportunity.
And Chris Finch has called timeout. He wants to review the game plan. And a new group getting ready for Orlando. And Chris Finch has called timeout. He'll take the opportunity to regroup. Minnesota leading by 4. Up top, Edwards. He's covered by Suggs. And a foul called on Jalen Suggs. That's his first foul of the game.
And yeah, he still was moving at the point of contact.
Nine seconds left in the third quarter of the game. Edwards looking it over. And as we end the third quarter, a great game. Both teams playing well. Timberwolves ahead. Up. And a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, just shredding the defense with that feed. Zero chance to stop that.
Well, that's what a great pass will do, right? You love the unselfish play.
And with 3 quarters behind us, we'll start the fourth in what is still anybody's ball game. And from the sideline, let's catch up with Allie.
Hi, guys. Well, Jamal Mosley was just reviewing the plan with his team. He really emphasized rim protection. He said to his guys, I want us to cut down on the easy looks inside. No more of that. It's a simple ask that could have a big impact.
Thank you for that, Allie. Fourth quarter, on the court for the Magic. The backcourt is Suggs and Caldwell Pope. Isaac and Wagner make up the forwards. And it's Ben Carroll in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. And Suggs the bucket on the assist by Wagner.
How about the agility of Jalen Suggs to navigate the painted area and finish? Pretty nice stuff right there.
Inside. Oh, and Gobert powers it home.
This is when you need a defensive presence, but it's just not happening.
It seems to me a lack of effort and a lack of communication, and it's happening to both sides here late in the game.
The three from Suggs. Randall pulls down the board. Randall's got 5 rebounds in the game. Here's Edwards. Caldwell Pope pulls it in. Magic trail by 4. Suggs with it. Now Alexander Walker defending. Suggs no good. Well, the Timberwolves shooting at a very efficient 67%. Randall outside. Pass to Gobert. Outside Edwards. Back to Gobert. And it's Gobert in the comfort zone.
Really nice decision-making by Anthony Edwards. If you're going to play in the NBA, you've got to read off pick-and-roll action.
Caldwell Pope finds Suggs. And just about a minute and a half gone by in the fourth. Wagner with a screen on Edwards. Clock at 6. And it's Wagner off the drive. Nails it. He's now 6 for 8 from the floor.
That's a big-time finish by Franz Wagner. Might be young, but he is undeterred.
Edwards, a pass to Gobert. Back to Edwards. 4-3. The triple hits for Edwards.
Well, he's been shooting it so well because he's been so active, moving and working to get high percentage shots.
Suggs against Edwards. The 3 from Ben Carroll. Ooh, he's found his rhythm. 7 for 10 and counting.
Responding nicely with his own 3, Ben Carroll. This is how competitive this man is.
Picked by Gobert. Edwards, the pass to Gobert. Gobert with a screen on Suggs. And Edwards, here we go. And Edwards slams it in.
You better get out of the way. So much power from Anthony Edwards off that drive. Look out.
Wagner outside. Isaac outside. Pass to Ben Carroll. Hello, Ben Carroll flushing it home.
You love that a guy so young like Paolo Banchero is ready in the big moment to step up and deliver.
Alexander Walker. That one goes. Count it. And the Timberwolves lead by 6.
They're going at it on offense. Neither team backing down.
I'll tell you, we have seen great execution from both teams. Neither one giving an inch here.
Suggs finds Ben Carroll. Isaac for 3. It's rebounded by Minnesota. They've led by as many as 11. Here's Edwards on the take. And Edwards slams it in.
Oh, guys, the agility, the hops, everything about Anthony Edwards, so good athletically.
Caldwell Pope for 3. Nice D from Alexander Walker. The Timberwolves lead by 8. Here's Edwards. Oh! Edwards powers it home.
He's carried this team to this lead on his back, handling almost all the scoring duties.
And he says right back at you with a big dunk of his own.
Wow. I'll tell you, such an advantage having a playmaker who can get up to the rim and finish.
Now that is what every team wants.
Oh, you love it. Fearless, aggressive, leaving no doubt whatsoever.
Takes a 13-footer, and it's in after a nice bounce off the right iron. Edwards has got 32 points in the game. Suggs against Edwards. And Carroll passes to Suggs. From deep three-point land. Sinks it! What range from downtown! 44 seconds left in the fourth. Suggs against Edwards. It's hauled in by Isaac. And Suggs has got the ball here for Orlando. 7-point differential. Wagner, the pass to Caldwell Pope. Here's Banchero. Ooh, Gobert with a steal. Here's Edwards.
Break, two cross-conference rivals squaring up.
Kevin, can you smell the intensity in the air? You can tell these guys mean business. Both teams want to prove they're the better squad.
And the starting lineup for the Timberwolves. Anthony Edwards out there with Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Then it's Julius Randle, and it's Rudy Gobert, and it's McDaniels at the small forward. Edwards can't hit, and the Bulls with possession. Here's Giddey. Whistle blows, basket is good, so a chance here for a three-point play.
And just running the offense, White's that new breed of combo guard who can do a little bit of everything.
Bulls shooting their first free throw of the game. That free throw good from Giddey. Greg, this is some kind of note. Last year, Minnesota, for just the second time, had ever won a series in the postseason.
Yeah, they've been bounced in the first round, 10 of 12 appearances. But last year's team was different. Their elite defense fueled the conference finals run.
Here's Ball. Anthony Edwards making his last shot.
That's a surprise. I mean, really out of character for him to miss when the defense is not right up on it.
That one goes in.
Just a ferocious play by Edwards, taking the contact but staying committed to his finish.
Pass to Giddey. Driving to the basket.
And that's a special play coming from the one spot.
You know, his passing can take a backseat for that dunk. Wow.
Wow, that is an impressive vertical for a point guard. My goodness.
And I like to see this. They're calling his number early, and he's delivering.
Yeah, well, his offensive contributions are going to be very important in this game. So it's good they've already got him in a rhythm.
And their post play has been really solid right off the bat.
It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Well, Billy Donovan gave me a few minutes. The first thing Coach brought up, Rudy Gobert, the multiple-time Defensive Player of the Year. They're worried about Rudy's length, of course, saying it causes total havoc around the rim. So the counter is lots of threes and avoiding Gobert in the lane. The French center still with a massive effect on the game plan. Kevin?
All right, David, thanks. And so here is Chicago, following the miss by Julius Randle. And some nice ball movement here by Chicago. Giddey with the screen on Gobert. 6 on the shot clock. White the pass to Ball. Shoots over Alexander Walker. And it's Ball, that time on the assist by White.
And Ball has tremendous confidence in that shot. As soon as the pass hits his hands, he's ready to pull up. And he's not going to miss that sort of an opportunity from deep.
And here's White after Anthony Edwards made that last three-pointer. Pass to Buzelis. Giddey sets the pick for Buzelis. Score the basket. Nice shot after missing his first attempt.
And at his size, Buzelis handles the ball really well, which makes him especially effective in pick and roll.
Gobert with a screen on Ball. Edwards can't hit. Bulls have gone 5 of 8 from the field, shooting over 62%. Ball kicks to Giddey. Pass to White. Smith sets the pick for White. It's good, the assist that time from Smith. White's got 5.
And I like how White shot it with confidence. He's reliable beyond the arc.
Gobert with a screen on Ball. Good on the shot.
Now that's a high percentage look when the D doesn't fight over the screen.
Yeah, it's certainly worth it to disrupt the offense. Coaches notice that extra effort.
And despite his young age, Coach Van Gundy, Anthony Edwards' leadership qualities growing day by day.
Yeah, Kevin, and a lot of it's because he is great at both ends of the court. Confident, charismatic, upbeat. He's learning that delicate balance between taking over a game and bringing his teammates along for the ride.
Timberwolves trail by 5. Outside Edwards. Gobert with a screen for Edwards. Hits the jumper in space. He's got 13.
Well, when Edwards gets this hot, all an opponent can hope to do is limit the damage.
Here's White. Score the basket. His 4th. He's only missed 1 of his 5 shots tonight.
Yeah, and there it is again. On a lot of their possessions this first half, they've established great inside position.
Edwards' shot is good.
Well, right there, Edwards uses the screen to create the space he needs.
5 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Back to Giddey. Uses the glass to finish the layup.
Putting that pass right in his stride. Didn't have to slow up and was able to complete the play.
Now Edwards. 16 points for him. Shoots over ball. Gobert the pass to Edwards. And he drops in the layup off the glass.
Yeah, so skilled offensively. Getting the ball in his hands is generally a good idea.
And so Chris Finch calls for the timeout. He wants a minute here to get things straightened out with his team. Here's Alexander Walker. And the last shot before the buzzer is off. Kobe White, he's been feeling it tonight. He's been the driving force for the... And some good action in the books as we get back to the game that's been pretty close here so far. And a moment to look at the scoring approach in terms of where the points are coming from for the Bulls.
Well, a lot of times you'll hear coaches yell, get the ball inside, and you can see why. Good things happen when you get the ball into the paint.
And they're also hitting that mid-range shot at a high clip. A big key will be to continue that success throughout.
On the court for the Timberwolves as our second quarter is underway. They've got Gobert. Handle out there with Jaden McDaniels. Then it's Nickeil Alexander-Walker. And it's Edwards in at the 1 spot. The Timberwolves trail. So, Stan, let me take you back to the 95-96 NBA season. It was your first year as an NBA assistant. And, of course, the Bulls winning 72 games in their season. Unbelievable.
They were incredible, but one of my great memories in that season, the day of the trade deadline, we sent out 5 guys, brought in 5 new guys. We had to play the Bulls that night. Only one of those players made it in. We had only 8 guys available, some guys who had hardly played for us. Rex Chapman had an unbelievable game, and we beat Michael Jordan's Bulls on that night.
Oh, what a great story. The dunk and the foul, a powerhouse move, and he's got a chance. And yep, we thought we might see it. And the coach's challenge.
Some of the more difficult calls to make. Personal fouls can be tough. The action is so fast that it's really tough to catch everything in real time.
The wonders of technology. We've seen replay reviews so effectively, and involving the coaches by being able now to challenge like this is something a lot of people have been hoping for. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in error. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review.
Buzelis, no one around him. Anthony Edwards with the rebound. And we're a little over a minute and a half into the second quarter of action. Gobert dishes to Randall. Back to Gobert. A miss that time. Would have put him up. Bulls have gotten only one of their first 4 shots in the second quarter to drop. Got that one up quick. White's got 12.
A great ability and control by White to stop and pop.
And here's Edwards from the arc. It's hauled in by the Bulls. Smith's got 5 rebounds tonight. And Greg, it didn't take long for Anthony Edwards to prove himself in the NBA.
There's so much to like about his game. As outstanding as his offense is, his defense cannot be overlooked. He is a lockdown presence when he needs to be.
And the defense of the Timberwolves stand as good as it gets.
Well, Kevin, they can compete with anyone when it comes to size, not just up front, but on the wings. They're long and athletic, but it all comes down to execution. and they get it done.
Buzelis with the ball. He's defended by Randall. Buzelis' shot is good.
And how about that finish by Buzelis, the rookie, getting it done?
Edwards against Ball. Strong move inside by Edwards.
Well, credit the screen there, springing him loose for the finish.
And here's White. He'll bring it up for Chicago. 3-point lead. Quarter number 2, around 3 minutes gone by.
2 minutes remaining in the first half. 2 minutes.
Pass to Giddey. Stolen by McDaniels. Edwards kicks to McDaniels. Edwards against White. Unloads from 13. And the jumper falls for him. And now just a 1-point Chicago lead.
Where doesn't Edwards score from? Even in the mid-range, he makes shots.
Over to the wing. Ball feeling it out a bit. And Ball slams it in.
Gotta respect how quickly Ball gets to the rack. I mean, if you give him the lane to the rim, he is going to exploit it quickly.
Here's Edwards. Rebound by Smith. Smith's got 6 rebounds in the game. And White kicks to Giddey. Boom, he jams it straight down.
Oh, inflicting some punishment with the two-hand flush.
They're going for the throat. And here's Edwards from the arc. Chicago grabs the miss. Smith's got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. Pass to Buzelis. Out to White. Launches it. Scaries it from 3-point range. And now an 8-point Bulls lead.
Laser focus from White. The moment that pass was headed to him, he was ready.
And they blow the whistle for a foul. He was trying to disrupt the fast break opportunity. For Chicago, they have made their only other free throw attempt today in an earlier trip to the line.
Last season, as a team, they knocked down 79% of their free throws, so those are numbers you'll be happy with.
And some changes here for the Timberwolves. Naz Reid, he's checked in for Gobert. And it's Dante DiVincenzo in for Edwards. Here's White, out to Smith. There's the threes. That one's in, his first bucket of the game. He's 1 for 2.
Yeah, that's a great find by White. He's such a clever and deceptive combo guard.
DiVincenzo hits the bucket.
Both teams running perimeter-oriented plays that are working.
Well, you know it's become a 3-point shooting league. Teams shooting a steady diet from outside.
And now, yep, this will be a coach's challenge. We thought that might.
I think when it comes to some of the more difficult calls to make, personal fouls can be tough. The action is so fast that it's really tough to catch everything in real time.
The wonders of technology. We've seen replay reviews so effectively, and involving the coaches by being able now to challenge like this is something a lot of people have been hoping for. And the announcement on the review is that the foul was called in error. So they have determined to overrule the original call.
And guys, this is what it's all about, getting the call right. And I think in this case, the video review showed that while it was a tough call to make on the floor, they got it right with the review. I mean, even from over here, you can see that one pretty clearly.
It's his first trip to the line. The first free throw is good.
At the line for the Timberwolves,
Both free throws good from Reid.
And he's shown a great touch at the line. They've tested the big guy, but he's come through.
And so it's Chicago, bringing the quarter to a close with a 7-point lead. They're shooting the ball so well in this one. A great performance from the field. We'll return shortly. We played through the first half. Plenty of basketball, though, left in this one. You know, Anthony Edwards has been exceptional here, guys.
Yeah, it's been a great performance from him, really staying focused on quality shots.
Yeah, he's found his spots, been patient with his shot selection, and it's paid off for himself and the team.
So with Vucevic on the bench, here's the group that Billy Donovan has on the floor. They've got Kevin Huerter. Buzelis out there with Patrick Williams. Then it's Josh Giddey. And it's Ball in a shooting guard. And staying a positive for the Bulls over the last couple seasons. They've really done a good job of taking care of the ball.
Yeah, Kevin, that's been an emphasis for them. You don't want to beat yourself. So you look up and down the roster, it's a pretty disciplined group, but it's also the kind of thing that can change from year to year. Yeah, well, that's a shot the defense is probably going to let him keep taking.
DiVincenzo passes to Randall. And then Randall slams it in.
You got to have guts and hops to pull off a dunk like that. Randall got a lot of both.
The shot by Buzelis, no good. Timberwolves trail by 5. Here's Randall. Makes it off the glass. Randall's got 4 points now in the quarter.
And, you know, they like Randall to be an offensive presence in the paint. They want him to be an option on every possession. And there is no better way to add to the lead.
Isn't that true, GA, especially when the slam is coming from the point guard?
It shows you're able to attack the rim from any position.
Reed with a screen on Williams. Randall passes to Reed, and Reed throws it down.
A fantastic decision-making big. Randall with the right choice there, finding the open man. Oh, he just punches that one down with a fury.
Rubs it in a little deeper with the hanging finish. DiVincenzo passes to Reed. Back to DiVincenzo. At the elbow, Randall. Count it. Randall's got 6 points.
And the defense cannot underestimate Randall's strength. Pushes right through the contact and gets the shot.
Now here's Williams. Still yet to score. It's stolen by Randall. Fast break. Here we go. Here's Reed. Randall right side. Pass to DiVincenzo. McDaniels sets a screen for DiVincenzo. Shot by McDaniels, no good. Chicago leading by 3. And standing 6'9", Jaden McDaniels possessing tremendous length for a perimeter defender.
Yeah, Kevin, and he can really move his feet, too. Jaden McDaniels is clearly one of the best and most versatile perimeter defenders in the league.
And the Bulls making a change here. White's checked in.
And Ball, such a high IQ player. Superb at knowing when to take that triple.
DiVincenzo can't hit it. Chicago's gone 5-9 when they put up the three-point shot tonight. Pass to Buzelis. They set the pick. White, wide open. He fires. His three-pointer's off the mark. Timberwolves trail by 6. 1:32 left in the third. Back to DiVincenzo. Reed with a screen on White. Clock at 6. And once again off the mark by Minnesota. The Bulls have gone 3 of 6 in the third quarter, 50% from the field. And he finishes nicely on the layup. And now it's an 8-point Chicago lead.
Well, as a guard like White, you need to score inside. Force teams to respect you everywhere.
Near the three-point line, it's DiVincenzo. The Timberwolves again can't hit. Williams kicks to Huerter. Williams a screen on Randall. Huerter, no good. A chance at a 2-for-1 if they want it.
If I'm them, I try it.
A nice shot by McDaniel.
And he found the perfect spot behind the arc there. Big gap in the D.
And so White will bring it up for the Bulls. They've held a 12-point lead earlier. And it's Williams. That time the assist by Buzelis.
Nice execution by the offense, generating a good look.
And we've got a timeout called from Chris Finch. He wants to make some adjustments to the game plan, clearly. some changes here for the Timberwolves. Rudy Gobert comes in for Julius Randle. And it's Edwards in for McDaniels. Just 1 second between the shot clock and game clock. And here's Edwards from the arc. Bangs home the trifecta. Edwards got 31.
Well, it doesn't matter where he is on the court. If Edwards likes a look, he's going to take it.
DiVincenzo with the rebound. And now the Timberwolves on the break. Pass to Reed. That will count. We'll review this one. Well, we thought the third quarter was over, but it turns out the officials are going to review the play to see if he released the ball before the buzzer.
And to me, guys, it looks pretty clear.
And as we finish the third quarter, it's still close. Both teams trading baskets. The Bulls on top, up 2. And we're just moments away from the start of the fourth quarter. Stay with us. And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
And he may not be known as a pass-first guy playing out of the 2-guard spot, but he shows here that he can dole out an assist or two when he needs to.
Yeah, well, he looked like a pass-first point guard on this assist. Incredible instinct to feel the play develop and set up the score.
And it's been a very competitive game so far as we get rolling here in quarter number 4. And while we've got a moment, let's send it over to our terrific reporter, David Aldridge. David?
Hey, guys, I listened in on what Chris Finch was talking about with his players. You wouldn't know they were down from what he was talking about. He was positive with the team. He was calm. He said he wanted to keep them focused. It's a pretty good approach, guys. Back to you.
All right, thank you, David. And a look at the 5 for the Timberwolves to start the fourth. They've got Dante DiVincenzo. McDaniels is out there with Naz Reid. And it's Rudy Gobert. And it's Edwards in at the 1.
Explosive move by White. Going right up to the rim.
Edwards looking it over. Edwards getting the close range. Two.
That's an excellent bucket there. Not an easy one. That took some creativity.
Smith for 3. Good on the triple.
The defenders need to recognize the importance of staying on him as we get into crunch time.
Edwards passes to Reed, and the foul is called. He intentionally grabbed him there for some reason, I don't know.
Kevin, all I can think of is that he's trying to slow the game down a little bit.
Right.
That's a stretch, though. Definitely a strange move on his part.
Minnesota making a switch. Alexander Walker's checked in. Reed against Herter. Smith kicks to ball. Shot clock at 6. Over Gobert. Ball no good. Timberwolves trail by 3. Outside Edwards. Pass to Gobert. And finished off by Gobert.
And I like that. Edwards comes off the pick, keeps his options open, and then just makes the right read.
That's tipped. Gobert with it. He's picked up by White. Alexander Walker with the ball. Sinks the three-pointer. Alexander Walker's got the lead up to 2 now for the Timberwolves. And now we'll get perspective here on how the hustle game has been going for the Timberwolves.
Well, all you can ask for is your guys to be really active on D, and they've been more than that tonight.
And you also have to applaud how they've been able to create turnovers and then convert those on the offensive end.
Josh Giddey's checked in for the Bulls. He's off on the second. Edwards against White. Gobert with a screen on White. Here's Edwards to the paint. Gobert finds McDaniel. Shot clock at 5 from 18 feet away. And it's wide right. Hits off the rim. The Bulls have gone 2 of 3 from the field to get the fourth quarter started. And it's White missing. Minnesota's gone past the three-point line for 13 of their shots. 6 of 13. A shot by Alexander Walker, no good. And so they choose to intentionally foul.
really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
White goes in. Good again. He's on tonight. 9 for 13 shooting.
Well, at first, White shows the burst, then the control off the glass.
And so they foul intentionally. Bulls making a switch here. Bruce Ellis is checked in. It's Edwards on the wing. He's covered by Ball. And here we go. And an intentional foul right there. Here's Smith. Yep, that one goes. Smith's got 5 points now in the quarter. And a closer look here at the hustle stats for the Bulls.
Well, they've shown just outstanding effort defensively, and it's resulted in several forced turnovers.
And another place they're finding success is in transition. They've been working hard to get ahead of the defense and find those easy ones.
Giddy the pass the ball. Now White. 1:24 left in the game. Good from the moment it left his hand. That makes him 10 for 14.
And right now, White, red hot. Just everything he puts up seems to go in.
First free throw is good, and that narrows the gap to 1. Julius Randle's checked in for Nasri. And Edwards drops them both.
Well, that's what you expect from him in this situation.
For Chicago, they've gone 5 of 7 from the field since the beginning of the fourth. Strong work at that end of the floor. Here's Giddy. Misses from close range. And here's Edwards. He'll bring it up for the Timberwolves. Pass to Randle. And then Randle slams it in.
That is world class.
Yeah, and I can say from experience, his coach just breathed a huge sigh of relief.
That free throw good from Randle.
A great job to get the bucket and to get to the line. When the game's on the line, you want your guys attacking like he did there.
Here's White. Gobert with the block.
And when Gobert is playing with this kind of aggression on that end, there aren't many better at defending.
And he commits the intentional foul. So the first one drops, and that gives them a 4-point cushion. And he is unable to get the second one.
They've got to take the first good shot they can find.
Yeah, and it basically all comes down to this. If they come away empty here, this one's pretty much over.
Now 8 seconds separating the two clocks. Randle no good. Here's Buzelis. Offline with his 3. Now here's Edwards.
have in common, they are great at rebounding the basketball.
Oh, yes, they are. I mean, it'll be a battle down low. Boxing out is vital, and second chance points may just decide this game.
And the starting group for Chicago. We've got Kobe White, Booz Ellis out there with Josh Giddey. Then there's Jalen Smith, and it's Ball in at the shooting guard position.
They're putting it on the deck. Wow, Booz Ellis is just dangerous on the move.
And so it's White with it. He brings it up for Boston. Pass to Brown. They kick it out to Porzingis. White against Ball. 6 to shoot. White, the pass to Brown. And the jam by Brown.
Great screen by Brown, rolling right to his sweet spot.
And it's the Bulls' ball. About a minute played here so far in the first. The three, Smith. Counted from distance.
And that's what they want to do. Get him open looks early.
The Celtics have gone 1 for 3 so far. Richard, when it comes to the Bulls, they have one of the most committed fan bases in the league.
Yeah, the Chicago fans are for real. The Bulls are routinely at the top of the list for total attendance. Even on the road, there are usually Bulls fans sprinkled into every crowd.
Now here's Brown. Here's White. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up. And you look at Derek White, Richard, the energy he plays with, it is remarkable.
That's his greatest attribute, his activity on both ends of the floor. Having a high motor is a skill. He keeps coming and tries to wear you down.
Productive trip to the line. He doesn't like to leave points on the table.
Oh, the dunk by Smith.
He finds a shooter in motion and is confident he can thread him with the lead pass. Well done.
Brown passes to White. Brown scanning the floor. Outside Tatum. This one for 3. And a great assist by Brown as that one goes in.
An accurate shooter from distance. Tatum's teammates want him to keep looking to pull the trigger.
White against Holiday. Smith outside. Beyond the arc. Another 3 for Chicago.
That's how you up the ante. Come right back at him.
Yeah, I love the competitive fire right there. You drain a triple on us, and I'm coming for my revenge.
Holiday has the open look. Again, Boston.
Pick works well there, but the defense left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, that just comes down to a lack of effort. The defender has to do a better job fighting through the screen.
Here's Booz Ellis. Here's the 3. Tatum pulls it in. Ball against White. Brown, a screen on Ball. Here's Tatum. Oh, Tatum slams it home.
Oh, this is how aggressive Tatum is. Excellent job of getting to the rim and a finish. Just light work.
White finds Smith. Back to White. Smith with a screen on Holiday. Here's White. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws. It's on Drew Holiday.
The defense there doing whatever they can to protect the rim.
And he makes both free throws. And when you talk about the Boston Celtics last year, they were historically good, Richard.
Yeah, they had the 4th best net rating ever in the history of the game. That's Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, the MJ Bulls, shattered the NBA record for offensive rating at 123.1. They were unreal.
Now here's Holiday. They kick it out to Porzingis. And a great assist by Brown as that one goes in.
He gets a lot of his points on catch-and-shoot jumpers. Porzingis is always ready to let it fly if he's got the room.
3-pointer, Booz Ellis. Tatum with some nice D.
It's hard not to want payback when you give up a 3 at the other end, but it can force you to rush things.
Brown passes to Holiday. Back to Brown. Pass to Holiday. Outside, Brown. Here's White, pounded by Ball. Brown, a screen on Ball. White for 3. Smith with the rebound. And so it's White with it. He brings it up for the Bulls. Trailing by 2. Smith passes to Giddey. Smith with a screen on Brown. Back to Smith. Here's Buzelis, hounded by Tatum. The Bulls need to get off a shot. White for three. The rebound by Jason Tatum. The Celtics have gone 5 of 8. Solid opening quarter for them. Brown, a screen on Smith. Brown passes to Tatum. Back to Brown. It's deflected.
When it comes to contesting shots, Buzelis is showing us that he's got great timing.
And it's Giddey off the drive. And he drops in the layup off the glass.
Yeah, he was able to sneak it to the rim. Had enough room to get just like an easy layup.
Driving in. Brown. And Brown with the stuff.
When guys are moving the ball, sharing it, it makes the game so much more fun, both as a player and as a fan.
White for three. And that's not going to go. Misses at the buzzer. And so both teams trading. And some good action in the books as we get back to a game that's been pretty close so far here. And for Boston guys, what jumps out to you stat-wise?
Well, a big differentiator was their ability to generate offense by pounding the glass.
They're just out-hustling them on the boards, punishing them for refusing to box them out accordingly.
On the court right now, second quarter for the Bulls. We've got Buzelis, Kobe White out there with ball. Then it's Josh Giddey, and it's Smith in at the center spot. Now here's Brown, and Jalen Smith gets a whistle that time. That's his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
White looking it over. Tatum a screen on ball. Three-pointer Holiday.
How about the footwork from Ball, making it tough to get by him.
Porzingis misses.
The defense just giving him the easy look there. He's not going to miss that.
The three, Smith. Ooh, he's locked in. Drains his fifth shot in as many attempts.
Trading the lead back and forth, neither side is willing to back down.
I've been on the edge of my seat courtside. Man, this has been a barn burner. While he's a bit undersized for a four, he more than makes up for it with his bounce.
And when Porzingis can be a third option on a team, he is deadly and efficient, RJ.
We've always seen Porzingis as the guy or as a second option. But when he has elite teammates around him, he really flourishes.
So it's Boston now. After the basket by Chicago. Ooh, can't throw it down with one hand.
You try to get spicy and totally whiffed, huh? Okay. He's going to be living this one down for at least, about a week.
Going inside. Out of bounds. It'll go to the Celtics. Celtics trail by 3. Now here's White. Pass to Brown. On the wing, Holiday. He's guarded by White. Porzingis with a screen on ball. White for 3. 5 to shoot. Three-pointer goes up. Three-pointer goes down for White.
And we talk about the importance of versatility. He's really got it all on the offensive end.
The shot's good. And the Bulls lead by 2.
Lots of quick moves inside by Ball to get into great position for the score.
Pass to Porzingis. Brown against Giddey. Tatum feeling it out a bit. Tatum to the rack. Oh, Tatum slams it home.
Tatum's become very good at finding high percentage shots, driving hard, not just settling for jumpers.
Ball against White. And Ball gets it to go. Ball's gotten 4 this quarter.
Getting enough shots in close to play inside out.
Outside Porzingis. And here in the second quarter, about 3 minutes played. Count it. 2 for 4 from the field now. Well, Grant, when the money's on the line, the mid-range is still a big part of the elite player's game.
You're right, B.A. And really, it comes down to touch, obviously. And size certainly helps. And then the savvy and balance to create that space.
This is his second trip to the line in the game. So it's Boston now. It's a three-point game. Ball against White. Porzingis for three. Wow, Porzingis with the triple.
Few bigs stretch the floor like Porzingis. He can be just deadly from the arc.
White, the pass to Ball. Closing in on 4 minutes played here in the second quarter. Here's Giddey. And stolen by Brown. And Joe Mazzulla calls timeout here. And we might see some changes. Coach potentially looking to adjust. And some changes here for the Celtics. Horford, he's checked in for Kristaps Porzingis. Craig comes in for Brown. And Pritchard is subbed in for White. Williams is checked in for Chicago. Herder comes in for Giddey. Pritchard, the pass to Horford. A chance there to take the lead, but a miss. Herder from long range. And the three-pointer goes. And the Bulls lead by 3.
And just shredding apart the defense with his passing. He's helping to pace this offense so well.
He's locked in with his teammates right now, setting guys up in perfect position.
It's good on the putback.
Now you got to keep Tatum off the boards or he will jump all over you.
Pass the Ball. Drives to the hoop. And Ball throws it down.
And once he gets to the rim, it's fairly automatic.
Nothing fancy right there. Just takes his 2 points, moves on. Outside, Williams. There's Herder with the three. And again, it's Chicago with a three.
And what kind of defense was that? You can't give up wide open threes like that. What are you doing?
And he drops it in from the low post. Chicago leading by 4. White with it. He's got 7. Williams a screen on Holiday. Down low. 4 seconds left. And Williams punches it home.
Woo! Defensively, you can't afford to let him get to the rim that easily.
Well, that might be why their deficit is what it is right now.
Yeah, it's going to take better rim protection than that if they're going to climb out of this hole.
And we've reached halftime in this one. It's the Bulls. They're up by 6. We've got more in store for you right after this.
And get ready for the fan half-court shot. Drum roll, please. They're thinking about the shot.
Second half of basketball is upon us, and we may be in for an exciting finish based on how close of a game we've seen so far. One guy who's been getting it done is Jalen Smith.
Yeah, they've done an amazing job of creating room to operate for him. And then, of course, executing.
I like how they came into this one with a game plan, and they're just going out and executing it. Terrific job.
It's Tatum at the 4 with Horford at the 5. Drew Holiday out there with Peyton Pritchard. And it's Craig in at the small forward position. That's who's in the game for the Celtics.
Everyone in the building saw the obvious contact.
It's his first trip to the line. That one's off. The Bulls making a switch here. Collins checked in. And he sinks the second. And the Celtics in possession here. Trailing by 4. Outside Craig. To the paint. Here's Holiday. Pass to Pritchard. Horford, a screen on White. Up top, Horford. Back to Pritchard. Out to Horford. From outside the arc. And again, Boston with the triple.
You see the great fundamentals. Horford sets up for the quick shot off the feed. No hesitation.
Hard to find a season in his career where Horford didn't make an impact, RJ.
One way or another, he's going to help his team win. Still out there doing it and doing it at a high level. He's kind of an ageless wonder.
Horford finds Craig. Holiday against Ball. Horford passes to Craig. 4 on the clock. Here's Holiday. Ball with the rebound. Chicago leading by 3. Third quarter of basketball. We're about a minute and a half in. Horford with a steal. Holiday passes to Tatum. And Tatum fires one home.
I love seeing Tatum exhibit the passion that he has shown us tonight. Such a motivated performance by him.
Pass to Collins. Holiday against White. Collins outside. And Collins with the slam.
And plays like that one can make the difference in a close game.
And it definitely got the bench on their feet, too.
And you can feel the jolt of energy that he sent through his team. That is a huge boost in a tight game like this.
White, the pass to Collins. And Collins with the slam.
Got to give him credit for jumping on the ball and making the most at the other end.
Boy, inexcusable at this point of the game. They got to be more composed in these moments.
Important 2 points, not just on the scoreboard, but also for a little bit of momentum.
Pritchard, no good.
And he almost made them regret defending him so loosely.
White, good.
Changing ends quickly, scoring before the defense can set up. They've been doing it all game.
Yeah, and that's made a huge difference. They're making the most of the chances on the break. Transition buckets decide more games than people think.
Back to Pritchard. Pass to Holiday. From the arc. It's hauled in by White. Bulls leading by 7. And it's Herter penetrating. Takes a 3. Boston pulls it in.
That is not a guy you want to allow open looks from range. Lucky for the defense, he just couldn't get it to go.
Craig with a screen on White. Pritchard, the pass to Craig. Back to Pritchard. Out to Craig for 3. He drops it from range. Craig's got himself on the board with a 3 there.
Drew the defense and made the proper read, hitting his teammates on the perimeter.
Outside, Williams. He buries it from 3. And the Bulls lead by 7.
This is just fun. These teams are trading threes back and forth.
This is today's NBA. Hey, we see this kind of exchange more often than not.
Soft touch off the glass. Williams has got 8.
Got it in close, and unless it's an open 3, that's the key to efficient offense.
And Joe Mazzulla calls timeout here. He wants a few moments to regroup with his players. Some changes for Boston. Kristaps Porzingis, he's checked in for Horford. Brown comes in for Jason Tatum. And Derek White subbed in for Holiday. 56 seconds left in the third. The 3, Porzingis. Ball with the rebound. Chicago with the ball. They're on a 13-5 run. Here's Buzelis. Defended by Craig. Pass to Buzelis. Off target. That would have pushed the lead to double digits. And here's White. He'll bring it up for the Celtics. 9-point game. Brown is screened on Giddey. Here's Pritchard. Boston, no good that time either. The Bulls have gone 6 for 9 in the half. And it's Giddey off the drive.
And he just driving the stake in him there.
He's a guy just never lets up.
And that finish shows you how dangerous he can be as a passer and a finisher.
Porzingis finds Brown. Back to Porzingis. From behind the arc. Hits the trifecta. 11 points in the game.
This is that modern big man play. Tall guys who are comfortable draining shots from deep.
And so it's the Chicago Bulls up by a healthy 8 points at the end of. With 3 quarters behind us, let's see what this fourth period holds in store. Celtics trail by 8. On the court for the Bulls, getting the fourth quarter going. Jalen Smith is out there with Buzelis. Then it's Ball. Then it's Josh Giddey. And it's Herter in at the 3 spot. Porzingis with a screen on Ball. Porzingis in the post. He's against Smith. And that one's good. Porzingis.
Check out Porzingis' energy. He's just relentless on both ends of the court.
Herder gets the bucket.
They're going at it on offense. Neither team backing down.
Man, this has been a fun one, but look.
Whoa! Brown with a huge slam.
Was it just me, or was there a little bit extra on that slam by Brown?
Giddey passes to Herder. Giddey with a screen on Holiday. Back to Giddey. Uses the glass on the layup. And the Bulls lead by 8.
Used the pick to perfection and got all the way to the rim.
And that's a foul. Called on Kevin Herder. That's his first foul of the game.
Personal foul. Second team foul.
A little over a minute of the fourth quarter gone now. White, the pass to Brown. Buzelis grabs the board. Buzelis has got 5 rebounds in the game. Pass to Smith. Here's Buzelis, defended by Brown. Back to Smith. Oh, the dunk by Smith.
Yeah, nice play by Buzelis, breaking down the defense and finding his team a shot.
Tatum with a screen. White, the pass to Tatum. Hey, Tatum getting it done inside.
He's bringing a lot of energy to this offense, not letting the scoreboard discourage him right now.
He's going to keep putting up shots regardless of the score. That's the kind of player he is.
That shot wide open.
Love whenever ball is assertive like this. This is how dangerous he can be on offense.
Tatum passes to Porzingis. The 3 knocks it down from distance. Porzingis has got 5 points now in the quarter.
And his perimeter shooting might be the key to trimming their deficit.
Absolutely, and they have to continue to go to him. I thought he had that all sewn up, but somehow the defense just threw him off.
Holiday from long range. And it's Chicago with a board.
Questionable shot selection on that 3. Not really helping as they try and narrow the deficit.
Smith with a screen on White. And it's Ball off the drive. Hey, in 6 attempts, he's made 5. Talk about efficiency.
Outworking the defense. They were right on him, but Ball just keeps pushing right by them.
Up top, White. Pounded by Ball. Outside, Brown. Porzingis sets a screen. Holiday from long range. Good. And Brown gets the assist. Brown's got his 4th assist in this one.
This is what it's been since halftime. Remarkable results from downtown.
In the modern NBA, you have to hit threes to win games, and they've made that adjustment since the break.
Up top, White. Tatum from long range. They get it back. White, the pass to Holiday, and stolen by Herder. 3.5 minutes through the final quarter now. Smith outside. It's Giddey on the wing. Back to Smith. Fires the 3. And yes, it's good. He's 7 for 8 now. All right, guys, what's your take on the hustle stats for Chicago?
They've been defending with excellent anticipation all game long. Just look at how many times they've managed to get their hands on the ball.
They've also been showing us standout play on the fast break, working as a team to create easy opportunities. Both sides are simply waiting for the clock to make it official. This is going to end up in the books as a nice win for the Bulls.
Man, the bench brought lots of energy tonight.
I'll tell you, when your reserves can score it like that, it puts your team in a great position to win.
And what a huge performance it was for Kobe White.
He was just dropping dimes left and right out there. Any opening that the D provided, he exploited it and found his teammates.
Giddey against Brown. Smith outside. From downtown. He can't hit that time. And so it's Holiday who brings up the ball for Boston. Trailing by 8. White finds Holiday. Unloads. And and it's good. Off the back of the rim and in. There's 10 seconds left in the fourth. Ball right side. Herder from long range.
this one has been about the impact of the backcourt.
And that's where it all starts. When you have a confident and competent backcourt, it just opens up a lot of things for you offensively.
And now the opening lineup for Boston. The small and power forwards, the star pair of Brown and Tatum. Holiday out there with White, and it's Porzingis in at the 5. Now here's Porzingis. Holiday, a screen on Anunoby. Puts up a 3, and Holiday is good for 3.
Well, nice three-point shot there. You just knew Holiday wanted to even the score.
And now the latest from our reporter, David Aldridge.
Well, Tom Thibodeau had a few minutes to share. Now, we talked about Jrue Holiday and how he plans to stop him from being a factor out there. Coach said it won't be easy. He told me Holiday is a gifted two-way guy, but I think we can trip him up by staying on him on all times, by staying aggressive. So that direct approach is what they hope throws Holiday off his game. Guys?
Thank you, David. Now here's Brunson. Towns finds Anunoby. Back to Towns. Brunson outside. Just 5 to shoot. Towns against Porzingis. And Towns the bucket on the assist by Brunson.
So skilled working inside. Towns knows how to operate down low.
GA, these Boston Celtics are unquestionably a top-tier offensive unit.
Stupendous shooting, excellent instincts with the ball. Yeah, they are a model offense in many ways, making it tough for many teams to keep up with them.
For Boston, they've gone 2 of 3 here to start out the game. Here's Holiday. Bridges with some nice defense. Knicks have gone 3 of 4 from the field to start out the game. And taken away by Brown. Pass to Porzingis. Here's Tatum. Defended by Bridges. And slam dunk by Tatum.
Tatum good for at least one highlight finish a night. This guy is box office.
Bridges, no one around him. And again, it's the Knicks missing.
Well, that's not a shot he's ever going to pass up, and he shouldn't. Despite the miss, no defender anywhere near him. He's got to shoot that one.
Now here is Holiday. Brown sets a screen for Holiday. 6 to shoot. Brown kicks to Holiday. And there are the Celtics with another basket.
Yeah, I'm looking over at the coaching staff. Smiles on their face. That's what they want. Holiday very skilled at getting to that spot and hitting a J.
They get it back. Here's Hart out to Brunson. Good on the three-point shot. Brunson's got 5.
And he likes to get in a rhythm early. Nice triple.
Tatum with a screen on Anunoby. White the pass to Tatum. Outside, Porzingis. Back to Tatum. Porzingis looking it over. Shoots the 3. And it's White missing. And it's Towns with the ball. He'll bring it up for the Knicks. You know, Brent, Josh Hart has been a contributor at the many stops in his NBA career.
Now, sometimes you have to wait to find your home, Kevin. That's been the case for Josh, but he has always contributed to winning, and now he's locked into this role where he is flourishing. This guy has all the tools to go out there and do little things every night that help your team be in a position to win games.
Brown with the bucket.
And far from just a perimeter scorer, Brown also adept at finishing in close.
Bridges with it, picked up by Brown. Anunoby finds Bridges to the right side. New York moving the ball around. And here's Brunson outside. And again, New York with the triple.
Really quick release there from Brunson. Let that one go in a hurry.
Screen by Porzingis. Jacks up a 3. The kick out to Tatum. Back to Holiday. Goes back up. And again, it's Boston converting. And Tom Thibodeau decides to call a timeout. He's made the decision. He wants to huddle up with his guys. PJ Tucker. He's checked in for OG Anunoby. Just 1 second between the shot clock and game clock. Holiday against Brunson. New York needs to get off the shot.
And guys, that's not as easy as he made it look. You've got to have some skills to pull that off.
Well, he's got plenty of those, that's for sure. Jalen Brunson has been on display for New York. He got into double digits for the quarter with 10 points total. And we've got more in 2K Sports. And getting going again here in the second quarter. Fairly close game so far. All right, well, a look at how the points have been generated so far. A scoring breakdown for the Knicks.
Well, they haven't wasted any time getting into a groove from deep, putting up and hitting a healthy amount of three-pointers thus far.
Getting to the inside is really important, but it's how close you can get to the basket. It feels like these guys are all around the rim in their attack tonight.
On the floor for Boston. The post pair, Tatum and Porzingis. Derek White is out there with Holiday, and it's Brown in at the small forward position. The screen from Brown. With the drive, and the dunk by Brown.
Give it up to Brown. He's so dangerous off the bounce.
The Knicks with the lead. Brunson surveying the D. Anunoby outside. Lock at 6. Brunson the pass to Towns. It's hauled in by Brown. Boston shooting has been outstanding in this game at 58%. Well, Greg, the Knicks have certainly brought hope back to the city of New York.
And it's been fun to watch. The fans are rallying behind this team, and it's not just because they're winning, it's the way they're winning. They play with heart and hustle.
And Towns the bucket on the assist by Brunson. Brunson's got 3 assists in the game. White dishes to Holiday. Holiday, a screen on Anunoby. Holiday finds White. Outside Tatum. Rebounded by Tucker. New York leading by 3. Here's Brunson. 10 points for him. Towns with it, and Holiday picks him up defensively. Here's Bridges. Back to Towns. Takes the assist and lays it in. Picked out the pass nicely. Towns has got the lead up to 5 now for the Knicks. White looking around. And here's Porzingis for a 3. That's basket number 2 with his 3rd shot off to a fast 2 for 3.
Well, when Porzingis has an active and confident stroke, he can be dangerous from 3.
And the timeout called here by Tom Thibodeau. He wants to talk to his guys. The Knicks making a switch here. Hart's checked in.
Coming onto the floor for your New York Knicks.
And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Thank you, Kevin. Jalen Brunson is a very cerebral player. He says he focuses on the little things. The attention to detail has made the game a lot easier. I know what I'm capable of. So as long as I keep working on my craft, keep the same mindset, only good things are going to happen for me. Kevin, back to you.
Good stuff, David. Amazing how far he has come. We appreciate the report. Here's White. Shooting foul. And folks, the coach's challenge has been initiated for a personal foul. Close game like this, and he thought it wasn't a good call.
at the line. 2 shots. After review, the play is under review.
To detail what constituted the original personal foul. Getting a different angle can sometimes make it a lot easier to determine.
Indeed, and the one thing with replay review is that when you see the slow motion replay, you really get a new appreciation for just the immense speed at which these players are moving and how fast the action really is and how hard it can be sometimes, you know, Greg, to make the right call. And so the word is in. They've decided that the call stands as it was made on the floor.
And, you know, even if a coach still feels this wasn't the right call, you got to acknowledge the effort being put in to reviewing it. The double checking, and the game continues on.
And that one falls for White. And that's good as he hits both of his shots.
Well, when he gets into a groove at the free throw line, it doesn't just last for tonight. This might be 2 weeks, 2 months, something like that.
Pass to Achua. Hart with it. No scoring in this one. Brunson with it. Brunson barreling in. The kick out to Anunoby. Shot clock at 2. Whoops, there's the 24-second shot clock violation, so they'll turn it over. And so Joe Mazzulla calls for the timeout. He wants to check in with his team and regroup. Some changes for Boston. Al Horford, he's checked in for Porzingis, and it's Torrey Craig in for Brown. Here's White. We've got 1:48 left in the first half. You know, Brent, when you talk about home court advantage, the Knicks have one of the best.
Well, New York is so electric, and just, I have memories, Kevin, of walking out on that court and it just feeling different. So the Mecca is back, and when it's loud, it is delicious.
Back to Brunson. Anunoby in the corner. And the officials will call the illegal screen right there.
When a pick like that is questionable and creates that much of an advantage for the offense, you have to blow the whistle.
Yeah, a quick little lean like that is going to get the ref's attention. Foul called.
Tatum with a screen on Anunoby. White finds Tatum. Outside, White. Gets that one to fall after missing his first 2. 1 for 3 from the field.
And they've done well at taking advantage of some late defensive rotations and getting the ball in the paint.
Brunson outside. Bridges sets the screen for Brunson. Bridges misses. They time it right. They can end this quarter with a 2 for 1.
And that's how you want to end the quarters.
Tatum down low. He's against Bridges, and slam dunk by Tatum.
Such a solid and unique big man in today's game. Horford's passing skills and ability to find the open teammate is very special.
And Tom Thibodeau decides to call timeout. He's going to have a discussion here on the sideline. Karl Anthony Towns checked in for New York. Pass to Brunson. Towns, a screen on Howell. Here's Brunson. Nice! Brunson working inside.
Brunson sizing up the defense and really good at operating in the pick and roll.
And we've got a timeout from Joe Mazzulla. Wants to talk some things over. Might be seeing some things to adjust.
Checking in for the Celtics, number 11.
The Celtics with the lead.
And really the smart thing would be to hold for the last shot.
Yeah, every second right now is valuable to you. That should be their strategy.
Oh, that's offensive interference. This is his first free throw of the game.
Solid work at the line a season ago. 83% on his opportunity.
And that one falls for Tatum. And so Tatum nails them both. 8 seconds left to play here in the half. Here's Anunoby. That falls. Nice feed that time from Brunson. Brunson's got 5 assists in the game. Here's Pritchard. And right away, they match it with a three-pointer of their own. Pritchard's got the lead up to 4 now for the Celtics. And that'll do it for the first half. A competitive game so far. Boston on top. All right, thank you, David. And folks, don't go away. After the break, we'll see you right back here for the start of quarter number 3.
Please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the fan half-court shot.
Second half of basketball upon us. We may be in for an exciting finish based on how close of a game that's been so far. And what can you say? Towns, an impressive effort here.
Yeah, it's been a great performance from him, really staying focused on quality shots.
Yeah, this is showing that they're not going to play at anybody else's pace but their own.
We've got Mikal Bridges. Hart is out there with OG Anunoby. Then it's Jalen Brunson. And it's Towns in at the center, locking down the middle. That's the 5 for New York right now. Hart kicks to Bridges. And the Knicks hit again from deep.
Bridges finding his spot, and his team finds him with the ball. Good mechanics there, too.
And so Joe Mazzulla calls for the timeout. Looking for a breather, and maybe just 1 or 2 things to talk about. Porzingis is checked in for Al Horford. Boston's gotten fewer than half of their three-pointers to go down tonight. They're 4 for 9. Here's Pritchard. Nailed from three-point land. Pritchard's got 6 points.
Now, what a great option he gives them on every possession.
Brunson the pass to Towns. Can't connect from short range. Celtics leading by 4. The kick out to Holiday. Tatum with the screen on Towns. Outside, Porzingis. 5 to shoot. Sinks that one from the post. 8 points for him.
And Porzingis just pouring it on here from the inside.
And the dunk by Towns.
Ooh, he put a little extra on that one.
He does. He doesn't usually finish soft either. Obviously, he can when necessary, but not that time. Brent, when you survey Jalen Brunson, going from role player now to all-star, what a rise. What's been the key for him?
I just think it's confidence, Kevin. I mean, simple confidence. I don't think there's one point where Jalen Brunson didn't believe that, not that he was the best player on the court, but that he was going to be the best leader. And that has translated into him producing some massive scoring and assist nights for any team that he's played on. This guy is a winner.
Hart the pass to Brunson, and he banks in the layup.
Brunson, one of those players that's just not going to be denied, determined to convert inside, and he does.
Screen by Porzingis. Three-pointer. Sinks the triple. Porzingis has got 5 points now in the quarter.
Now that's a high percentage look when the D doesn't fight over the screen.
And the coach over there just asking for one simple thing, and that's some effort. Got burned on that one.
Here's Hart. Second chance shot, and that's 2 points on the layup.
Well, the paint is where Hart does a lot of damage. He'll finish in there at close range.
Screen by Porzingis. The 3. A shot by Pritchard, no good.
I'm not sure how he finds himself in so much space there. He's kicking himself for whiffing a bit on that one.
Towns against Porzingis. Anunoby passes to Towns, and the dunk by Towns.
And how about the agility of Towns? Cutting with purpose there after setting the screen. Great display of his basketball IQ.
Craig kicks to Porzingis. Tatum on the wing. Defended by Hart. Here's Porzingis. Rebounded by Hart. Hart's got his 5th rebound right now in the game. Here's Towns. Softly drops in the floater. Towns has got 19 points.
And how about the game from Towns? The combination of that height and shooting, probably unmatched in the NBA.
Porzingis finds Craig. Here's Pritchard. The Celtics working the ball around now. Holiday, the pass to Porzingis. A three-pointer is right on target. Porzingis has got 14 points.
This is a big-time night for Porzingis. He's really fun when he gets going like this.
Pass to Tatum. Outside, Porzingis to the left side wing. Here's Pritchard. A three-pointer, no good.
And they had some botched coverage that turned into no coverage.
Here's Hart. Good, and the assist goes to Town. Hart's got the game tied up here for the Knicks.
Gritty play by a gritty player, Josh Hart. Hard to deny him.
And so Joe Mazzulla calls for the timeout. He wants to regroup and go over the strategy. A different look for New York. Mitchell Robinson's checked in for Towns. P.J. Tucker comes in for OG Anunoby. And Miles McBride subbed in for Jalen Brunson. And then for Boston, Brown comes in for Torrey Craig. And it's White in for Pritchard. Brown kicks to Porzingis. Outside Holiday. Hands it from downtown. 10 points for him.
It's been this way since halftime. Tremendous production from beyond the arc.
Yeah, pretty infectious right here, guys. In good spirits and percentages from downtown on the rise in the second half.
To the inside, Robinson. A slam dunk by Robinson.
Robinson is very fluid as a big, and he comes off that pick ready to shoot.
White the pass to Porzingis. A three ball. Drills it from outside. Porzingis has got 11 points in the quarter.
Guys, he's been a one-man air raid coming at them time and time again.
Kind of like he's in his living room right now. He's
a big-time effort for Porzingis, providing a lot of energy for Boston. And he continues to torment them from three-point range. A total of 5 threes for him in the game now. We'll get right back to the action when we return. In a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assists of the game.
Just true artistry right there. I mean, great decision on where to go with the ball, and how about the perfect delivery?
Yeah, those are the kind of plays that you want to put on a canvas. Just beautiful basketball.
And with these teams locked in a very close contest, this fourth quarter promises to be a good one. Right now, let's send it over to the sidelines and get a report from David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin, able to listen in on what Joe Mazzulla was going over with his team. Now, he reminded his team, keep looking for the deep ball. If the three is there, take it. He's done a good job getting those looks, so keep taking it. Back to you guys.
Thank you, David. On the floor for Boston. And in the front court, Brown and Tatum. Holiday out there with White. And it's Porzingis in at the center position.
And you watch Jason Tatum year to year. He is a model of consistency across the board. The numbers are pretty similar, and the effort never wanes.
Out to Bridges. Hart with the screen for Bridges. Pass to Hart. To the paint. Here's Anunoby. Can't hit from in close. Celtics leading by 4. Outside Tatum. The kick out to Brown. Out to the right wing. Porzingis inside. Defended by Towns. Here's White. From outside, off the mark. And it's Towns with the ball. He'll bring it up for New York. The shot's good on the assist by Brunson. Brunson's got his 7th assist of the game with that last one.
51-49.
Tatum with the screen on Brunson. The shot by Holiday, no good. For New York, they've gone 2 of 3 from the field to get the fourth quarter started. And that's a foul called on Porzingis. That is his first foul of the game.
Man, it's close, but, didn't get on balance quick enough.
Hart with a screen on Holiday. Brunson goes in. Driving in. Yes! And the foul. It's on Porzingis.
And the muscle that Anunoby possesses, fantastic at gutting it out through contact and finishing.
The numbers will back it up, Brett, but when you watch OG Anunoby, it's easy to see why he is an elite defender.
Yeah, Kevin, he's been slept on by a lot of casual fans around the NBA, but trust me, diving deeper into the numbers, OG's defense is elite. He's got that strength, he's got the wingspan, he's got great instincts, and he is daunting for any would-be scorer that wants to put points on the board.
New York's gone to three-point range 7 times tonight, knocked down 5 of them. Rebound, Boston.
Well, the D's so tight on him, it makes him alter his shot. And an easy chance turns into a tough one because the defense is swarming.
Back to Porzingis. And the dunk by Porzingis.
Porzingis wanting it and gets it.
New York trailing. Towns sets the pick for Brunson. Brunson slicing through.
Oh, huge moment from JB. Brunson knocking it down.
Tatum finds White. The kick out to Brown. Here's Tatum, and slam dunk by Tatum. Time running low, guys, and somebody has got to win this one.
Yeah, well, who knows? We might need overtime in this one. It's been that kind of a game.
And that one is good. Towns has got 12 points in just the second half.
And this is why he's a go-to option. Towns enjoys getting the chance to come up big for his team.
Back to White. Fires for 3. Yes, and it's Holiday with the assist that time.
Well, they're trying to take command of this game, but it's been competitive so far.
Yeah, everybody trying to get away from one another, and the threads are keeping them close. This has been highly competitive.
And Tom Thibodeau decides to call timeout. He's clearly intent on wanting to lock in and make sure everyone's on the same page. Achua, he's checked in for Karl Anthony Towns. Out to Brunson. Fourth quarter of play, and over 3.5 minutes have gone by. And that one is off. Great D that time from Tatum. Pass to Holiday. Back to White. And there's the drive. This one for 3. That's good from Holiday on the assist by White. And the Celtics lead by 5.
That's the kind of player Holiday is, craving the opportunity to be the man in that situation.
Good. Brunson's got 4 this quarter.
And Brunson's got the mindset to deliver.
Brunson against Holiday. On the wing, Brown fires the 3. It's hauled in by Achua. Guys, a critical time for them in this ballgame.
You got to play mistake-free.
And there's the call. It's going to be an illegal screen.
After committing a turnover like that, you're just praying the game doesn't come down to the last possession. You'll remember that one.
Towns, he's checked in for Achua. There's 38 seconds left in the fourth quarter. And White kicks to Tatum. Beyond the arc. Again, the miss by the Celtics.
And you don't want to give up that kind of look too often.
And it's Towns penetrating. Pass to Hart. And stolen by White. He takes it in. Money!
They're in total command of this game with time starting to run out.
Yeah, looking for a miracle worker out there is the opposing coaching staff. I don't know that they have one. This game seems to be well in hand.
And he's really made the most of his opportunities today. I mean, he needs to keep working for those kinds of looks.
And they foul intentionally. They're going to have to do that now again and again. They're not in the penalty yet.
That's right. No other option but to foul and hope for some misses.
Second team foul.
And they go to the intentional foul.
Jalen Brunson. Fourth personal foul.
He hits the first one, and that makes it a 3-point lead. And the second free throw, no good. A tough break there.
Out of their action, runs through the front court.
You're exactly right, B.A., and I think that's where the game's going to ultimately be decided. I mean, we have to see which set of these bigs is going to impose their will, not just offensively, but defensively, too.
And to look at the starters for the Knicks. We've got OG Anunoby. Karl Anthony Towns is out there with Josh Hart. Then it's Mikal Bridges, and it's Brunson in at the point guard position.
And the future Suggs has is certainly promising, an effective combo guard who can really get it going at times. He's as solid as it gets from the line. I mean, give him the opportunity, he's cashing in on those.
Brunson with it, now guarded by Suggs. Good work there as it goes.
As pretty much any coach, that's how he'd like to start the game.
Anunoby against Suggs. Wagner with a screen on Anunoby. Here's Isaac. And some solid defense from Towns. And let's send it over to Allie LaForce.
I had a chance to catch up with Jamal Mosley, and it's no surprise that Jalen Brunson is at the top of the scouting report. Coach told me Jason is a 3-level scorer and a master of the pick and roll, and no matter what you do, you can't speed him up. He's going to read the defense, play at his pace, and try to pick you apart. It's always a chess match against Brunson, guys.
All right, appreciate it, Allie. And Jalen Brunson gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul. From the inbound. Caldwell Pope's shot is off.
You got to move past that one. I mean, they'd want him to take that again.
Well, you know, I hear you. That's a good look, but when you're that wide open, I think you got to knock it down.
Here's Towns, and he banks in the layup.
Karl Anthony Towns finishing through contact there.
And so it's Suggs. He brings it up for the Orlando Magic. 4-point game. And Carroll with a screen on Anunoby. The three from Suggs. Orlando again missing. The Knicks have gone 3 of 3 so far from the floor. Bridges finds Hart. Oh, and that one, no question, powered it down.
Yeah, making a smart pass there. I mean, Bridges doesn't just hold the ball.
And Mikal Bridges picks up the foul. That's his first foul of the game.
They're at the limit already. That, to me, is just lazy defense.
And Carroll with a screen on Brunson. Shot to stop the run. Nice jump shot.
Pick works well there, but the defense left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, that's not the defense you need. You got to be tougher defensively.
Now here's Brunson. Pass to Hart. Brunson surveys. Here's Anunoby, defended by Wagner. Counted.
When they get their opportunity to punch it inside, they don't hesitate.
The Magic have gone 1 of 4 to begin this one. To the inside, Isaac. Count the bucket, coming off a perfectly placed pass.
Well, you look at Isaac. He's got a nice ability now to finish inside. Very impressive.
Brunson passes to Towns. Brunson with it. Inside. And it's powered home by Towns.
Slams it down with 2 hands.
Man, they're really getting aggressive now.
Now's the time to do it. Keep attacking that rim.
Now here's Isaac. Outside, Caldwell Pope. Wagner. Nice start for him. Sinking his first shot.
Good work by Wagner there, taking advantage of a point-blank opportunity.
Clark, we know how great Wagner is offensively. He's a plus defender as well.
You know what? I think he takes great pride in being a versatile, high-level defender. I mean, he focuses on that and gives great effort there. Offense comes relatively easy. He's got a great skill set, good size and mobility. But the defense is where he's really focused on excelling, and he's doing it. Attacking right away. Once Wagner has the ball, he doesn't even think about it. Take it and go.
Outside Hart. Brunson with it. Now guarded by Suggs. Blocked! And it's going to be out of bounds. New York will have another go. Here's Towns. Outside Hart. Shot clock at 3. Jacks up a 3. That's in. Coming off an assist from Towns. Hart's got 5 points.
One of Hart's favorite shots there, guys. Excellent recognizing when he has the room to pull the trigger.
Wagner finds Isaac. Now here's Caldwell Pope. Brunson defending. Caldwell Pope's shot is off. New York leading by 6. Pass to Hart. Towns taking his time here. Back to Hart. Launches a 3. And the Knicks, another 3.
You know, confidence is a big part of success in the NBA, and when Hart is assertive like this, it helps him get going.
Suggs against Anunoby. Suggs outside. And Anunoby pulls it down. And timeout is called by Tom Thibodeau. He wants to make sure everybody's on the same page. So for the Knicks, Achua's checked in for Towns. And Tucker is subbed in for Jalen Brunson. New York has gone 2 of 2 at the perimeter. Hart against Suggs. Bridges, a screen on Suggs. Hart, pass to Bridges. And it's Bridges with the jam.
They've controlled the paint so far. That's been the difference.
And, you know, establishing that physical dominance early gives you a big mental edge, too. Don't discount that.
And so it's New York in command with a 13-point. And if you're just tuning in, we've got a wide margin on the scoreboard, but plenty of time left for a comeback. And a chance for a moment to check out the scoring breakdown for the Knicks.
To me, it's been the ball movement. That's been the key. I mean, going from good to great. Not settling for a good shot, making that extra pass, keeping the defense off balance, and taking great shots.
And the other thing you notice is how determined they've been to get into the paint and get buckets around the rim.
The backcourt is Suggs and Caldwell Pope. Isaac and Wagner make up the forwards. And it's Ben Carroll in at the 5, roaming the paint. That's the group starting the second quarter for the Magic. Bridges passes to Brunson. And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line. And Grant, we know the importance of the veteran leaders on a team, but not every vet wants to accept a mentorship role.
Very true, B.A. In your later years, that role becomes a blend of playing and kind of coaching. Not everyone is cut out for that.
Here's Suggs, and he makes no mistake. Slam dunk.
Suggs showing you some major bounce right there. He went way upstairs on that one.
Towns with the ball, now guarded by Isaac. Here's Brunson. Jalen Brunson playing big right now.
And trust me, when the D's slow to react, he'll be the first guy to make them pay.
Boy, the defense looks shell-shocked. I mean, they're on the ropes right now, on their heels.
Now, B.A., you know they would love for him to get more of those opportunities.
Well, that would cut into the deficit quickly if he does.
Well, I like the way he capped off that drive. The one-hand hole punch.
Hart passes to Brunson. Can't hit from in close.
Probably should have scored there. He usually does.
And Carroll outside from the arc. And it's New York with a rebound. 13 points was their biggest lead of the game. Here's Towns to the middle. It's tipped. And we've got a whistle. He was fouling with a purpose. And in that spot, in that situation, it's got to be a transition take foul. This will be his 3rd free throw of the game. I'll say this, Banchero is a guy that opponents can't forget about for a second. And you see it in all the defensive attention he gets. Teams show him all kinds of different looks, and he draws a bunch of double teams in isolation. And we'll have a timeout called by Tom Thibodeau. Coach wants to speak to his guys, maybe alter some of the game plan. And the Knicks making a change here. Chua's checked in. Here's De Silva. Oh, and makes it with the kiss.
Good, solid execution inside. That's exactly the look you want.
Outside Brunson. Down low. Lets it go from deep. 4-3. Brunson nails it.
You know, some threes look better than others, and Brunson's lefty stroke from 3 is a beautiful thing.
Here's Caldwell Pope. Buries it. He's 2 for 4 in this game.
And the advantage he has is obvious. It's clear. I mean, just taking what the defense gives him there.
Bridges finds Hart. He's got it. 4 for 4 now. He's automatic.
You know, getting inside and doing damage there really elevates Hart's game, and I'd like to see him be that kind of all-around threat.
Pass to Caldwell Pope. Second chance shot. And it's good on the layup. Caldwell Pope's got 6 points.
He got in excellent position, then takes it right back up.
Anunoby passes to Brunson. Brunson driving to the paint. Here's Achua. And that one makes him 2 for 2. He's in his rhythm.
If you give him any sort of space, he's gonna attack.
Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
The NBA wants to ensure that every team has a shot. Commissioner Adam Silver said, "We want parity of opportunity. People aren't interested in seeing teams buy championships, and we've made progress. In the long term, we're better off with more competitive fairness among all of the teams."
That's true. It keeps everything interesting. Thanks, Allie. And we'll have a timeout called by Tom Thibodeau. I think right now he must be looking at some adjustments. Suggs is checked in for Orlando. Karl Anthony Towns is checked in for New York. Tucker comes in for Jalen Brunson. And so Jamal Mosley calls for the timeout. He's going to talk it over with his guys. Isaac, he's checked in for Wagner. And a switch here also for New York. Jalen Brunson, he's checked in for Tucker. And so Jamal Mosley calls for the timeout. He wants to give him a breather and talk things over. Here in the second quarter, just under 3.5 minutes played. Here's Brunson, deflected.
Boy, Suggs doing a nice job defensively there, reacted quickly and got the block.
Isaac with it, Towns covering. And Carroll passes to Caldwell Pope. Isaac for 3. Towns with a rebound. And Towns has got the ball here for the Knicks. They're leading by 8. Great D that time from Banchero. For Orlando, they've gone 7 for 11 in the second quarter.
Hey, now watch out when Caldwell Pope is on the attack. He penetrates inside fast.
Here's Towns. Anunoby against Banchero. Out of bounds, it'll be magic ball. And it's out of bounds. Last touch by Bridges.
It's a great read to get a hand in there and disrupt the play.
And, you know, even though they didn't come up with the steal, that's still a nice defensive play.
Here's Caldwell Pope, and he sinks that one, hitting the back of the rim on the way in. Now just a 4-point Knick lead.
Extremely accurate from the mid-range. Caldwell Pope knows he has the touch to score from there.
And Hart with a basket on the assist from Towns. Hart's got 12.
Credit their discipline. They've been working for high percentage shots.
7-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. And an intentional foul right there.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Yeah, but that's no excuse for that kind of foul. I mean, that might be an explanation for it, but certainly doesn't justify it. And even then, it's just not a good play.
And we'll have a timeout called by Tom Thibodeau. He's going to gather the troops and talk it over. Tucker's checked in for New York. For 3, Caldwell Pope. Oh, he drains it. His 6th making 9 tries so far.
Yeah, and once he gets the switch turned on, Caldwell Pope is not going to be slowed down. He can heat up quickly.
Brunson against Suggs. And that one's good for Brunson. Brunson's got 8 points in the quarter.
You got to appreciate the consistency. Night in and night out, he brings it.
Suggs surveys the D. And so a close game as we wrap up the first half of play. New York out in front, up by 5. Well, now a minute to check it. Allie, as always, thank you. We'll be back right after the break for the third quarter here on 2K Sports. And if you're just joining us, we've played through the first half in a game that's been fairly even so far. Without question, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope displaying his skills today.
Through the first 2 quarters, he's been on fire. Explosive offensive performance.
And you know what? I'll be interested to see just how much he's got left in the tank. That first half had to take a lot out of it.
So on the floor for New York, Mikal Bridges is out there with Jalen Brunson. Then it's Josh Hart. Then it's OG Anunoby. And it's Towns in at the center position. Shot's good by Hart. Hart's got 14 points.
How about Josh Hart making beautiful music all day long? They have no answer for him.
Suggs outside. Inside. Wagner. Yes, it's good. Wagner's got his first points in this one.
Keeping pace here. That's an excellent move inside.
Pass to Anunoby. Ooh, a two-handed power slam.
Attacking the rim with power.
Tremendous finish.
Really piling on the lead with a dunk like that.
Wagner with it. Wagner outside. The rebound by Bridges. New York leading by 7. Tries again. Takes a 3. It's rebounded by Wagner.
And you just can't afford to give up that kind of look very often.
The Magic shooting at around 60% in this one. Very efficient. Suggs, the pass to Caldwell-Pope. Here's Wagner. Towns with a rebound. Towns has got his 4th rebound in this one. Here's Hart. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. And they want a second opinion on that call. The signal for the coach's challenge has been made.
First team foul. At the line for the Knicks.
And even with the coach's challenge.
Taking 2 shots. The play is under video review under NBA rules.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
Orlando making a switch here. Banchero's checked in. No good on that one. And the second free throw is good. Third quarter of play with just over 1.5 minutes gone by. It's Suggs with a drive. And he comes up with a bucket. Suggs has got 7 points in the game.
I think he's at his very best when he gets downhill. Suggs using that athleticism to get to the rack and his strength to finish through contact. I love that combination.
Here's Brunson outside. Orlando with the rebound. Now here's Caldwell-Pope. 13 points in the game. Up top, Banchero. Wagner with a screen on Hart. 6 on the shot clock. Pass to Isaac. The Magic need to put one up here. Here's Banchero. That's short off the rim.
He expects to make every one of those, and we expect him to make them too.
Isaac against Towns. Out of bounds. It'll be Orlando's ball. A little over 2.5 minutes off the clock in this final half of play. Suggs with the bucket. And now it's just a 4-point New York lead.
Boy, that's just the toughness basket by Suggs right there. Remember now, This young man was an all-state football player in high school.
Here's Anunoby. Brunson against Suggs. And Brunson with the bucket on the assist from Anunoby.
That's outstanding hang-time improvisation right there.
Anunoby against Suggs. Pass to Wagner. The kick out to Banchero. Just 5 on the clock. Back to Wagner. Here's Suggs. And here's Wagner. Another shot. Shoots over Hart. And Wagner gets it to go. Wagner's got 9.
And he did that so well in college. Suggs sharing it well in the league, too.
Grant, you look at the development path of Franz Wagner. Not surprising he had an easier transition to the NBA.
But think about this, BA. I mean, he played against men very early in Germany, splitting time in Euroball, and at Michigan let him really develop in multiple ways. So he's seen it all and is still so young.
Magic trail by 6. And Carroll with a screen on Anunoby. The 3 from Suggs. Drains the triple. 12 points for him.
Defensively, gotta close out a little faster. That's a look he'll make with regularity.
Brunson passes to Towns. Brunson against Suggs. And it's Brunson missing. And so Banchero will bring it up for Orlando. Pass to Suggs. And Carroll with a screen on Hart. Back to Banchero for the tie. And it's New York with a rebound. Towns has got a 6th rebound on the night. 2-second difference between shot and game clock. Rebounded by Suggs. For Orlando, they've gotten 5 of 10 shots to go. Kicks it out to Wagner. Shoots. Jump shot is good that time. And now just a 1-point Knick lead.
You might think Banchero's looking to score it every time, but that's not necessarily the case.
And we'll have a timeout called by Tom Thibodeau. We might see him looking to make some tweaks to the strategy here. Outside McBride. To the inside. Bridges. Takes the assist and lays it in. Nice setup. Bridges has gotten 4 this quarter.
Seen that play develop ahead of time. Hits his man in stride.
And we've got a timeout from Jamal Mosley. A moment to rest and confer on the game plan. Achua with a steal. And timeout is called by Tom Thibodeau. He wants a few moments to regroup with his players. And stolen by Suggs. And we've reached the end of the 3rd quarter. Just a terrific game thus far. Knicks out in front. They lead by 3. And it's time to bring up the State Farm assist of the game.
And from the 2-guard spot, an unselfish play like this sets a fantastic tone.
That's right. I mean, that's not his primary duty, but when the situation calls for it, he can do it and does it well.
We've reached the 4th quarter in what has been a very competitive game. Should be an exciting finish. The backcourt is Suggs and Caldwell Pope. Isaac and Wagner make up the forwards. And it's Ben Carroll in at the 5. That's who's out there for Orlando. Outside McBride. Bridges outside. Launches it. McBride can't get it to go.
You know, when he has the ball outside like that, that's exactly the kind of D they need to play on.
And they go to the intentional foul. So for the Knicks, Karl Anthony Towns is checked in for Achua. Anunoby comes in for Tucker. And Brunson is subbed in for McBride. Here's Suggs. There's the drive. And the go-ahead bucket, no good. The Knicks with the lead. Hart from long range. That one's good. And it's Towns with the assist. Towns has got 5 assists in the game. Suggs against Anunoby. To the middle. Here's Wagner. And the basket is good.
Wagner will battle you inside now. He's not afraid to embrace and even initiate contact.
Anunoby for 3. Orlando with the rebound. Suggs, left side. Ooh, can't tie it up as that one's no good.
Boy, patrolling the paint well, protecting the rim. That's exactly the kind of defensive effort you need against him.
And that one's good. Brunson.
Pretty much the second Brunson gets the ball, he's into motion, and that's how it's done.
And Carroll with a screen on Anunoby. And Carroll passes to Wagner. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up. It goes on Josh Hart. All right, guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for the Knicks?
I love the way they're finishing, penetrating, getting downhill, taking the game to their opponents. They've been the aggressors, and that's been impressive.
Yeah, another thing you notice are all the assists. The ball just has energy, and everyone is getting involved.
Towns sees an open player and rewards him with a nice pass.
Wagner against Hart. And he was fouled while in the act, and they've stopped the action here. They're using their coach.
Even with the coach's challenge in place, we've seen so many of these personal foul calls still disputed, even after the video review.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
We know Towns is an excellent perimeter shooter. But I like seeing him assert himself inside, too.
And Carroll passes to Suggs. Kicks it out to Isaac. Fires the 3. Knocks down the triple.
Yeah, stepping up when his team needs a bucket. Isaac relishes being in these situations.
Bridges, a screen on Suggs. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. They'll pin that one on Jonathan Isaac.
Great job drawing the foul and almost converted the shot as well.
Really, as close as you can get to an and one right there. He almost had it.
A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
Thanks, guys. I got a chance to hear what Jamal Mosley was saying to the team. They were encouraging their team to run, look for breaks. Coach wants to see them getting into transition more. Back to you, Brian.
And Allie, thanks. And the first one at the line is good. Both free throws good from Brunson. We're in the final quarter play here. 3 minutes in. Suggs outside. And Carroll with a screen on Anunoby. And Suggs, here we go.
Jalen Suggs was known for knocking down big-time hoops in college, and we're already seeing it translate here in the NBA as well. Great confidence from that young man.
Hart with a screen on Suggs. Brunson with it. Now guarded by Suggs. Here's Hart. Poke loose. Magic trail by 5. Suggs outside. Ben Carroll the screen. Here's Towns. Oh, it's Towns with the finish.
How about this combo, guys? Part super athlete, part contortionist. Towns continues to impress.
Suggs against Bridges. The kick out to Ben Carroll. Back to Suggs. Takes the three. It falls! And now they trail by just 4.
Suggs adding another big play to his resume. Incredible.
Outside Brunson. And they waste no time getting those 3 points back.
And they just continue to attack, even late in the game, while they're up big.
I don't think you want to get loose and sloppy or ease up, but it is time for them to start using that clock a bit. Nothing like being assertive and aggressive in critical spots. KCP coming through for his team.
Brunson with it. Just 4 to shoot. And there's the drive. And no good. Great D that time from Banchero.
And right here, they can't waste any time.
No, you need a quick bucket and then a quick foul.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Yeah, but that's no excuse for that kind of foul. I mean, that might be an explanation for it, but certainly doesn't justify it. And even then, it's just not a good play.
Banchero with a screen on Brunson. Caldwell Pope. It doesn't go for him. And so it's New York winning this one. And they barely squeezed out the win here on the road.
Basketball, these teams prefer to operate in the half court. They're very methodical, but fun to watch.
Hey, good basketball, regardless of the pace at which it's run, is good basketball. And with these two teams, movement, screening, high IQ offensive basketball, I'm here for that.
And checking out Minnesota's opening lineup. They've got Edwards. Julius Randle is out there with Jaden McDaniel. And it's Rudy Gobert. And it's Alexander Walker in at the 2 spot.
Well, if the defense gives him that shot next time, they could get burned. I think he's just a little bit out of rhythm.
No one near Edwards as he lets it fly. And slam dunk by Gobert.
We always know this has been a strength of Rudy Gobert, getting the offensive window. Nicely done.
No one near Banchero as he lets it go. Gets the three-pointer to fall.
And they don't want to get in a habit of giving him open looks from 3. First quarter still, but not who you want to leave open.
Edwards passes to Gobert. And it's Suggs with the rebound.
Well, we love his ability to attack the rim. He just loses a little bit of focus and misses the chippy.
Caldwell Pope kicks to Wagner. And a miss there on the triple.
You know what, though? Sometimes you can be too open. I think it may have surprised him, and that's why he missed.
GA, when you look at the development of Franz Wagner, what now is the next step for him?
Kevin, for me, it's the three-point shooting, specifically becoming more efficient out there. And I also think he's going to have to become a better passer, ball mover. I got total confidence he'll get there because the rest of his game is complete.
Oh, here's Edwards. Jalen Suggs unable to get his last shot to go. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Jalen Suggs. That's his first foul.
First team foul.
And so the ball out of bounds. Gobert touched it last. And now we've got some time to check in from the sidelines. What do you got for us, GA?
I briefly spoke with Jamal Mosley, and we talked about the tall task of facing Anthony Edwards. Coach said he is so physical. Ant looks more like a linebacker than a wing, so we can't foul Edwards too much. That's playing right into his hands. So we'll try to play him tight without sending him to the line. Not easy to do. Back to you guys.
Thanks, David.
That shows you the combination of size, strength from Franz Wagner. Like, seriously, well done right there.
You know, Greg, when you look at the Timberwolves' history, the first round had been a problem for them, but not last year as they swept the Phoenix Suns.
And you've got to look at it as being a tremendous success, right? Because going into the season, I don't know that anyone thought they would have made it to the conference finals. But, boy, that young group gelled well together, and the sky's the limit for the future.
Anthony Edwards just reading what the defense giving up. Gets to his mid-range game right there.
Lets it go from deep. And it's Banchero missing. For Minnesota, they've gone 3 of 7 from the field since we've gotten underway.
Man, can you always depend on him or what to lead you to the right place with that pass? Money.
No problems knocking that one down. Banchero's got 6.
And this is the type of go-to scorer this team wants Banchero to be. They love his confidence.
And here's Edwards from the arc. Sinks the triple.
The real. Come at us, and we're coming right back at you.
And you would expect nothing less from these two, taking pride and making plays.
Now, here's Wagner. Suggs passes to Wagner. Releases. Rudy Gobert with the rebound. Gobert's got 6 rebounds in the game. Randle a screen on Caldwell Pope. Randle kicks to Edwards. Shot from 12. And it comes off the front of the rim.
Well, they'll be happy with that look, even though it didn't fall.
I think expect them to go back to it because that's the kind of shot this offense is designed to generate.
Now here's Randle. Scoreless thus far. And Randle throws it down.
Well, so often the guy who sets the screen. In that instance, Julius Randle with the ball in his hands in the pick and roll. Go ahead, Julius.
Suggs finds Isaac. Wagner against Randle. Gobert with the block. Edwards inside. count the bucket, and he's got a free throw coming up as well.
How about the body control from Anthony Edwards? Just so good at using that frame to get through the teeth of the defense.
The Magic trail by 7. Caldwell Pope with a wide open look. Good on the three-point shot.
The D just sagged off just enough and no hesitation on his part.
Gobert with a screen for Edwards. And finished off by Edwards.
Oh, Anthony Edwards thinks this game is a dunk contest. Go ahead, young sir. What a finish.
He's gone 1 of 1 in the game so far from the line.
And going back to his performance at the line last year, guys, 84% as a free throw shooter.
Now, here's Suggs. To the left wing. It's tipped. It's going to be out of bounds. The Magic will retain possession.
And he made the right read on that play, but just couldn't secure the steal.
Yeah, the anticipation was there. The hustle was there. Very close to picking that one.
And that's out of bounds. It was last touched by McDaniels. We've got 22 seconds left here in the first quarter. 6 on the shot clock. Here's Isaac. Takes a 3. Offensive rebound. Pass to Suggs. Now, here's Wagner. He's defended by Randall. No one near Isaac as he lets it go. No good on the triple. And here's Edwards from the arc. And the last second attempt doesn't fall. And so it's Minnesota heading to the bench with a 7-point lead as we wrap up the quarter. They're pounding. And if you're just joining us, we've played through 1 quarter in this one. And let's quickly break down the game we're watching with the Timberwolves, guys.
Well, one way to generate more offense, pound the offensive glass. That was the difference in the first.
I love the determination. They want to go after every rebound out there and overwhelming to the opposition right now.
On the court for the Timberwolves as our second quarter is underway. Randall out there with Rudy Gobert. Then it's Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Then there's McDaniels, and it's Edwards in at the point. Tries again, Gobert, and good work on the boards. They pick up the second chance points.
Gobert has a thin frame, but make no mistake, he is physical and he relishes contact.
Wagner wide open. Off target with his 3. Minnesota leading by 9. No one near Randall as he lets it go. And the 3 ball is good. Randall's got 5.
Unwilling to let up even for a moment. That's his killer instinct, just fanning the flames.
One thing I enjoy is watching players who don't pay attention to the score. You lock in on the moment and play the right way.
Randall against Wagner. Lays it up off the glass. Wagner's got his second basket. Greg, you've been a part of some great contending teams over the years, but what's it like being on a team at the bottom of the standings with not a lot of hope for the regular season?
Well, Kevin, no one likes losing, but it can certainly take a toll. But it can also allow you to play more freely when you know you're bad and you're not having to deal with the pressure of expectation.
And there's the call on Rudy Gobert. That's his first foul. A minute and a half gone here in the second quarter. Banchero is screened for Caldwell Pope. And he's good on the 3 ball. He has 6.
And the 3-pointer, a big part of KCP's game. About half his shots come from out there.
Edwards passes to Randall. And another 3 for Minnesota.
The real. Come at us, and we're coming right back at you.
And you would expect nothing less from these two, taking pride and making plays.
Caldwell Pope passes to Wagner. Going inside. There it is, his 3rd basket. He's taken 7 shots to get those 3.
Well, you can see the fluidity on the drive by Franz Wagner. This guy very capable of putting it on the deck.
Here's Edwards. Gobert. He hangs in there and cashes in on the second chance points. And the Timberwolves lead by 10.
Just in a perfect position to grab that rebound and then get the putback.
Banchero is screened for Wagner. Pass to Suggs. Now Banchero. McDaniels defending. For three, Caldwell Pope. And again, it's the Magic from deep.
Well, you see the decision-making. Paulo Banchero is so impressive. Comes into the league with that skill and really elevating it.
Near the three-point line, it's Edwards. Rebounded by Isaac. Isaac's got his fourth rebound with that last one here tonight. Takes it inside, and Suggs throws it down.
A power flush with a long hang on the rim at the end of that.
That could be a catalyst for him. It really could. Gobert, the screen. For three, Edwards bangs home the trifecta. Edwards got 14.
The work that Anthony Edwards is putting in as a shooter is there. That range shot so important. Nice three-point look right there.
And Suggs throws it down.
Love seeing a point guard who can explode to the rim like that.
Oh, great attitude and even a better finish.
Boy, it's incredible how much explosive scoring ability can come from the lead guard position. That is a big-time play. This is as pure a shooter as there is. You've got to stay connected or it's a problem.
And Jamal Mosley has called timeout. And coach has decided they need a moment to talk things over. Reed, he's checked in for Gobert. And we've got a timeout called by Jamal Mosley. He's made the decision. He wants to huddle up with his guys. And so here's Orlando. They trail by 9 points. Into the lane.
Making the most of the screen. That's how it's done.
And it's in the perfect spot, Greg. Frees him up to get all the way to the bucket.
Where was the defense? No fighting through the pick. No rotation. My goodness.
And they've repeatedly probed inside in the first half, guys, and it's paid off.
Banchero was screened for Caldwell Pope. Count it, good. Caldwell Pope's got 8 points here in this quarter.
And just a smooth customer off that pick and roll. KCP making a quick assessment and decides to take it for himself.
The Magic trail by 7. Over in the corner, Banchero. Wagner with a screen for Banchero. It's good from long range. Banchero's got 9.
And this is something Banchero continues to hone, wanting to become a dangerous threat from deep.
Reed with a screen for Edwards. Drains it from beyond the arc.
Just such a well-rounded offensive player. He's got a little bit of everything.
Wagner from long range. Rebound, Minnesota. They've held a 12-point lead earlier. Edwards dishes to Randall. No good with the triple. And we've got a timeout called by Jamal Mosley. He wants a minute here to get things straightened out with his team.
Give yourself a round of applause. Substitution for your Magic.
Good if it goes. Anthony Edwards has been leading the charge for Minnesota. He's been a major threat from three-point range. Got 2 of them to fall in that quarter. We've got more in store for you right after this.
Fans, please direct your attention to center court. And get ready for the fan half-court shot.
And we hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. We're halfway through the game. You know, Anthony Edwards has been exceptional here, guys.
Yeah, he's just been raining down on them from deep here. Talk about dialed in.
Well, he's in a great rhythm, looking comfortable and confident.
They've got Kentavious Caldwell Pope.
Oh, that was worth the price of admission.
That's what you call call taking out your do-it-yourself kit. Make the defensive play and make them pay on the other end.
And we have an intentional foul there, GA. Wish I could say why.
That one's pretty strange. I mean, no idea what got into his head right there.
And Jamal Mosley has called timeout. He's going to have a discussion here on the sideline. And Orlando making a change here. Isaac's checked in. Minnesota with the ball, leading by 5. Here's DiVincenzo, and the layup's good off the glass.
I tell you what, he came out of that locker room raring to go.
Pass to Alexander Walker. Wagner outside. Down low, stolen by Reed. And now Minnesota on the fast break. A nice shot by McDaniels.
That's just a terrific pass to beat the defense up the court, and that's exactly how you move the ball in transition.
And here's Banchero. McDaniels defending. Nice move. Randall with the block.
How about Randall with the send-it-back block? Nicely done, Julius.
Now here's DiVincenzo. He's covered closely. Back to Reed, and Reed throws it down.
Well, overall, they're the team getting the better looks here in this second half.
And I think what's happening is they're getting their shots within the flow of their offense, and you can clearly see the difference.
And finished off by Banchero.
When Banchero gets in tight, that's how he likes to finish. No layups for this big guy. He's all about the finish.
And the wide open shot from Reed lands soft on the front of the rim and drops. And the Timberwolves lead by 9.
They seem to concede that shot, and his response is, thank you very much.
With a short break in the action, gives us a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge.
Kevin, the last few years we saw teams giving up bounties worth of draft picks and trades for star players, but with teams now possessing more roster spots to develop prospects and about 3/4 of the tradable picks hoarded by just a third of the NBA's teams, we may not see so many picks given up moving forward. Kevin?
You're exactly right, David. Something certainly to keep an eye on. On its way from Caldwell Pope for 2. Again, the Magic score.
And Caldwell Pope taking over this game. Tremendous confidence he's displaying in his ability.
Personal foul. Second team foul.
A touch over 2.5 minutes of basketball played here in the third quarter. Reed finds Randall. Can't cash in from close range. The Magic trail by 9. Wagner outside. Fires the 3. A rebound by the Timberwolves. They've held a 12-point lead earlier. An intentional foul committed, but for what purpose, Greg, I'm not sure.
A scene of confusion right there. I can't imagine why he thought it was a good idea to foul there.
And Orlando making a change here. Suggs is checked in. Here's DiVincenzo. And once again off the mark by Minnesota. Orlando's gone 0-2 from deep to start things here in the second half. Suggs passes to Banchero. Back to Suggs. Nailed from three-point land. Suggs has got 7 points in the game.
And as we see Suggs develop his game, you'll see more of this. Jalen with the ability to operate off ball.
Reed throws it down as the official calls the foul. It may be a three-point play. And here we go. Coach's challenge happening right now. This one in regards to the personal foul. Seeing if that was the right call.
And I think when it comes to some of the more difficult calls, fast that it's really tough to catch everything in real time.
The wonders of technology. We've seen replay reviews so effectively and involving the coaches by being able to. A challenge like this is something a lot of people have been hoping for. And so the word is in. They've decided that the call stands as it was made on the floor.
And, you know, even if a coach still feels this wasn't the right call, you got to acknowledge the effort being put in to reviewing it. The double checking, and the game continues on.
Mo Wagner's checked in for Banchero. 1:19 left in the third quarter of the game. The Magic trail by 9. Wagner outside. Driving inside. And finished off by Wagner.
Oh, my goodness. How about the aggressiveness from Franz Wagner? Leaves no doubt on the dunk.
And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Jalen Suggs. That will get him his 4th foul of the game, and with the bonus, we'll head to the line for 2. And guys, what do you think about the hustle stance for the Timberwolves?
I like their defense tonight, and we don't talk about that side of the ball enough. You can really change a game when you get a bunch of steals and get out in transition.
Those block shot numbers are big as well, guys, sending a clear message. We are not going to be scored on easily.
Looking at who's out there now for the Timberwolves. Rudy Gobert, who's checked in for Reed. Joe Ingles comes in for Randall. And it's Edwards in for McDaniel.
Get up, Jalen Suggs. This guy also a terrific football player in high school.
And finished off by Edwards.
Wow, and that sort of showmanship is just deflating right now to a team trying to get back into a game like this.
Ouch, Greg, that is definitely an emphasis jam. A big apostrophe or exclamation point, maybe even a question mark. Suggs against Ingles. Kicks it out to Wagner. A second chance effort. They get it back. Caldwell Pope on the wing. Lets it go with a 3. And it's a foul called on Mo Wagner. That's his first foul of the game, and the bonus will go to the free throw line. And so Chris Finch calls for the timeout. He wants to make some adjustments to the game plan, clearly. Minnesota leading by 6.
They can close out the quarter if they want to.
It's all about patience right here. Patience and execution. Get a good look.
Gobert with a screen on Suggs. And here's Edwards from the arc. Gobert and a good offensive board. And he gets the bucket. Gobert's got 10 points in the game.
Well, you have to be cognizant of where people are when the shot goes up. Defenders not blocking out in that instance.
And we've got a timeout called by Jamal Mosley. Wants to talk some things over. Might be seeing some things to adjust.
Let's hear it for you. Substitution for your man.
Caldwell Pope for 3. And that shot was up in time, but doesn't go in. And a great show through 3 quarters as we enter the 4th. The 4th quarter has arrived. So good to have you with us. And so Chris Finch calls for the timeout. He's very aware of the timing here and the significance of getting things squared away with his team. And with an update from the sidelines, let's check in with David Aldridge.
Hey guys, I listened in on what Chris Finch was talking about with his players. Now they've been happy with the way the team is shooting. He reminded players to keep taking those threes, that they've had some clean looks. When that 3 goes in, it's always a welcome sight. Guys?
Thank you, David. And so in the game for the Timberwolves, they've got Julius Randle. Edwards is out there with Nickeil Alexander-Walker. And it's Rudy Gobert. And it's McDaniels in at the 3 spot. A shot by Caldwell Pope, no good. Minnesota leading by 8. Alexander-Walker passes to Randle. Got a piece of it. Suggs with the steal. One-on-one fast break. Here's Wagner. Here's Isaac. Off the mark there with the 3-point shot. Minnesota's gone 6 of 11 when they've taken the 3-point shot tonight. Very respectable. Gobert with a screen for Edwards. Shot clock at 6. Rebound by the Magic. Isaac's got his 5th rebound right now in the game. Here's Wagner. It's good, and it's his 6th make against 11 attempts.
Well, you love the opportunity by Franz Wagner to get out in transition, find success with an easy one.
Gobert with a screen on Suggs. And Edwards with the stuff.
And how about that? What a sensational finish.
Hey, you got to be able to get some hang time to do that one. Suggs against Edwards. Suggs with the ball. Pass to Banchero. The Magic need to get a shot off here. Shot from the wing. Randall grabs the board. Minnesota leading by 8. Here's Edwards. And finished off by Edwards.
Anthony Edwards has got his rhythm, and he's got a well-rounded offensive game. Look out.
Here's Isaac. On its way from Caldwell Pope for 2. And it's in after a nice bounce off the right side.
It's been like this all night for both teams. The offenses having their way.
And it is a major disadvantage down the stretch if you can't guard. This may just come down to who has the ball last. What a terrific pass. Work the ball inside and create a good look for your teammate.
That bucket in no time at all. 13 points for Paolo Banchero.
Such a nice looking jump shot. Solid mechanics, fluid. Banchero's special.
Inside, Edwards finishes strong.
And giving up some inches inside, but makes up for it with an aggressive style.
Well, he's attacking, he's forcing the issue, and that's simply stated a terrific play.
And Caldwell Pope gets the basket.
And Caldwell Pope able to hit those mid-range shots consistently, but that's one the defense will live with.
Now Suggs pushing it up. No one to stop him.
And this is what you want on both ends, to win the battle of effort.
And that's exactly what you can control, right? Your desire, your hustle, your will to succeed.
Edwards looking it over. Edwards slashing inside. Banked in off the glass. Edwards got 10 points here in the second half.
Boy, the quickness off the dribble drive by Anthony Edwards. Being able to put it on the deck, so important.
And Suggs throws it down.
Love seeing a point guard who can explode to the rim like that.
Oh, great attitude and even a better finish.
Boy, it's incredible how much explosive scoring ability can come from the lead guard position. That is a big-time play. You know, they barely needed other contributions. This lead has been built through his offense.
Banchero passes to Wagner. Banchero against McDaniel. And finished off by Banchero.
Used to these big moments from his college days. Banchero's heartbeat should stay low here.
Edwards dishes to Gobert. And slam dunk by Gobert. And a big play there to mute the crowd.
And guys, the only noise we're hearing now is coming from the visitors' bench.
Caldwell Pope kicks to Wagner. Isaac up top. Back to Wagner. Goes up on the wing. Gobert pulls it in.
And he rushed that one, no doubt about it. The D out of position, you could see the frustration on his face.
Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds. The offensive rebound. Off with the layup. Out to the wing. Drives to the... Oh!
My goodness.
Three-pointer, Randall.
Got two teams who aren't afraid to slow the pace of the game.
Well, BA, it's because they're both adept at operating their half-court sets. They don't feel the need to push the tempo all the time.
And the starting group for Chicago. We've got Buzelis. Lonzo Ball is out there with Kobe White. Then it's Josh Giddey. And it's Smith in at the pivot spot, manning the middle.
And in this action, the pick and roll, Buzelis is becoming really good at reading the defense.
Now here's Edwards. Gobert with a screen on Ball. Here's Edwards. Oh, an amazing finish with a hand right in his face.
Impressive. I mean, challenging at the rim against length. You just have to love the aggressiveness.
Yeah, showing absolutely zero fear as he goes right at the bigger defender.
And I like the mix of power and agility Ball uses inside. One way or another, he's going to get a shot.
Edwards against Ball. Gobert with a screen on Ball. Edwards, a pass to McDaniels. Over Giddey. Rebound by the Bulls.
Well, that wasn't a bad shot. Defense playing a little loose there. Oh! Wow!
A phenomenal athlete. Ball's teammates love when he knifes inside and finishes with power.
Picked by Gobert. Edwards can't hit. The Bulls have gone 3 of 3 so far from the floor. Here's Giddey. Oh, rejected by McDaniels. Edwards finds McDaniels. The Timberwolves again can't hit. And White has got the ball here for the Bulls. It's a 5-point game. Ball passes to Giddey. That one goes. Now he's 1 for 2.
Attacking in the painted area. Clearly that was their game plan coming in.
Ball against Edwards. Pass to Gobert. Lets it fly. Ball with the rebound. The Bulls have gone 4 of 5 so far. Looking sharp. And the foul called on Nickeil Alexander-Walker. That's his first foul of the game. And Chris Finch calls timeout here. And we might see some changes. Coach potentially looking to adjust. DiVincenzo, he's checked in for the Timberwolves. Here's Ball. Nails it from beyond the arc. Ball's got 7 points in the game.
This game's taken on a whole new look thanks to this run.
Yeah, but we know momentum can flip the other direction very quickly. You can't get complacent now.
Here's Buzelis. For 3, Smith. Randall pulls down the board.
He didn't make them pay for that weak defense, but they just can't rely on him to miss those kind of shots.
Edwards finds Gobert. Can they get it? Minnesota again missing. And so it's White with it. He brings it up for the Chicago Bulls. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by McDaniels.
Well, risky pass there, and if you ask me, they're lucky that the defense didn't steal that one.
Giddey passes to Ball. And here in the first, about 3 minutes in. Smith no good. Timberwolves trail by 10 to the paint. And out of bounds, it'll be Chicago ball. .157 left in the first. Outside White. Smith outside. Pass to Ball. And Ball throws it down.
They've controlled the paint so far. That's been the difference.
Yeah, it's not difficult to figure out why they built this lead. They have been dominant in the paint.
A one-handed tomahawk, that's a guaranteed highlight, BA.
Check out the bench. They flew out of their seats after that. Gobert with a screen on Ball. Pass to Gobert. Outside, DiVincenzo. And here's Edwards. 6 to shoot. Ball with a steal. Outside Giddey. Here's Buzelis. Now ball. White with it. DiVincenzo covering. Smith outside. Shot clock at 5. Ball passes to Smith. Over Edwards. Smith no good.
Yeah, loose coverage by the defense, but he just couldn't make them pay.
And Edwards with the basket on the assist by Gobert. Edwards has got 7.
Well, you have to be careful with Edwards on the arc because he is completely fearless.
Well, that was clearly a foul.
Chicago shooting their first free throws of the game now. First one falls for him.
Shooting for Chicago, White.
White hits them both.
Yeah, great effort tonight, and he's been rewarded with trips to the line.
6 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Picked by Gobert. Edwards finds McDaniels. Over Giddey. McDaniels can't hit. Chicago with the ball. They're on a 16-7 run.
They've been very effective so far. A balanced attack at its best.
Yeah, now it's all about maintaining this lead, but you can't start playing it safe. You got to keep attacking and executing. Well, when you have a scorer as skilled as he is, you do everything you can to get him the looks he needs.
And so it's the Chicago Bulls finishing. And for those of you just tuning in, second quarter action is where we are. And a moment now to quickly take a look at the offensive approach for Chicago.
Well, the way they've been attacking inside is phenomenal. Consistently getting high percentage looks, and that's what great offenses are all about.
Another thing they're doing well early on is passing the ball, spreading it around the floor and feeding guys who are well set up to score.
Rudy Gobert is out there with Julius Randle. Then it's Dante DiVincenzo. Then there's Anthony Edwards. And it's McDaniels in at the 3, small forward. That's the 5 to begin the second quarter for the T-Wolves.
Yeah, that's a great find by White. He's such a clever and deceptive combo guard.
Gobert with a screen on ball. Here's Edwards. Pass to DiVincenzo. Back to Edwards. Gobert with a screen on ball. Edwards for 3, and it's Giddey with a rebound.
Well, you can tell he thinks he should have had that one. Even harder on him when he's got a good look like that and it doesn't go down.
And stand while Edwards has pushed back. It hasn't stopped others from comparing him to his airness, Michael Jordan.
And that talk is more about how his game reminds one of MJ and less about greatness. Edwards' career is just getting started. I love how competitive Edwards is. He relishes getting revenge like this.
Here's White. Ball outside. Giddey against McDaniels. Back to ball. Left side Giddey. It's good. And the assist that time from Ball. Giddey's gotten 4 this quarter.
Good heads-up play by Ball. He sees an opportunity to create and executes on it.
Chicago leading by 12. Three-pointer, Buzelis. Rudy Gobert with a rebound. And it's Edwards with the ball for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Fires for 3. Here's Gobert. Strong finish by Rudy Gobert.
And you know he's tough on the glass. Easy money there for Gobert.
And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
The NBA is focused on the next generation. Commissioner Adam Silver said a lot of top draft picks are incredibly skilled, but that doesn't necessarily translate to being team basketball players. There's an opportunity for us to be more active participants in developing younger players and getting kids active. BA?
One step ahead, Allie. Thanks. And here's Edwards outside. Edwards making it look so easy from deep.
Yeah, I really like when Edwards shows this kind of patience, allowing the play to develop over time.
Ball into the lane, and Ball throws it down.
What? Wait. Hey, dunks are always for the big boys.
Emphatic move by the point guard.
Well, in this league, you can see powerful plays from anyone and anywhere. Your position no longer dictates your scoring options.
The length of Gobert is a problem for any defense. And of course, he uses it so well to draw contact while shooting.
And coach, it seems there's a move to cut out some of the cheap fouls in the game. This notion of, if you wouldn't call it on the playground, why do you call it in a game? You like to see where it's going?
Yeah, look, there's some times where I think we'd get a better game if the players do what they did in pickup games, Brian, and just called their own fouls. A lot of these cheap fouls would cease to exist. I think there's just got to be a better recognition from referees on what really impacts a play and what doesn't.
And out of bounds, the Bulls will take it. Just under 3.5 minutes played here in the second quarter. Giddey with it, now guarded by McDaniels. And it's Giddey missing.
And we talk about the importance of protecting the rim. Right there, outstanding defense.
McDaniels can't hit. Chicago leading by 6. Here's Ball. Randall pulls down the board. For Minnesota, they've gone 4 of 10 from the field in the second. Gobert controls the rebound and the putback.
You want to talk about length? Gobert's arms go on forever. A major threat for putback slams.
An open look for Smith. And he can't stop the run as that one misses.
Well, the defense just gave him that shot, and he wasn't able to convert. Very disappointing.
Randall deciding where to go with it. Over Buzelis. After missing his first attempt, now 1 for 2.
Yeah, excellent work in pick and roll. Now, Randall looking crafty at creating for himself there.
Giddey into the lane. No good on the shot. Good D by Gobert. The Timberwolves have gotten 6 shots to fall out of 13 attempts here in the second. And Gobert with the stuff.
Such confidence as a passer. Hits guys in stride and makes it look easy.
Ball no good.
Oh, this is exactly the kind of opportunity you don't want to waste.
Oh, the top. With the power move.
There you go. He's a monster at the rim.
So athletic. Obviously, he plays on the attack. And we'll have a timeout called by Billy Donovan. He'll take the opportunity to regroup.
Substitution on the court.
White for 3. And the first half comes to a conclusion in a game that's been very close so far. The T-Wolves on top, up 2. And we'll see you back here after the break. Third quarter action in just a bit.
Get ready for the big half-court shot. Drum roll, please. The measuring of the shot.
And after a fairly even first couple of quarters, this second half could turn out to be a great one, as both teams trying to gain an edge. And you know, Anthony Edwards has been really making it happen, guys.
Can they come up with an answer for him coming out of the half? They have to change something defensively.
Yeah, I'd love to see what they drew up in the locker room, because you're right. He's the problem right now.
Second half underway, and they're not happy with the call here. Coach has given the signal. He's going to use his challenge. Probably a good idea in such a close contest.
And even with the coach's challenge in place, we've seen so many of these personal foul calls.
After the review, is overturned.
There's no doubt there's going to be a gray area in a lot of these calls. But at least we have the option to take a second look, so the officials can be sure they get it right. So they see clear evidence of a bad call, and they're going to overturn it. Probably the right decision.
And give credit to the officials for recognizing the mistake and correcting it. Nobody likes to say they got it wrong, but they fixed it in a hurry.
Here's White. And he makes it on the layup. White's got 6.
Well, as a guard like White, you need to score inside. Force teams to respect you everywhere.
His first shot coming late. DiVincenzo can't hit.
Well, if you give him that shot again, I'm willing to bet he nails it, especially with that lack of defensive effort.
Back to White. Let's go with a three. Hits the three-pointer. He's got 9.
And I like how White shot it with confidence. He's reliable beyond the arc.
Reed to screen on White. Pass to Reed. Randall outside. Back to Reed. Up top, Randall. 4 on the clock. Connects from downtown. Randall's got 5 points in the quarter.
Yeah, a shot that Randall has added to his repertoire. Shooting the three with confidence now.
Here's Buzelis. Oh, it's blocked. It deflects off the backboard. Here's White. He can't get that one to fall. Nice D from Reed. And coach, how about Naz Reed, the 2024 Sixth Man of the Year award winner.
Yeah, Brian, sort of unique. We often associate that award with shooting guards, but although he's a big, Reed is more than capable of putting up big numbers, including from long distance.
And good, as it takes a nice bounce off the right iron and down. And it's a 4-point Timberwolves lead. Here's Ball. The kick out to White. Inside, stolen by Reed. And now the T-Wolves on the break. Here's McDaniels. Back to DiVincenzo. Not quite 2.5 minutes played here in the second half. Reed to screen on White. Here's DiVincenzo. And again, it's Minnesota converting.
Easy look when the defender isn't fighting over the screen.
Yeah, it's certainly worth it to disrupt the offense. Coaches notice that extra effort.
And there's the call on Lonzo Ball. That's his first foul.
I love great defense. Just quick to establish his feet, and he takes the hit.
Right now, firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, there's a nice flow to this offense right now.
DiVincenzo, pass to Reed. Back to DiVincenzo. Shoots from 14. Chicago with a rebound. Buzelis has got 5 rebounds in the game. Ball finds White. Here's the pick. Here's Buzelis. Looking to end the run. And a strong finish with 2 hands.
And the defense has to offer more resistance. Can't let guys like Buzelis get this close to the rim.
DiVincenzo, pass to Reed. Wide open, but he couldn't capitalize.
Won't see him miss that one too many times.
Yeah, it was a great look. Sometimes they don't fall. You've just got to keep taking great shots.
Chicago making some changes. Smith, he's checked in for Williams, and it's Josh Giddey in for Herter. In the third quarter with just over 3.5 minutes off the clock. White, good. Now just a 2-point Minnesota lead.
You gotta commend the concentration White showed there. He doesn't get thrown off kilter easily.
And Chris Finch calls timeout here. He's gonna gather the troops and talk it over. Gobert's checked in for the Timberwolves. Edwards comes in for McDaniels. Williams is checked in for Chicago. Herter comes in for White. Outside Edwards, over Giddey. Edwards, so good inside.
Well, when Edwards gets this hot, all an opponent can hope to do is limit the damage.
Herter passes to Williams. Giddey with it. Count it. Giddey's got 8. There's 47 seconds left in the third quarter. And Josh Giddey is going to... Pick up the foul. That's his first foul. There's 42 seconds left to play in the third quarter. Edwards to three. Got it again. That makes him 8 for 15 for the night.
Look, if Edwards is hitting that shot, there's not much you can do defensively to stop it.
The kick out to Williams. Outside Giddey. DiVincenzo against Ball. Back to Giddey. Yes, sir, and it's Ball with the assist that time. Ball's got 3 assists now in this one.
In a tight game, they wanted to make sure of that possession.
And Chris Finch calls timeout here. He's going to talk it over with his guys. Minnesota leading by 3. Here's Edwards. He's got 21. Down low. Rudy, a monster inside.
Soft interior D, and they've exploited it.
Here's Herter. And the jumper from the wing offline. And a great show through 3 quarters as we enter the 4th. Who will carry the day? And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist of the game.
Talk about painting a magnificent picture with that dive. Just a great decision and a perfect delivery.
Wow, that was an absolute masterpiece of an assist. He knew exactly when to deliver the ball, and it made for a beautiful score.
Start it. Man, I know I speak for all of us when I say I can't wait to see what kind of finish awaits us here in the 4th quarter. We've got Nickeil Alexander-Walker. Rudy Gobert is out there with Julius Randle. Then it's Dante DiVincenzo, and it's Edwards in at the point. So that's the lineup for Minnesota. McDaniels is checked in for the Timberwolves. All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
I was able to listen in on what Chris Finch was going over with his team. He pleaded with his guys to keep their emotions in check, saying, you're battling right now. Continue to play smart. Don't try to be a hero out there. Play for one another. Guys, let's see what happens.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you, Allie. Here's Edwards. It counts, and the foul. It's going to be on, and in a game this close, they're going to challenge the call. Coach does not agree with it, and he wants them to take another look at the monitor.
At the line for your Timberwolves,
So many close calls in every game. The NBA was smart to adopt this challenge policy in 2019.
You know, one thing this does for a coach is let his players know he's got their back. If they're adamant that the call was wrong, he'll back them up and make the refs take another look. And they've made their decision. The call will stand.
And as much as it hurts to lose a challenge, I think Coach would challenge that call again if he could. He really disagreed with the foul, and he's still peeved.
They throw good, Edwards.
Well, we know Edwards has an outstanding skill set, but what makes him truly special is his competitive will and ability to handle high-pressure moments.
And plays like that one can make the difference in a close game.
And it definitely got the bench on their feet, too.
And, guys, you cannot allow that in a close game. You have to make it harder than that.
Yeah, Edwards rarely passes on a chance to get his team points. He loves making an offensive impact.
It's Giddey on the wing. Pass to Buzelis. Outside White. Ball, a screen on Edwards. White. And that one is stuffed right through.
Well, at first, White shows the burst. Then the control off the drive.
Edwards, a pass to Alexander Walker. Back to Edwards. To the inside. Here's Gobert. Outside for Randle. Clock at 6. Drop. Send the 3. And the Timberwolves lead by 6.
Yeah, as a shooter, Randall can be practically automatic. He gets the ball and immediately has a shot cooking.
And so Gobert will bring it up for Minnesota. Randall, pass to Edwards. To the paint. Here's Gobert. Oh, and Gobert powers it home.
And coming down the stretch, both teams still playing fantastic offense.
Yeah, in hopes that your opponent is just going to go cold. That's not going to happen, it doesn't look like in this one. This might go down to whoever has the last possession.
To the middle. Here's Gobert. And yes, it's good. He's 7 for 8 now.
At the offensive end, Gobert isn't always this aggressive, so it's really good to see.
Edwards with it. Now guarded by White. Edwards against White. Edwards driving. Ooh, Edwards with style and authority.
Yeah, Edwards has some big bounce in his step.
From deep, Giddey. And once again, off the mark by Chicago. And here's Minnesota now. They're on a 16-6 run. The shot by Alexander Walker, no good. Bulls trail by 12. Here's Ball. Not enough on that one as it misses. Now Alexander Walker. Randall outside. The 3. It's hauled in by the Bulls. Smith's got rebound number 8 here already in the game. Got a piece of it. Ooh, McDaniels with a steal. And they cash it in right away with a quick shot. And taking a quick look here at the hustle stats for the Timberwolves.
Well, all you can ask for is your guys to be really active on D, and they've been more than that tonight.
Yeah, one thing I think they should continue doing is attacking the break. Because right now, this defense has no answer for them when they do this.
And there's the call on Lonzo Ball. That's his 3rd foul so far. McDaniels from long range.
Barring a miracle comeback, this one is wrapped up. They were able to control the tempo and flow of the game, and it will end in a victory for the Timberwolves.
They never gave up when they were down earlier. Forced their way back into this game. And look at them now.
And this one was all about desire. The perseverance of never doubting your teammates or the game plan. I mean, I love what they did here tonight.
And even the opposing fans can't deny this was a sensational game for Anthony Edwards.
Well, just a fantastic job of distributing the ball. When you're able to see the floor like that and take advantage of what the defense gives you, it's huge.
Boy, this offense has been dynamic and diversified.
Just everyone sharing the ball and sharing the load makes you difficult to defend.
White, the pass to Smith. Back to White. Down low to get back on track. Smith no good. Minnesota with the ball. They lead by 14. And here's Randall.